Well, it's very nice to have to talk to you, Professor André Béteille, and I'm glad you're giving us some time. We're really interested in knowing about your academic growth and development, and to the extent that it can act as an inspirational note for many of us, or many younger people, and of course well past that stage, younger people to think in terms of fulfilling academic life. So if I may ask you to begin with, what were the issues that actually attracted you to be an academic?
Well, I was attracted to the university mainly as a place where I would have the scope to teach rather than to do research. You know, the university has been described as a place which stands for the unity of teaching and research. That is true, but for me, teaching always had priority over research. And teaching for me, when I look back on my career, was the best way of achieving clarity in my own thoughts by explaining what I felt was happening around the world to other people so that my own ideas would become clarified. In that sense, I was a compulsive teacher.
But the ideas you want to clarify, were those ideas coming from engaging with events outside, or were those ideas emerging from the books you were reading and the concerns that those books threw up?
Well, I have to confess that they came first from the books, and I had this compulsive inclination to explain to others what I had read in the books to make sure that I had understood what I had read. I have been always a bit of an autodidact, self-taught person, but this life was helped a great deal by my friends and my colleagues who allowed me to bore them endlessly by telling them about what I had read in the latest book that I had read.
I'm not sure they were bored, but when did you first think that you would like to lead a life of an academic? Did it come upon you accidentally, or was it something that you had nurtured for a while?
Well, Dipankar, you understand what it is like in a middle-class Bengali home. You need a job, and I needed a job. And I thought that a teaching job would give me some security, some sustenance, as well as enough time to do what I wanted to do.
Which was?
Which was explaining things to people.
So you were really, in a sense, from the very beginning, inclined to be a teacher.
Yes, very much.
So it was not just a job, you wanted to be a teacher, have a teaching job, because you could have been a IAS officer or a railway official or whatever.
Or a police commissioner.
Or a police commissioner, which I think may have been more fun. So you wanted to be a teacher?
I wanted to be a teacher. I had friends in college. You know, I mean, this may sound a little pompous, but the friends who gathered around me were ordinary students. They were not outstanding students. I was above average, and I had the great advantage of fluency in English. So I could read the books, whatever the books were, provided they were written in clear English, and I could explain the books to my students, to my friends, to my colleagues, to my classmates. And that is how I really discovered the fact that I had a kind of natural inclination for teaching. So it was, in a way, learning by doing. You know, this Kenneth Arrow has this famous paper called Learning by Doing. So I learned sociology and anthropology by doing sociology and anthropology. For instance, to give an example, I had read this book, The Newer, by Evans Pritchard, along with African Political Systems. The two books were both published in 1940. And I was fascinated. And I wanted to know, have I got it right? Now, how do you know whether you've got something right? The best way of getting to know whether you've got something right is to try to explain it to other people. And that is how I progressed, you know, in my teaching. And I was very, very happy when I got a teaching. I didn't get a teaching job at first. I needed a job, so I got the first job that was available. It was a research job, and I knew that I did not want to spend my life doing just research.
If I may come back to your point, whether you got it right, that was the issue bothered you.
Yes.
Now, whether you got it right, was getting it right by your standards or getting it right by somebody else's standards?
Well, I had to satisfy myself that there were no loose ends, that there were no contradictions in my mind. I had to satisfy myself. And the only way in which I could do it, I preferred to do it through my fellow students rather than by going to teachers and asking them to explain things to me. I don't know, something held me back from doing that. Although I did have helpful teachers, I have to say this, in Calcutta, I did have helpful teachers, but I somehow felt embarrassed by the possibility of exposing my ignorance to them. I didn't feel embarrassed. I picked out students who wouldn't expose my ignorance. So I have to say that I had teachers who were helpful.
You could have also exposed the ignorance of some teachers.
Yes, we made fun of all that while we were talking among ourselves as to what this teacher taught and how silly it was, some of the things that he said.
Some of your colleagues, classmates rather, in school or in university those days, did you find something inspirational about them in whatever?
Well, I have to say that I made a false start. That false start is very important. I made a false start by wanting to do physics. So I did my matriculation in 1950 at the age of 15, which was not unusual in those years. And then I moved to St. Xavier's College. My aspiration then was to be a physicist, to be a scientist, particularly a physicist. I did 2 years there and I got involved in various other things, school plays, college plays and socials and functions and all that. And I did moderately well, but not nearly as well as I had hoped to do. But I trudged on. So I enrolled for the honours course in physics. And then I realized, I think that was the smartest decision I took. I realized that it might be better for me to lose a year, swallow my pride, lose a year, and take a different turn, take a new turn. And that's the change I made in 1953 from physics to anthropology.
So this move to some other discipline, which one was it?
Well, it was anthropology.
But why anthropology?
Because I was fascinated. I was fascinated by the story of evolution. They talk about the theory of evolution. I tried reading all that. I bought a copy of The Origin of Species and all. I found it boring. What I really liked about evolution was not the theory of evolution, but the story of evolution, how it all began, and the stages through which man transformed himself, first physically, then material culture through material culture. You know, my first published paper was called A New Paleolithic Site in Moyurbhanj District. So I was interested in prehistoric archaeology. This paper, I must confess, was written by me, but it was published jointly with 2 of my teachers. So that was published, and I tried to pursue that. I thought I would pursue prehistoric archaeology. It so happened...
All this was in St. Xavier's College?
No. This was after I moved out of St. Xavier's College. I moved out of St. Xavier's, I lost a year, moved to anthropology honours, but I still had physics and maths as my subsidiary subjects. I couldn't shake those off. And it was a miserable life that I led, because I had to travel between 2 institutions, because anthropology honours was taught in the Science College in Balligan Circular Road. And physics and maths, I had to choose a college for instruction in physics and maths, or at least for my attendance. And I chose City College, which was near my home. But still, it was quite a trudge. Hot weather in the summer and the rains between these. Somehow I survived those 2 years. I did clear my physics and maths pass course exams, which were not very tough, but I was paranoid about failing there. I had no doubt that I would do well in my honours course in anthropology, because I picked on a subject which I really liked. Well, people didn't know what anthropology was.
Was that serendipity, or did you read up things?
I read up a lot on, books on Paleolithic archaeology, books on fossil men, and during the year which I lost in moving away from physics to anthropology, I spent a lot of time in the National Library. Reading books of various kinds. So when I joined the Department of Anthropology as an undergraduate honours student in 1953, having lost a year, I was already quite well prepared. In fact, I astonished my fellow students.
And yourself?
And not really. Some of my teachers, perhaps. but I was careful about that. I never let it. I never revealed the fact that I knew more than they did. I kept that carefully concealed from them. They were very nice to me.
It was a wise thing to do.
It's always a wise thing to do for a student with his teacher. I had an exceptional mentor. He was not my teacher, but he used to come to the Department of Anthropology. This is a man called N.K. Bose. Bose, the man who worked with Gandhi.
The legendary N.K. Bose.
The legendary N.K. Bose, My Days with Gandhi. And he encouraged me. He loaned me books and encouraged me to visit him at his home, which I did. He lived not very far away from where I lived in North Calcutta, so I would visit him in his home and come away with books.
Before I excavate the rich mine of information in you and N.K. Bose, may I step back a bit and ask you of your days before you came to Calcutta? Because Calcutta is, in some senses, when I read your autobiography, is kind of home to you for a long, long time. But before that, how did you get to Calcutta? What were the...
Well, I was born in a small town called Chandanagar, which is just 20 miles north of Calcutta. It was one of the 5 French enclaves in India. I was born in that town, and as you probably know, my father was a colonial child. His mother was a colonial widow. He was French, but raised in India. So I was born in Chandanagar, and although I was born in Chandanagar, my father was French, my mother was Bengali. My mother didn't know any French at all, and her English was quite shaky. So I was actually raised by my maternal grandmother, which is not very uncommon in middle-class Bengali homes. And she knew only one language, and that was Bengali. And she fed me with a fund of stories, and that is the richest legacy, I think. Fund of stories about ghosts, about dacoits, and stories from the Ramayana. She loved the Ramayana. It's not so much the Mahabharata. Her treasure trove was the Ramayana, and she would tell us stories about the Ramayana. And we would enact the Ramayana. My brother, who was 3 years older than me, and I would enact the Ramayana, Lanka Kanda, with pillow fights on the bed. And we were not scared of our grandmother, but we were very scared of our mother. And my grandmother would tell us that you'd better stop all this, otherwise I'll tell your mother when she comes and there will be Lanka Kanda in the home.
It was not your father though?
No. My father was...
A distant figure?
No, he was somewhat distant, but he was also... how should I say? He was also somewhat withdrawn and gentle. He was gentle in his man. I realized this later on, that he was a product of colonial rule. He was a colonial child, and he had realized while we were growing up that world was coming to an end.
The ground was shifting.
Yes. And his wife, my mother, who was a very impulsive lady and very strong-willed lady, he realized that she was on the winning side and he was on the losing side, because she was Gandhian. She believed in India's independence. She believed in throwing the British and the French out of India, and he was saddened by all of this, but he accepted it.
Given your French and very Bengali background, how did you pick up English? You speak it and write it beautifully.
Well, we all had to learn English in order to get secure and suitable employment. So my mother knew that quite well. My mother was a great Bengali patriot, but she knew very well that without learning English, we would get nowhere. So we were sent off to boarding school. And I was the youngest of 4 children. The eldest was my sister, my eldest sister, who was 14 years older than me, and who mothered me a bit. And she was fortunate, because she went to a convent, and there was a very good convent in Chandanagar itself, called St. Joseph's Convent, which in those days was run by European nuns. In those days, most of the nuns in that convent were European nuns, either French or Irish, Catholic. And she lived in that convent. It was a place which she loved, really. So, and she spoke all 3 languages equally well. English. She just had a senior Cambridge, but she spoke English very well. And of course, she spoke Bengali very well. And French she spoke as well as she spoke English, or as well as I speak English. And that was her secret pact with my father, because he liked her because she was French speaking. He also liked her because she was mild and gentle, unlike his wife, my mother, who was anything but mild and gentle. And she liked her because she was a Catholic. She was a devout Catholic. My mother didn't believe in established religion. She hated all mullahs, priests, pandits, and so on. But oddly enough, her great hero in those days was a parish priest called Father Dipankar.
Your mother's great hero.
Great hero. Because he stood up for my mother against her imperious mother-in-law, my French grandmother. And Father Dipankar was I'd never met him. He died the year I was born. So I'm named after Father Dipankar. My full name is André Marie. That was his name, André Marie Dipankar.
Okay. Now, I've known you for so many years, but I didn't know this aspect of your life. Now, when you moved to, after school, you moved to Calcutta, and then you went to the university, anthropology department was there.
No, I came to St. Xavier's College.
St. Xavier's College, and then to...
First, a false start. False start is important. Because the false start, I think, the path to a happy life is not through a succession of successes. You must have some setbacks. You must overcome those setbacks.
Yes.
It may be very painful while you're doing that, but at the end of the day, I did overcome those setbacks.
You start to a happy life or start to a successful life?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. Yes, I mean, one might ask, what is happiness?
One can define success, isn't it?
More easily, yes. More easily.
Now, when you mentioned that you should try and explain sociology, anthropology to your colleagues, your fellow students, were there any students in the vicinity and in the surroundings of Calcutta in those days who impressed you?
Perhaps I avoided them. I wanted
To be
those whom I could
the
lecture
star of
to.
the show.
Yeah, perhaps, but I don't. Well, yes, I grew up in Calcutta. I grew up in North Calcutta. It was a good neighborhood, but it was already in decline. I grew up in what was the home of a very renowned physician called Dr. Sundari Mohan Das. He was a comrade of Bipin Pal. They both came out of Sylhet to Calcutta. They both joined the Congress Party in its very early years. He came out to study medicine and became a renowned gynecologist, and Bipin Pal came out to study law and became a renowned lawyer. So I grew up in that house, and boarding school was not a very happy experience for me. And so we moved to Calcutta, and we were put into a day school, an English medium day school called St. James's School, which was not a happy experience for me either. Fortunately, that schooling was interrupted by the outbreak of the great Calcutta killings, the riots. And we lived in North Calcutta. This school was we had to cross the most disturbed, riot-torn areas. Finally, we decided that there were so many interruptions that finally we decided that we would have to change the school. We were happy to have had living next door to us the headmaster of a Bengali medium school called Brahmo Boys School. It was not a very high-end school, but he was very nice, and he told my mother that, why are you agonizing so much about your child's schooling, about your children? We were two brothers. I will take them in Brahmo Boys School. I will arrange for them to sit the exams and take them in the English medium. But they know Bengali perfectly well. They will attend the classes in Bengali, and you can engage a tutor. So this worked well with me. I went to Brahmo Boys School, which was a low-end school, which is not like Baliganj Government School, to which Shukamoy and Partho went. It was not like Mitra Institution, to which my other friends went. It was a low-end school, but I was very happy there. I was very happy there because I was much prized by my fellow students because of my fluency in English. Because I'd already been to a boarding school, an English medium boarding school. And they were very, very pleased with me, and I took great care not to show off my command of English before them. But they knew that I...
But to gently impress them.
Yes. So that was nice. I enjoyed those 2 years in Brahmavars.
But when you were a very young man, I would say boy actually, when the Calcutta killings happened,
Yes.
They must have shaken you up in
Oh, they
a
were
very
very
foundational kind of way.
Yeah, they were very... Again, I've written about that. In my memoirs, Sunlight on the Garden, has a chapter on the great Calcutta killings. Yes, they did shake us up. It was very threatening. It was, and you know...
Apart from the fear and danger, what were the things that
Well, we had to cross
worried you a lot?
from one... We lived in a very typical middle-class Bengali Hindu neighborhood. And the school was on neutral ground. St. James's School was a neutral ground. Many of the students were Muslims from the Park Circus area or Anglo-Indians. And we had to travel quite a distance to get to St. James's, and this was becoming more and more difficult. In 1946 and 47, this was becoming more and more difficult. So there was months on end when we were kept at home because there was no city bus service running, and the school didn't have a school bus. So we stayed at home, and finally my mother decided that enough was enough, and she put us into this rather low-end Bengali medium school called Brahmavars School, where I was really very, very happy.
Yeah. So in those days, or months actually, when all of this was happening, in what way how did you react intellectually or at least in a emotional, intellectual way
what did I think of what was happening around?
Yeah.
One of the things that...
Apart from the danger, of course.
No, the holidays. The danger was the minus side. There was also a plus side. If there was too much danger, we'd be at home, so we could play around with the neighborhood boys and with my brother. We could do what we wanted. And we, at 13 or 14, you're not seriously worried about the prospect of boredom, because you always have something to...
Some outlet.
Something. And I began reading. And I became a compulsive reader. And as I said, reading and explaining. Somewhere, I picked up a book called 5 Shakespearean Tragedies. And I read that. Julius Caesar, Romeo and Juliet, Macbeth, Hamlet, and King Lear. I didn't get very far with Hamlet. I didn't follow Hamlet or even Macbeth. But Julius Caesar I loved, and Romeo and Juliet also. They're simple stories, easy to understand. And so I did all that, and I would explain all this to my fellow students who didn't know English, for whom English was really a foreign language.
Yes.
And for me, it wasn't really a foreign language because I spoke with my father in English, although he could speak Bengali perfectly well. I could speak with my sister in English. Although she also spoke Bengali and French well. French was the language used between my father and my sister to shut my mother out of the conversation. But I could follow French. I learned French, but I was never very fluent in spoken French. So that's what I did a lot of reading on my own.
In those months?
In those months.
And that stayed with you?
That stayed with me. I'm a compulsive reader. A compulsive reader is someone who reads anything that he can get his hands on. And I was a compulsive... I read dictionaries, for instance.
Railway timetables?
not that far, no. Dictionaries. No, we had an old Webster's dictionary at home. It had a nice introductory section on etymology. And I was fascinated by this etymology.
Now, your university days in Calcutta, and then your first job, which was, you mentioned, in archaeology in...
No, my first job was in the Indian Statistical Institute. My first published paper was in prehistoric archaeology, but that had nothing to do with my job.
Was that part of your university curriculum, or was it outside?
Yes, no, it's a university curriculum. University curriculum, I used to come to the Department of Anthropology.
You must have been one of the youngest people to have a published paper.
But it was published jointly. I wrote the damn paper, but it was published jointly with 2 of my teachers.
Yeah, it was with my name getting the ultimate revenge.
With my name at the bottom. And there, Ram Guha who claims to know everything, once told me that he had found out a deep secret about me, and that my full name was André Béteille. I said, there's no secret, Ram. You say you read my memoirs. That is in the second page of my memoirs. It says that I was named after Father Durier, and I was named André Marie after this parish priest. So I read all these things. I tried my hand at French. I also read French. And I found it. This may surprise people that when you're learning a new language, a language which is not entirely new, because French is not entirely. I'd heard it spoken all the time. My father and my sister and the parish priest and so on. So I had a good ear, and I picked up French sounds. When you're learning a new language, I think it's easier to learn it by reading poetry in that language.
Yes.
Because you remember, the words stay in your head, even if you. And who understands a poem like The Wasteland fully? There are levels and levels of meaning, and they reveal themselves as you think about the words, and these words float about in your head. You think about it. So it's a good way of learning a new language. And you know what I did? I was determined, because I had lost a year. I thought I ought to prove myself by doing something useful. So I was determined to learn French.
That's a great tip, because I tried to learn French 5 times and failed. Obviously, I started with poetry.
And I started not only with we picked up, there were books in my grandmother's house. This is my paternal grandmother's house, some French books. And I picked up 4 or 5 of the 6 volumes of the Pléiade edition of Molière's plays. And my French was not good enough for me to master that. So what I did, but the plays are nice and simple, and they're a short one-act plays. So what I thought I would do is, let me translate these plays into English. So I started translating. I still remember the first, they're short plays, very short plays. And I translated them into English. And you know, that gave me a lot of confidence, and it gave me some feel for the language. So Molière was the first, and he was a great. Molière was a great playwright.
So now the first job you held was with the Indian Statistical Institute.
That's right.
How did that connect with your training in anthropology?
Well, it was like this, you know. I thought I was very lucky to get that job, but with the advantage of hindsight, I think my boss was also lucky to have found someone like me, because I don't think there were people floating around looking for a job in the Indian Statistical Institute. What had happened in those days, it was not known at all. You see, the Indian Statistical Institute.
In spite of Malinobis, wasn't known.
It was not known among sociologists, of course. Okay. It was very well known. The Research and Training School was the top. But we were not in the Research and Training School. That was on the 4th floor. We were on the 5th floor in the SRU, the Sociological Research Unit. So that was not known. The National Sample Survey was known, and the Research and Training School was known. But somehow I needed a job. And my professor, KPC, who liked me, KP Chattopadhyay, he sent me to Ramakrishna Mukherjee. And Ramakrishna Mukherjee didn't even interview me. The chit from KPC, and he looked at my grades, and he said, when can you join? I said, when you want to. He said, you can join tomorrow if you want to. So I took that up, and I joined the Indian Statistical Institute. I spent 15 months there. I wasn't very happy, but it was a useful experience.
In what way was useful?
Well, it was useful because I learned a few things from Ramakrishna Mukherjee, which I would not have learned from either N.K. Bose or people in the Department of Anthropology. Ramakrishna Mukherjee had done this study, was associated with this famous study by David Glass on social mobility in Britain.
That's right.
And he had written a couple of notes for that. It was from Ramakrishna rather than Srinivas that I got the view that sociology is more than the study of Indian society. Sociology is a discipline in its own right. If you are a sociologist, if you want to be a sociologist, then you study social stratification, social mobility, and not just village, caste, and joint family.
So the comparative method is sociological and an important ingredient of the sociological.
Yes, but I didn't think of
research.
it at that time as the comparative method. I thought of it as general rather than comparative, not confined to India, but something which could be applied to the study of any society. I didn't want to be confined to the study of Indian society.
Mm-hmm.
I have great respect for Srinivas. You know, I think he was the most creative among Indian sociologists. But he was really an Indianist rather than a sociologist, if you look at him like that. He didn't, you know, I used to talk with him, this may be of some interest, I used to talk with him and tell him, Professor Srinivas, you know, you've written a book called Religion and Society Among the Books. You have spent so much time thinking about Hinduism. Why don't you write at least one paper on religion and society, which will not be on Hinduism, which will not be on India, but which will be a general paper on the relationship between religion and society. Oh, he said, yes, it's a very good idea, but he never found the time to do it. That's something that I was obsessive about, that I must write something which is of general interest, whether it's good, bad, or otherwise. And that is what, in a way, contributed to my great interest in inequality, because this is a general subject.
So do you think it at some point began with your association with Professor Ramakrishna Mukherjee?
Yes, but our personal relationship was not very amicable. It became amicable much later, long after I had left the place. It was not very amicable, and I was very grudging to give him credit where credit was due. I think it did. I think that I learned two things from him, which I did not learn from Srinivas. And that is the importance, or at least he was obsessed with two things. Quantification, which I thought was leading up the wrong tree, but classification and systematization. Srinivas was not a very systematic writer.
Explain that to us.
That you learn to discriminate between phenomena in terms of defensible criteria. He got me to read a book which had a great influence on me. It's a book by a man called Karl Pearson, and the book is called The Grammar of Science. He got me to read that book. I read it, and that gave me some understanding of how a systematic method using discrimination and classification and generalization can be developed in sociology. And to my great puzzlement, many years later, when I told this to Ramakrishna Babu, that, you know, do you remember you had asked me to read Karl Pearson's The Grammar of Science? Oh, he said, with that book, who reads that kind of book now?
Not making the impression left on you.
No, I told him that you may think so, but it made a great impression on me.
But here's Ramakrishna Mukherjee at one end, but N.K. Bose was your real hero, wasn't he?
He was my mentor. I had two real mentors in that sense. Ramakrishna Mukherjee and I got along with each other like cat and dog. And he was much my senior, and he was a bit of a bully, to be honest. And I didn't like that. I ganged up with him. I ganged up against him with all the others in the unit. My real mentor, Nirmal Babu certainly was. I used to go to his house. He lived not very far away from me. I used to take books from me. He was very encouraging. There's another man who was also extremely encouraging and whom I admired and liked very greatly. His name was Surajit Sinha. He came from an old Zamindar family, and he had the manner of a Zamindar, relaxed, carefree, and not at all worried about where his living came from. He was very imaginative and very creative, and I spent a lot of time with him. And
yes, but did Nirmal Bose ever teach you, or was he a visitor to your department?
No,
how did you meet him?
I met him because he visited the department regularly. He came to the department regularly.
Why? Did he have a tenure in the department?
No. He had worked in the department, but this was the gossip, that KPC didn't want him in the department. The head didn't want him in the department, and he got a job in the department of geography, but he never gave up his love for anthropology and for prehistoric archaeology.
This is N.K. Bose.
N.K. Bose. And he led a team of 3 persons, including 2 from the department, to archaeological work in Mayurbhanj district in Orissa. And there is a book called Excavations in Mayurbhanj. And they had collected a large body of Paleolithic tools which were in the custody of the department. And my first paper was a task which I was asked, which was assigned to me, was to write up this material, the collection from this particular site in Mayurbhanj district. So that is why it's called a new Paleolithic site in Mayurbhanj district. It's nothing very, but it gave me the confidence.
So what was the kind of interaction you had with N.K. Bose? Was there a political side to it, or was it purely intellectual?
It was more intellectual than political. It was more intellectual than political. He was in some ways, he had a strong faith that you could combine nationalism with science. He believed it. He believed that anthropology was science. He would not be impressed by your modern criticism against positivism. His idea of science was observation, description, analysis. This is science, generalization. And he did that. He was a field worker. He taught anthropology as a field science, that he went out into the field, you collected tools, you talked to people, you studied weekly markets, all of these things he did. And he was an indefatigable field worker. And in later years I would compare him with Srinivas and wonder what the difference was. Why was Srinivas so successful and Bose not so successful?
As an academic.
As an academic, yes. This is because Bose tried to do too many things.
Had other interests too.
He had too many other interests. Yes, he had other interests too, but he had a serious academic interest. And he thought that he could combine these interests, the academic interest with the other interests. And they didn't combine terribly well.
But his own works were quite remarkable, weren't they?
They were. He was I think his best book is My Days with Gandhi. He wrote a lot on Gandhi. Selections from Gandhi, studies in Gandhism. That was. I think he spread himself a little too thin, and that is where Srinivas scored well. Srinivas focused his attention on one thing and then moved from that one thing to another thing on which he would spend 10 or 15 years. When Srinivas took up a topic for study, he would spend 10 years, 15 years.
Just doing that?
Just doing that. At it and at it and at it.
So in ISI, how many years did you spend?
I spent 15 months in all.
15 months?
Yes.
And those 15 months include a lot of field work?
Well, I was banished to a place called Giridih.
Oh, yes.
Where the ISI had a little center.
It's a bit like the Gulab, is it?
Sorry? Yes. So I was banished there and I spent time there. And what did I do there? Dreaming of getting a teaching job. And to my great surprise, I did land a teaching job. I saw an advertisement. I had friends in Calcutta. They kept their eyes open. So one of them told me, look, there's an advertisement for a job in Delhi. You should apply for it. So I applied for it. Half seriously. I applied for it. And lo and behold, I got a call for an interview when I was in Giridih. But I thought all the way to Delhi and back, and I won't get the job. But my friends in Giridih said, of course you will get the job. So I went, and to my surprise, I did get the job.
Was there an interview, or was
yes,
it a Ramakrishna Mukherjee?
No, there's no
shotgun affair.
No, they said it's not a Ramakrishna. This is University of Delhi. It's not ISI. ISI was run by Professor Mahanavis's Zamindari, and the Zamindar had Jagirdars, and Ramakrishna was one of the Jagirdars. No. Delhi University. I was interviewed. I went for an interview, and I was kept sitting for 2-3 hours. And I was
what are your memories of the interview?
Very pleasant, because I got the job.
But why it was on? Was M.S. Srinivas was the chair of that committee?
No, we carried on as the Vice Chancellor was the chair of the committee. And
he was also the director of the Institute of Economics.
Well, that was
founder, wasn't he?
That was earlier. He founded the Delhi School of Economics and designated himself as the director. It wasn't a statutory position at all. So once he became Vice Chancellor of Delhi University, he forgot all about the directorship of the Delhi School of Economics. So I was interviewed. I was kept waiting. I was the last person to be called. And I was very young and very green. And some of the others who were waiting for me had PhD degrees. One of them even had a book. And I thought, what chance do I have of getting? But I waited and I waited and I was called and I was interviewed. Fortunately for me, in retrospect, Dr. Rao, the Vice Chancellor, had gone out of the room. I think he'd gone to the washroom or something, and the interview was started by Srinivas. And Srinivas was a very good interviewer. He put you at your ease. And by the time Dr. Rao came in, I was already at my ease.
You were rolling.
I was already at, no, you wouldn't dare to roll in Dr. Rao's presence. You wouldn't dare to do that. So he asked me some questions, and he seemed satisfied. He had a very swift intelligence, Dr. Vikan. He had a very swift intelligence. Then after this had gone on for about 40 minutes, he shot a glance at Dr. Ganguly, who was the dean, and at Srinivas. Then he turned to me and said, "Now, young man, do you have any terms if we appoint you to this position? What are your terms?" I nearly fell off my chair. It was almost telling me that we are selecting you, but don't be unreasonable about the demands you make. So I said, I was honest with him. I said, "Sir, if I get this job, I won't have the heart to decline it no matter what terms you offer me." But to be fair, I think I deserve 2 increments because I'm coming from a different place and I'm living in this and I've already had some. He said, all right, young man, you'll get your 2 increments. I don't want young people to go around with long faces. You get your. So I was in my 7th heaven. I came back, and as I was walking out of the interview, Srinivas, Srinivas had this air of being very confused and very harassed. He said, "Don't go away, please wait, please wait." So the interview was over. He took me home. He was very nice and very gentle, and he told me that you've got the job, but keep it to yourself because the job has to be ratified by the Executive Council, but you better prepare yourself to come to Delhi. So then I made inquiries about where I should live, how I could. So I went back to Agra Hotel, and then from there I went back.
You must have been really, really delighted.
Oh, absolutely. I was in ecstasy. 4th April 1959, a memorable day.
So when you joined Delhi School of Economics, who were your other colleagues?
Well,
M.S. Srinivas apart.
Of course, M.S. Srinivas was the star, but we were
in the Department of Sociology.
Yes. Well, there were 3 of us who joined. Professor Srinivas was already there. He was the professor, and 3 lecturers: M.S. Rao, a young woman called Savitri Shahani, and myself. Now, M.S. Rao had been taken in as a lecturer on the understanding that he would be kept on a sort of probation. He was much senior to us, that if the department was satisfied, next year he would be made a reader, which he was made. So we were very pleased. I loved teaching, and I thought I was a better teacher than M.S. Rao. Have you been taught by M.S. Rao? So I thought I was a better teacher than M.S. Rao. And Savitri Shahani was an attractive young woman, but not particularly interested.
So
in
what were the
teaching.
courses that attracted you?
Attracted me. I taught the courses that I was told to teach.
Oh, you had no choice there.
No choice.
But what were the courses? They were told to teach, but which ones did you really enjoy?
No, I tell you what happened. I went back to Girirdi and I got a letter from Srinivas saying that, so a circumspect letter, that you may be expected to teach the course on political sociology. And he sent me the syllabus on political sociology. And then I got the formal letter of appointment. So I went back to Calcutta, and the Anthropological Survey of India had a very good library. And I looked at the list of books. Srinivas did not believe in having long reading lists. He believed in teaching a course through a few books which were thoroughly read and taught. I remember African Political Systems, which I had looked at, then Evans Pritchard's book on the Newer, which also I had looked at previously, then Political Systems of Highland Burma by Edmund Leach, and Max Weber, selections from Max Weber. I had already been introduced
Can
to
you imagine we read these books when we were in college, perhaps 10 years later?
Not 10, it must be 20 years later.
20 years? I don't think so.
Well,
I wish it were 20 years, but it's not.
well, but it was Surajit Sinha who had introduced me to the name of Max Weber. It was not very well known among anthropologists, whether in India or outside India. Surajit Sinha told me Max Weber is this. So, from Max Weber essays in sociology, I already borrowed it from Surajit Sinha. Surajit Sinha, he was a wild person. He spent a lot of time in America and came away with hundreds of books from the library, university library, which he had borrowed and never returned. I never read either. So I used to go and read those books. I used to borrow them from him and read them on my way.
So those books were about sociology, philosophy?
No, these were anthropology.
Anthropology.
Anthropology, sociology.
So your relationship with Surajit Sinha, I mean, there was this obviously very strong personal bond.
Yes.
But is there something else to it intellectually?
I think so. I think that Surajit Sinha was not, he had a very creative mind, but not a disciplined mind. I think where Srinivas scored over Sinha was that he also had a creative mind, but also a very disciplined mind. Srinivas had a disciplined mind. Surajita didn't have a disciplined mind. Dogged. Surajita was a real zamindar. He was a real zamindar from that point. You know, he came from a very old zamindar family. He was not the Shushong, he was the Raja of Shushong. Shushong was not a creation of the permanent settlement, it's an old zamindar.
But Nirmal Bose was also a very hard worker, a field worker.
He was a field worker, but
do you think he wasn't actually part of the mainstream discipline, or what was it?
He was not. He was not because he tried his hand at too many things. He was a very restless person, and his personal life was not altogether satisfactory. It's not altogether satisfactory. He's written about, we knew about all this. He never married, as you know. He's written about all this. He has a book in Bengali called Shatchollisher Diary, the diary of 1947. And I think for Nirmal Babu, the transformative experience in his life was his association with Mahatma Gandhi.
But why do you recall him with such affection?
Oh, he was great. I mean, he gave me access to all his books. He allowed me to visit him in his home. He came to my home. This is against the hierarchical character of those days. He came to my home. I would go to his because that was natural. But he would come to my house, knock at the door at 7 in the morning. He said, "Oh, Tumi, Utapur, have you woken up? I thought you might be asleep." And then he would come, talk, and there was a bit of a stir in our house when he came because my mother knew that he was Mahatma Gandhi's associate, and my mother was absolutely devoted to Mahatma Gandhi. And she was not a very my mother, there was something irrepressible about my mother. She would tell these stories in the face of people. And she had apparently gone to meet Mahatma Gandhi in Shodhpur, my mother, who adored Mahatma Gandhi. And Nirmal Babu was his gatekeeper and wouldn't let her pass. She said, "No, I have to." He said, "No, why do you?" "No, I have to talk to him." And then she tried to soften him up by saying, "Think of me as your sister." And then Nirmal Babu said, if you had met my sister, I would have broken your head. She would tell the story in his presence, and he was quite embarrassed.
You had mentioned that you were impressed with Professor N.K. Bose, and you admired him greatly. You had also translated his book, which is in Bengali, into English. Was this translation because you admired him, or because you thought that his book was really something worthwhile and needed a larger audience? I mean, it must be a mixture of both.
It is actually a mixture of both. He was a very impressive man. He was very charismatic. It's not as if my relationship with him was always a smooth or easy relationship, but it certainly was a formative relationship.
Were a few bumps in it?
Quite a few bumps in it. He was a masterful man. And at a certain point of time, I tired of his hectoring ways, and I would put up my back. And he had He had his angularities. He was a great follower of Mahatma Gandhi, which I was not, never was. You know, I acquired the usual prejudices of Calcutta intellectuals in the 40s and 50s.
Which way was that trend in the 40s and 50s?
That Marxism. Gandhi against Marxism. And people felt, I was never a Marxist, but I found it very difficult to subscribe to this adulation of Gandhi. And I had my mother's example at home. My mother was a great iconoclast, but when it came to Gandhi, she was absolutely
a devotee.
A devotee, absolutely. She had met him once.
To come back to Nirmal Bose, so you think it was this book itself is, do you think it's very important for sociologists and intellectuals in general?
I do think so. I do think so. Although it is written in a popular style, what it does, and I think it does this even more effectively than Dumont, although Dumont's work is hard scholarship, this isn't. What it does is to bring together anthropology, the example of ethnography, and Indology. That if you look at Indian society as it is today, the diversity of castes and communities, and if you look at the past, there is a match between the two. There is a match between the India that you get from the ethnographic literature and the India that you get from the Indological literature. And Bose does this quite nicely. And what he does, and what Dumont does not do, is that he also points out that this is breaking down. The changes are taking place which are different from the changes that had occurred in the past.
Just to, as you were talking about this, you write here, Bose always maintained that anthropology was a science and that he sought to study society and culture in the manner of a scientist.
Yes.
How did he achieve that?
Well, he believed that. You know, he was a geologist to begin with. And then he was a prehistoric archaeologist. He did some extremely important archaeological work. And his conception of anthropology was that it was a unified discipline: physical anthropology, prehistoric archaeology, social and cultural anthropology. And science as against subjectivism, that there's something objective about it. And you go out and observe the reality on the ground, you describe it and you analyze it. But what you are describing and analyzing it is something out there in the world. It's not your creation. No reflexivity, no postmodernism in all of that. I don't know how he would have reacted to postmodernism if he had been around. But he was very scornful of that kind of view.
What was his book called in Bengali?
Hindu Samajer Goron.
And this translation, did he ever see it?
He didn't live to see the whole of it, but I used to send him copies of every chapter after I finished translating it. And I got stuck at one point because there are long excerpts from poetry, from Vaishnava poetry, and I got stuck. But I took help from Topun Rajchowdhury, who was a master linguist, and he knew that period very well. And so Nirmal Babu was very satisfied. He said he was dying of cancer, and he knew that he was dying of cancer. And he was a very remarkable man, remarkable man.
So what was in this book that, because translating somebody's work is very arduous task?
It is, yes, but it is precisely this, that the record from ethnography and the record from Indology match each other. And Dumont said this. Of course, this was Dumont's main argument. But what he did not argue, and Nirmal Babu argued that very forcefully, that while this was true for 2,000 years, it's now breaking down. Because the changes that the British have introduced, and particularly the inroads that capitalism is making into Indian society, will no longer leave that thing intact.
You mean the unity between ethnography and...
Yes, this whole society of castes and communities is being shaken up by a different kind of social order.
Yeah, but it's interesting, but this point of view wasn't really expressed well enough till Srinivas came around, isn't it?
I don't know if Srinivas...
modernity...
Yes, but Srinivas had the right instincts, and Srinivas worked by instinct rather than by logical reasoning. Nirmal Babu was a great one for reasoning. In that sense, he was a positivist.
I see your point, because all said and done, there was still the traditional tug in much of Srinivas's work.
Srinivas was great, but I think that what was great about Srinivas was that he had his ear to the ground and his instincts were generally right about Indian society.
So what do you think is the most interesting part of this work?
The ethnography is interesting. He did a lot of fieldwork. And here I would like to contrast his way of doing fieldwork with Srinivas's way of doing fieldwork, because they are two people whom I knew very well. Srinivas did what I would call intensive fieldwork. This is the Oxford tradition. You go to a village or to a tribe, bury yourself there, study it from every angle. Nirmal Babu did not do that kind of intensive fieldwork. He did extensive fieldwork. He was doing fieldwork all the time. He was traveling around the country all the time. So his fieldwork lacked the kind of focus that you get in Srinivas's.
Maybe he had a thematic focus?
Yes, he had a large conception of Hindu civilization. He had a large conception of that. But it's not the same thing as a piece of inquiry which is based on intensive study. He was not very good at intensive study, let's be honest with you. Scholarship requires intensive study, whether you're a historian or an anthropologist or a physicist.
But you could be intensive in your extensive studies, couldn't you? If you would really pursue that point of
It
view.
sounds a bit paradoxical, really.
But you would intensively study a large area.
You can't do that. If you want to focus it, what you gain in focus, you lose to some extent in extension. There is a trade-off between that. But you can't have it both ways beyond a certain point.
Yeah. And what about your fieldwork?
I'm not a good field worker, and I was honest enough to admit it. I got small thanks for it. I did not enjoy field work. The established convention in anthropology, or among anthropologists, is to go to the field, and no matter how miserable you are,
just stick
it out, and come back and pretend that it was all lovely. It was all lovely. I didn't pretend that.
You like the mosquito bites,
and
crunching cockroaches.
Yes, I didn't pretend that.
Yeah, but you didn't begin with fieldwork right away. You spent some years in G school just teaching, isn't it?
Well, I didn't begin at the D school. I began at the ISM.
No, when you came to D school.
Yes, but this was right from the start in Srinivas's head, that I was the first member of the department, and he wanted me to be the first PhD from the Department of Sociology. So he was determined to send me out to do fieldwork. At first, he thought that I could do fieldwork in Karol Bagh, among the South Indians. His Oxford training had taught him this, that you must do fieldwork in a different community. Oxford anthropologists did not do fieldwork around Oxford. They went to Africa, or they went to Melanesia, or some other country.
Do you sympathize with this view?
I think it is good. I think it is good, provided you come back to it. There's no reason why you should confine yourself to only one piece of fieldwork. After all, life is long, and fieldwork is for 1 year or 2 years at the most. I think it's good.
You've written about that too, how important it is to come back.
Yes. Yes.
Reflect upon that
Yes.
field knowledge.
Yes. I gained a lot from that. I gained a lot in confidence from the sheer fact that I had endured it. I didn't run away from it. It was very tough. When you get into something which is very tough for you, where you are never very sure that you're going to see the end of it, and you always have thoughts that, my God, am I going to see the end of it, or will I just quit in the middle? And just to have survived it was wonderful. And I came away after having completed my fieldwork. I decided to spend a couple of days in Bangalore town looking at the library. They had a lovely library called the Saraswati Mala Library. And I came, and I was so happy, so pleased with myself. The first thing I did was to buy a packet of Gold Flake cigarettes, because I gave up smoking. I couldn't smoke in the Abraham. And as I started smoking, I ended up having a ringing headache. It was terrible. I hadn't smoked for a long period of time. So that was the end of my fieldwork. Then I came back to Delhi, and I did not make the mistake which many anthropologists, including M. N. Srinivas, made, of sleeping over my field material. I started writing from the word go. I came back at the end of June. July I settled into my teaching, and then August I started writing. Chapter 1 in August, Chapter 2 in September, Chapter 3 in October. I did it chapter by, I wrote 7 chapters. The book has six chapters, but I wrote 7 chapters. And I wrote them on the trot. And that was good because
So when you started, it was with teaching, and then how long did you just teach before you went for field work?
well, I started teaching in July 59. July 59. I went set off for field work in 61. In March 61. Did one spell of field work in 61, came back, continued my teaching, went back again for a longer spell of field work, which I completed in July 62, came back, and as I said, in July 62, I came back in July 62, went back to Fellows Court in Whitehall, where I live, and I started writing.
The choice of topic, which is caste, class and power, did that come out of your teaching, or was it something extraneous?
It certainly, my teaching influenced it because I was teaching Max Weber.
Yeah.
I was teaching Max Weber.
And was that the first time you were introduced to Max Weber? Or
no, the person who introduced me to Max Weber was not taught in courses in anthropology anywhere, not even in England.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't taught anywhere. And for that, I think I have a debt to Surijit Sinha. Surijit Sinha told me to read. Surijit Sinha had come back from Chicago with a large collection of books, most of which had been borrowed from the university library but never returned. I don't know whether he read all of them, but I read all of them. I used to go to him. So Max Weber, I thought was very good. And what is inspired about my thesis, if I may say so without appearing boastful, is that I combine two authors who are very, very different from each other. There's Evans Pritchard in Caste, Class and Power, the way in which I describe the social structure, enduring groups and their enduring relations. So there is a lot of Evans Pritchard. And I was teaching the Newer at that time. And I found the Newer a great book to teach. There's a lot of Evans Pritchard, and there's also Max Weber. And the Caste, Class and Power, in fact, this notion that power and status are different and they have to be differentiated, and it's not all class. This was my way of responding to the Marxists. Because I had my intellectual formation in the city of Calcutta, and it was dominated by Marxism. And I somehow felt that this excessive emphasis on class was mistaken.
This domination by Marxism in Calcutta, was this more at the student level or?
At every level. Student level, not in the anthropology department, but I had friends in the university postgraduate department of history. Shukumar was an important figure there. And there's a general aura of Marxism. Marx is right and Gandhi is wrong. That was the flavor.
So what was it in Marx that you found a little difficult to accept in totality, Marx? What were the features?
Well, it was the Marxists who annoyed me. It was the Marxists who annoyed me because they had an answer to every question. And I realized...
That's a good starting point. Yeah.
They had an answer for everything, and I found this very difficult to accept. And they were very cocksure, and they were very arrogant. And now they will deny it, but this included the two best minds among students of my generation, that is Amita and Shukumar. They both. For both of them, Marx has the answer. If you only look close enough, he has the answer. I hate that kind of certitude. I believe that knowledge should be open-ended, that nobody should have the answer. And that's what attracted me so much to Weber, because Weber doesn't suggest that he has all the answers, or that anybody has all the answers. You find them out.
So when you began your work on village fieldwork, were you consciously being Weberian, or did it just come to you?
No. I had to survive. All my effort was focused on survival in a village.
Why was it so difficult?
It's difficult. It's a different language, it's a different culture, it's a different kind of food, it's a different notion of privacy. When you go to the loo, my first thought was that you go to the loo, there are no closed bathrooms, you go to feed. And my first thought was, my God, suppose I have an attack of diarrhea in the middle of the night. What would I do? I'd have to open the door, get down, open the door, go to the backyard, and relieve myself. So these things occupied me very much during my fieldwork. And people don't talk about these things. They think that fieldwork is a lovely experience. Everybody loves you and you love it all. But this isn't true. This isn't true. Chris told me This is Chris Fuller, whom you know, he's an LSE anthropologist. Chris told me that, reading your stuff and talking to you was a great experience for me. Because you were the first anthropologist who was honest enough to tell me that fieldwork was tough and one doesn't succeed every time. And you see, the point is, it did come out well in the end for me. But I didn't know it until I had reached the end.
Yeah. So when you were in fieldwork at that time, did you meet with any kind of resistance?
Of course.
In the field, I mean.
Yes, I had to be very circumspect. But
This was in Tanjavur, is it?
This was in a village in Tanjavur, a village called, the actual name is Trilesthanam. And I call it Sripuram in the book, but it is now known as Trilesthanam because Chris has discovered that it is. Chris has written about this, and Chris Fuller has written a new introduction to Caste, and Power, in which it's a decent introduction, it's a good enough introduction.
Caste, and Power
was my PhD thesis, and the title was an inspired title. Because that was not the title I started with. My thesis title was, and Srinivas bullied me to having that as my thesis, A Study of a Multi-Caste Village in Tamil Nadu. A Study of a Multi-Caste Village in Tamil Nadu. He said, André, you can do whatever you want when you write your book, but this is a PhD thesis you are writing. This is a good title, it leaves everything open. A study of what?
So how did you get to Tanjavur? Why Tanjavur?
Well, Srinivas had been bitten by the Oxford bug, and it's a good bug to be bitten by. He felt that you should do fieldwork in a distant place, in a different place. He did not want me to go to Bengal to do my fieldwork.
Was there any connection in Tanjavur?
No. Tanjavur, because he had connections in Tanjavur. His father-in-law lived in Tanjavur, in the town, so that was my starting point. Number 8 Rajapanagar. Srinivas's father-in-law lived there. His man called Nagarasa Pandit, very, very kind to me, very nice. And their home was a refuge for me. I kept my money there. Every weekend I would come, on a Sunday I would come, have lunch with them, have a nice nap, take my money for my week's provisions in the village, and go back. So Tanjavur, because of Srinivas's, the connection through Srinivas, and then I made my own connections. Luck sometimes, always. You can expect luck to favor you sometimes. It can go against you sometimes, but it also favors you sometimes.
What are the interesting anecdotes you have out of your fieldwork? Something just stayed with you?
Well,
and also as kind of an academic
I was very circumspect about my fieldwork. If you live in an agrahara, your life is...
What's the agrahara?
It's where the Brahmins live. It's a Brahmin street of a village, of a multi-caste village. Not all villages have agraharas. There are some villages which have Brahmin streets. The whole street is, or used to be, kept apart for the Brahmins, and that's known as the agrahara. So I was allowed to stay in the agrahara. That itself took some time. And people went around. My mother is a Brahmin. They went around saying, he's a Brahmin, he looks like us. I do look more like a Brahmin than a non-Brahmin, I must tell you this. So once I had got into, I had a factotum called Varadan. Varadan was a Shiva Vaishnava Brahmin. Did nothing. He was a no good fellow, but he was a gossip. And one day I said to him, and I was fed up with him, he used to badger me for money, for this, for that. And one day I said to him, Varadan, next time when I come back, I will stay with the non-Brahmins, I'll say I'm a Kalla. Do you do it? Nobody will believe you, sir. You are not black like those fellows.
Good girl.
They don't even say dark. No, we had trouble getting this girl married, because she's black. My sister-in-law, she's so black, we had trouble getting her married.
So that you were living in Agra, and would that make it difficult to connect with non-Brahmins?
It made it quite difficult to connect with the Adi Ramdas, but I managed it. And there were misadventures. I managed it. I did go there.
What kind of misadventures?
I'll tell you. Carried a box camera with me, and I used to take pictures. And there is something called a yetram. A yetram is a device for pulling water out of a well. And it's a sort of lever. You go up and down. And I took a picture of the yetram, which was operated in the fields by two Palla boys, Aditya boys. And they asked me, they would see me going out when I was walking, they would ask me if they could get copies. I said, yes, I'm getting copies. And I did get copies, and then they walked straight into, they knew where I lived. I may not know where they lived, but they knew where I lived. They walked into the Agrahara and climbed straight up to my house, which was at the end of the road. And this came to be known. And my Mirasdar, my patron, who was a liberal Brahmin, told me, look, you must stop this. You know, there are sensitivities here. You are a guest with us, and this is fine. You don't know this, but you must stop these boys from they shouldn't enter the Agrahara. They didn't enter. They were not allowed to enter the Agrahara.
Mm-hmm. So that meant you had to go to them.
I had to go to them. Non-Brahmins might come to the Agrahara, but they came. Oh, this is a very strangely confined world. They came, of course, the non-Brahmins came to deliver the grain and the produce of the field. But how did they come? They would come, there was a standardized way in which the non-Brahmin would come to deliver the grain. I used to be quite tired in the afternoons. One afternoon I was very, very tired and I'd fallen asleep, and I heard someone shouting. It was a lazy afternoon. Swami! Swami is the title by which Brahmins are. And I wondered, who is this shouting out? This is someone who had come to the back door to deliver the grain to the Brahmin. He couldn't enter through the front, he couldn't enter through the Agrahara. He had to come to the back door and deliver the grain. So that is how it was. And at the same time, things were changing. And this change, the realization of this change came to me as a kind of shock, because the school, the village school, was located at the head of the Agrahara. And when
which all children, all castes.
This is it. When the school gave over, the children would rush out, and including some would go racing down the Agrahara. And then I realized that these children must include some Adirantas, because by then schooling had been made open to everybody. And I pointed this out to Dura Rajendra. He said, yes, well, what do we do? Things are changing.
By now you had already learned the language.
I can't say I mastered the language, but I did learn it, yes.
And how long did that take?
I took a course in Tamil, certificate course in Tamil before.
Okay.
But I learnt it on the job, so to say. But I was...
Probably the best way to learn it.
Yes. Yes, I learnt it on the job.
So was there any resentment amongst the Palla that you were in Agrahara, or that was...
No, it's the Brahmins who would be resentful of my...
Did they ask you to take a bath when you came back?
They didn't ask me to take a bath when I came back, because I didn't tell them where I was going. Going to the non-Brahmin streets is all right. They would go to look for their tenants or to look for linen or whatever it was. So I would, what caught me on the wrong foot. Now when you live in a village, I'm not Sridip, Sridip, I'm not Sridip. I needed a haircut. How do you have your hair cut? You call a barber, but you don't call him to the Agrahara. He has to come
to a neutral spot.
To a neutral spot, he cuts your hair, and then you pass through the Agrahara. And one of my friends, who was a liberal Brahmin, who was the son-in-law of the village, who had come to visit, he knew what I was doing. I was slinking past there. Hey, look, I tell all these Aigars, you are polluting the Agrahara. You just had your hair cut, you haven't had a bath as yet. So they could also take it with some humor. It's not as if it was rigid, but people also saw that things were changing, and that they saw the amusing side of it.
Yeah. So when you eventually started writing a book, putting things together, did a big picture emerge then, or was it already in the making?
No, I'd written out an outline of my thesis in several chapters. But when I started writing, I realized that outline was useless. It was useful only to the extent that it focused my mind on the job to be done. But the job as it was actually done was very different from the outline. So I knew that according to the established conventions of PhD theses in anthropology, there had to be a chapter on caste. So I wrote a chapter on caste. What I thought I was introducing by way of novelty was to have also a chapter on class. This is not what anthropologists studying villaging need. And in fact, I was severely criticized by one of my PhD examiners, David Pocock, who was an ASCII fellow. He criticized me for bringing in the concept of class in the study of an Indian village where it did not belong. And then he also criticized it when the book was published. But of course, I was proved right and David Pocock was proved completely wrong.
But why was he so opposed to the idea of class? Because
India is caste, it's not class. You're not in Britain, you're not in Germany. The basic categories of Indian society are the categories of caste. If you are trying to explain any major aspect of an Indian village in terms of class, you are introducing concepts and categories which do not belong to the system. They are foreign concepts and categories. This was David Pocock. This was Dumont's argument also.
Yeah.
And Dumont was very severe with me. Dumont was not Pocock. Dumont was he was very intelligent, very sharp, very well read, and also very dogmatic.
So they wanted to work with indigenous concepts, quote unquote.
Caste. If you want to study class, go to England, go to Germany, go to somewhere else. But in India,
how did you defend yourself?
I did it, and I was proved right. And so after I finished my book, and the book was reasonably well received.
The book was very well received.
It was reasonably well reviewed. But Kathleen Goff stood up for me. Kathleen Goff was a reviewer, a publisher's referee for my thesis. And she gave a glowing review. She said, this is absolutely outstanding. It is the best monograph. The only other monograph which stands next to it is Dumont's monograph on the Kallas. And she said, but this has the advantage over that, because the Kalla monograph is very reactionary. This is very progressive and forward-looking.
So at the end of the day, a Marxist stood for you.
No, Kathleen was a Marxist.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Yes, she stood up for me.
Yeah. So then, tell me, how did you react? I mean, you said that you eventually won against Pocock. But what were your intellectual statements that you made regarding?
I just kept on writing.
No. What was your argument against it? How do you justify your position of taking class on board?
By showing that the data reveal that inequalities based on ownership, control, and use of land are extremely important. And conflicts cannot be understood only in terms of the relations between castes and communities. If you are to understand conflict in rural India, you have to understand conflict in the relations based on ownership and non-ownership of land.
So you're saying basically that there are different nodes of conflict.
Yes, there are different dimensions. I would say there are different dimensions of stratification.
One would be caste-based.
One is caste. Caste is this is the mistake that I feel the Marxists made. They just dismissed caste. They just argued that caste is of no importance. This is superstructure. It's not base. Base is caste. I refuse to fall for that. I refuse to fall either for Srinivas, although Srinivas was very gentle with me, for whom class was an aberration. Bringing class into the study of India was not the right thing to do. But for the Marxists, bringing caste was a dilution of this very nice piece of work that I had done, written about class. Why didn't I stick to class? Why did I have to bring caste in? But I was not prepared to let go of either.
So you are defending on both fronts.
I felt that the really interesting thing is to find out not whether caste is more important or class is more important. The really interesting thing is to find out what is the relationship, what is the interface of it. This is a very simple thing once you state it. And once it becomes accepted and established, it's a very simple thing to do. The first man who saw the point of this, the first anthropologist, British anthropologist who saw the point of this, was Chris Fuller. Chris Fuller,
he must have been a very young man.
He was a very young man, and Chris Fuller was the editor of a house magazine in Cambridge called Cambridge Anthropology. This was a students' magazine, graduate students. And Chris wrote a glowing review of studies in agrarian social structure for this magazine. But it was not an easy thing to convince the anthropologists, particularly in Britain. Even Johnny was but Johnny took a long time. to see the point of this. Now in Bhilai, for him, it's all class.
Even Johnny Perry.
Yeah.
So after this book was written,
Dipankar, can I ask a question here? How important was, and it is, I'm asking this question because in that era, the studies that were taking place were dominated with the focus on caste, probably. So was it because it was intrinsically related to the notion of nation building, or it was seen as a problem which needs to be rectified and hence so much of emphasis on caste?
Nation building was very important. N.K. Bose never bought the idea of the supremacy of caste. N.K. Bose was a nationalist, and he said that caste may have been very important in the past, but India is becoming an independent nation, a republic, and you should pay attention to that. So that was important, but I think the Marxists were very important. The Marxists threw cold water on all studies which started and ended with caste. And they were right in throwing cold water, but then on the other hand, caste cannot be thrown out. It should be carried along with class. And this may sound like a truism, that one studies both caste and class and then interface. But it wasn't a truism at that time, because the battle lines were drawn between the functionalists who focused on caste and the Marxists who focused on class, and they wouldn't listen to the other side's argument.
So the question is about nation building. Those who thought that caste was the primary category, did they consider India, nationhood, all those aspirations as part of their thinking, or they were just looking at the aspect of caste and religion?
There were all sorts and kinds. I think there was a difference between anthropologists who came from abroad. I don't want to make too much of this distinction, and homegrown anthropologists. Homegrown anthropologists experienced the nationalist movement. It was all over the newspapers at that time. I mean, Nehru's speech and the Tryst with Destiny speech, that something new was opening up in India. And I've made this point, that Dumont insisted on the Indological approach on India at precisely the time when it was becoming obsolete. Precisely at that point of time.
But yet he has such a, vast influence on him.
I think he has a very powerful mind. He has a very powerful mind, but his undoing is his dogmatism. I would accept. I've learnt a lot from Dumont. By the way, I must say that I have learnt a very great deal from Dumont. But one learns from someone by disagreeing with that person rather than by agreeing with him. So I've learnt more from my disagreements with Dumont. Dumont has tested my own ideas. I've used Dumont to test my own ideas, and I found that Dumont was very powerful, but he was very dogmatic. This is a problem with Dumont. He was very, very self-assured in his view of Indian society. And that is the big difference between Srinivas and Dumont. Srinivas always operated with a more or less open mind. You might find that it is all very fuzzy, but I think there is an advantage to having an open mind.
But what were your analytical differences on equality, individualism, and things like that?
Yes.
Were those the
Yes.
areas in which you differed from Dumont?
Yes, indeed.
And what way were the difference expressed?
Well, as you know, Dumont wrote two books, one called Homo Hierarchicus, which is on caste, and the other called Homo Equalis. And my argument was that
Which was on Europe.
On Europe. My argument is that there are elements of hierarchy in Europe, in modern society, and there are elements of equality in India. And that you must keep an open mind. Maybe the mix is different. Maybe that the general idiom of discourse in traditional Indian society was a hierarchical idiom. That may be true, but nevertheless, there were openings for equality in various ways, and this, N.K. Bose had pointed this out. There was a succession of reform movements, social reform movements. He specialized in the reform movement of Chaitanya, who wanted to throw caste and all these things out completely and to bring in a new social order in which human beings would meet each other on equal terms as individuals.
But then, wasn't there a bit of a contradiction somewhere with Dumont when I think you brought it out that individualism doesn't always mean equality?
Of course, yes, certainly. There are two kinds of individualism. Capitalism is based on individualism, and capitalism is not the epitome of equality. Capitalism encourages inequality provided it is within the framework of a universal legal system. Capitalism is not opposed to equality. Many people, Hayek for instance, has written that you should not try to impose equality artificially. If the market produces inequality, then that is it. You have to accept it and you have to go along with it. Now, you may or may not agree with it. You may want better regulation of the market, and Hayek would not dispute that. But he would say that, look, this obsession with fixing the system through equality is barking up the wrong tree.
And you felt that Dumont didn't see this distinction clearly?
Dumont was very dogmatic. He was very intelligent, but once he made up his mind, he would not shift.
So homo equalis in Europe meant equality as well as individualism.
And he was furious with me. I was furious because I wrote about this. I wrote about individualism and equality. I wrote about it and I said that, look, there's something.
He responded to it as well, didn't he?
He did, but it was a very feeble response. And by common consent, I had won that round of the boxing match. You see, I said that what kind of... It was, you may call it hitting below the belt. You write a book in French and you bring out an English translation. And they're both published simultaneously. It's in 1977. It's not as if you have had time to reconsider. And in French you call that book Homo Equalis, but in English the same book published in the same year is called From Mandal to Marx. Why? Why don't you call it Homo Equalis in English? Because you know that individualism does not equate with equality, because individualism can lead to, of course, there is a side of individualism which knocks down the barriers of caste and inherited inequality, but it also generates inequalities of its own.
Yeah.
I've written about this as well, I wrote a piece called Hierarchical Inequality and Competitive Inequality. Our society was based on hierarchical inequality, as was European society in the Middle Ages. The rich man in his castle, the poor man at his gate, God made them high and lowly and ordered their estate. This is Europe, this is not India. But India carried it much further. But this is hierarchical. But so you replace a hierarchical system by a competitive system, an open. But does that not generate inequalities of its own kind? Dumont was blind to the inequalities generated by the competitive market, by capitalism. Because he thought capitalism, this is all sloganeering. As did Srinivas, or his capitalism, or his feudalism, capitalism. But capitalism is a system. I mean, after all systems have their constraints and compulsions. And capitalism generated its own inequalities, as it does to this very day.
But Marxists came along with you from Calcutta to Delhi School.
But what were the battlegrounds of these wars or battles? Were you only debating with each other on published papers or on public forums or interpersonally as well in through conversations?
Mainly interpersonally. You know, my education first was in Calcutta, and not just in the anthropology department, which was rather a dull place, but I had friends in the economics department, postgraduate department, and in the history department. And there I met people who were not only my match, but more than my match, like Shobhana Chaudhary, Binoy Chaudhary in history, and these people. So I would discuss and debate with them, and my one point of contention was that there is no sense in being besotted by Marx. There are lots of things that Marx wrote which are wrong, and you have to admire, I mean, you might admire Marx, but you don't have to worship him. You have to examine him critically, and this was not acceptable to the Marxists. This was not acceptable to the Marxists. They would say that, you know, there is, you can't be a Marxist fundamentalist. And they would say that that's a contradiction in terms. How can you be a Marxist and a fundamentalist? You can be a capitalist fundamentalist, but not a Marxist fundamentalist.
Can you be a Weberian fundamentalist?
I don't think so, because Weber is open-ended and Weber is very untidy and very messy. That's the problem with Weber, not that he is dogmatic.
But can you pick up parts of Weber and, for example, his study of Hindu society?
Oh yes, I mean he didn't know Indian society very well, so he made many mistakes in his characterization of Indian society and in his characterization of caste. He made many mistakes. So but there is no Weberism as there is Marxism. You have to be. Marxism has its parallel only in one other discipline, and that is psychoanalysis. Freud. If you renounce Freud, then you cannot be a psychoanalyst. So if you renounce Marx, then you cannot be a Marxist.
QED. So then after your fieldwork, that was
62
landmark publication, Caste, Class and Power. I think one of the first publications in sociology, Indian sociology, which received worldwide acclaim almost instantly. What do you contribute? What do you think contributed to that? I know this is the scholarship part.
Well, I wanted to move on from that. I wanted to move on from that. I thought that I found a nice framework for dealing with class without subordinating everything to class analysis. I thought I found a nice framework. But it was just at the level of a village study. So what do? I moved beyond the village to a larger territorial arena. So I wrote a series of papers on caste, caste and politics, caste and status, but focusing on caste in a larger arena, which was later published as a book called Castes Old and New. Then, having done that, I decided that I should now turn to class. And I spent a couple of years, more than a couple of years, studying the agrarian class structure. And there was an accident of circumstance which helped me to do this. I was awarded the Nehru Fellowships, the Nehru Fellowship. The first batch of Nehru Fellows in 1968. So I got 2 years. And I decided to take the plunge. And I decided to work on agrarian social structure. And the outcome of that is a book called Studies in Agrarian Social Structure. And then I moved on to other things. First, I did my duty by caste by writing a book, Caste Old and New. Then I did my duty by class by writing a book on Studies in Agrarian Social Structure. And then I moved on to other things.
You've done your
as far as caste and class were concerned. And then I got interested, as you know, in institutions.
Yeah, but even the notion of equalities or inequalities stayed with you for a very long time. It's still
yes, I think it's very fundamental. But caste is inequality.
No, but I mean, since then you've written extensively on inequality and equality and cognitive difference between the two. And then you moved on to areas of political intervention as well, policies.
Well, yes, but this equality and inequality is important. I think I should stay with it a little longer before I move on to other things. Because what I decided to do, I did a general book on inequality. I did a general book on inequality called Inequality Among Men, which was published by Blackwood's. And then I decided to do a collection of studies on inequality, examining it from the point of view of various disciplines. So I got together a team. I got an economist, Suresh Tendulkar, a lawyer, B. Shivramaya, a political scientist, Moranjan Mohanty, education, Malvika Kaldekar, and there were 6 or 7 essays, equality and inequality. I worked hard at these, They were published by Oxford University Press as a book called Equality and Inequality.
Yeah.
And
the inequality among men, the one that you wrote.
Yes.
Do you think if you were to rewrite it again, would there be any additions to it, any qualifications?
No, I don't think that I would rewrite that. I mean, it's an open-ended book. Of course, it can be improved. I'm not saying that it can't be improved, but I don't think. I moved on to something else and to examine how inequalities are inherent in the structure of institutions. How do institutions work? All this rhetoric about universities. Universities should be freed from inequality, from hierarchy. They should be liberated from all constraints. I found this to be a profoundly unsociological position. To adopt that universities should be free places, they should be liberated from all constraints, including all the constraints. So I wrote a series of papers on the universities, and they were published as a book called Universities at the Crossroads. And that is what focused my attention on the university as an institution. That a university is not simply I wrote 2 papers, one called Universities as Centers of Learning, and the other called Universities as Institutions. And I thought that was very important. what goes on in these.
So can you break it down for us? I mean, why do you think institutions have an inbuilt inequality in them?
I think that institutions, in order to sustain themselves, must have a certain distribution of power. They must have a certain organization. And I am much impressed by, I think Robert Michels once said, who says organization says oligarchy.
Iron law of oligarchy.
Iron law of oligarchy. That, and I believe, well, not that you can't do anything, not that you can't soften it, not that you cannot moderate it, not that you cannot build countervailing forces against it, but who says organization says oligarchy. You can't have an organization. And I have criticized many people. Sen wrote a book on inequality. He wrote 2 books on inequality. One on economic inequality and the other, there's another book on inequality which I found not very satisfactory. I reviewed that second book. I find it not very satisfactory.
Why?
Because I don't think he faces the problem of the inequalities that are inherent in any kind of organization.
That would be more like Dunndorf, wouldn't it?
Well, it would be like Weber. It would be like Pareto. The real inspiration for this is Pareto. Although Pareto, for other reasons, is not is not a great favorite among sociologists. Yes, I think it would be Pareto and the elite theorists. You can't have a Mosca, Pareto, Mosca. The Italians saw the sense of this, and the Italians also provided the breeding ground for fascism, which was a precursor to Nazism. But that's a different story. But you cannot have an organization. You cannot have a music, for instance. Can you have a symphony orchestra without a conductor? And the conductor is often a tyrant. He is absolutely a tyrant. Great conductors are despots. But they are great conductors. Herbert von Karajan was a tyrant.
But there's a difference, isn't there, between an institutional role and the personalization of it?
Well, yes, there is a difference. I mean, yes, but that difference is very difficult to sustain. You know, in fact, once you have appropriated the institution and made your life a part of the life of the institution, then it becomes very difficult to separate one from the other.
But in contemporary times, we see greater demonstration of this dichotomy, because there are people who are often shamed in office.
Yeah.
You know, and pushed out or.
Yeah. But that happened in the past as well. This is not all that. But then what happens? How do you fill the gap which is created?
So it has to be compensated for.
No, you have to have it. I don't see how a symphony orchestra, you can't say that symphony of Sir Thomas Beech, Herbert von Karajan was a great despot, therefore we won't have a conductor. We'll have a symphony orchestra, but we take turns to conduct it among ourselves. You can't do it like that. You can't run a symphony orchestra in that way. So you can't run a university in that way. That is why our universities are in such bad shape, because they do not want to face up to the demands of hierarchy. Hierarchy does not necessarily mean oppression. And this is something that I learned from Dumont, by the way. That hierarchy does not necessarily mean oppression. It means a willing acceptance.
Acquiesce to.
Yes, a willing acceptance of the realities of life.
But this willing acceptance, how do you think it comes through culture, through tradition, or through law?
Both. Just by law and custom. I think custom is very important.
But sometimes custom is against law, isn't it?
That's right. That's right. So you change the custom or you change the law.
When the modern setup, when you've written about the conditions for institutional well-being.
Yes.
And this well-being is derived primarily from the modern ideas of constitutional law, isn't it?
Yes, yes. But equality before the law does not mean equality after the law. Equality of opportunity does not mean equality of outcome. What's the sense in having equality of opportunity if the outcome is already fixed? That it must come out such that everybody is equal.
Yeah. Now I want to just press on this a little longer, because there's a lot of misunderstanding on this issue. When we talk of institutional roles, then they're institutional roles, they're not personalized roles. Do you remember the Parsonian distinction? So within the pattern variables, which I always found very interesting. Do you think that it is this separation of the individual from the official position that is important in institutional?
That's absolutely important. Institutions are different from individuals, but you cannot altogether prohibit individuals who have associated themselves intimately with an institution over a long period of time from wanting to appropriate that institution.
So that's a human failure. Are there correctives to that built into institutions? Do institutions have such correctives in place?
Up to a point. But individuals are also very ingenious. You may say that we will not allow any director to take charge of the institution, but there may be one director who is very powerful, and he says, "Look, what are you arguing against? I'm just doing it for everybody's well-being." See, that is a basic. It's not always such an easy argument to answer. I'm doing it for everybody's well-being, and you just want to upset the apple cart, and what will be the result?
Yes, but this other aspect of it, I think one thing that's important in our context particularly, the personal institution of self and collective orientation.
Yes.
You do have an institutional position.
Yes.
So sometimes use that in other realms as well.
Of course, and you can't stop it altogether, but you must restrain it. You must have checks and balances.
Yes.
Certainly you must have checks and balances. You cannot stop powerful individuals from encroaching into areas over which they have no jurisdiction.
Yes.
Jurisdictions must be clearly defined, but as you realize, jurisdictions are ultimately defined and protected by individuals. And the individual might like to extend the jurisdiction that has been allotted to him, and then you have to be careful to bring it back to within his own jurisdiction. But this is a constant tussle.
I think that is where a kind of culture comes in, doesn't it? That it is not acceptable to people when you overstep your jurisdiction.
But it is accepted. It is both acceptable and unacceptable. Look at what is happening in India. Do you think that the Nehru Gandhi family, that Sonia Gandhi and her son, would have got where they have got without the acquiescence of the people? I mean, this notion that the people are all good and there are some crooks at the top who are spoiling everything is wrong. Acquiescence is very important.
So why is this kind of acquiescence not there in other countries? In some other countries, not all, in some other countries.
Well, I don't know whether it's totally absent. No, you think this is a country in which...
So there is the cultural element involved.
Yes, there is a certain... Yeah, and the historical element. I mean, I'm a social anthropologist, I must tell you this very honestly, that I have a prejudice against the category of culture. I prefer to operate with the category of society or social structure. But that's not a substantive point. But I think the important point is the distinction between individuals and institutions. One must make that distinction. Whether you define institutions in social terms or in cultural terms, they are different from the individual. But after all, what is the individual? The individual is also culturally defined, isn't he?
Caste has been a very important subject for sociologists. You mentioned last time how you wanted to integrate caste and class because caste was getting an overdue emphasis. In that context, do you think that our study of caste for the past 2 or 3 decades has undergone a transformation from the way it used to be earlier?
Yes, I think but 2 or 3 decades is too short a period of time. I think the transformation came about gradually over a longer period of time. And the move was away from the concern with the ritual aspects of caste, purity, pollution, caste, ranking, to the political aspects of caste. Caste as the basis of a new kind of identity politics. That has become much more prominent than caste as a basis of social ranking based on purity and pollution, the opposition of purity and pollution.
To what extent that this emphasis on politics, shall we say, modify the earlier emphasis on ritual ranking?
It does qualify it. It does qualify it because if you look at caste, you will find that there are some aspects of caste which are clearly in decline. Then why do people say that caste is still very important? If these aspects of caste are clearly in decline, let me list the aspects of caste that are in decline. The general preoccupation with purity and pollution, who serves food to who serves pakka food, kacha food, water, and so on, all of that is now in decline. So the ritual aspect of caste is in decline. Caste and occupation, the association between caste and occupation, which was never very rigid even in the past, has been progressively weakening. Even the association between caste and marriage, even though it still holds very strong, it's no longer what it was in the past, because you can have an intercaste marriage and get away with it, whereas in the past there were sanctions against intercaste marriage. So those things have weakened, and yet people say that caste is still going strong. What is it, or even growing stronger? What is it that enables them to say this? I think one aspect of caste, which was unanticipated, has become stronger than before, and that is the involvement of caste in identity politics.
To what extent do you think that some of these changes have happened on account of urbanization?
Yes, they have happened partly on account of urbanization, but they're also very strong in the rural areas. I think that redistribution of land as a result of land reform did not lead to the decay of caste. It still left caste very much intact. But one must understand that in 1957, the Indian Science Congress, Srinivas was the sectional president for archaeology and anthropology. And he puzzled and perplexed many people by saying democratic politics is giving a new lease of life to caste. I think this was a very radical statement to have made in those. That it's democratic politics. Because after all, we had associated democracy with equality and liberty. And caste has been associated with inequality and hierarchy. So what was the point in saying that democratic politics is giving a new lease? It was a provocative statement, and it was a very insightful statement. I remember we talked about it in the staff lounge of the Delhi School of Economics, and the economists were all scornful of this kind of approach. K.N. Raj, Amartya Sen, Sukumar Chakravarti, that these people only look back. India is on the move. India is developing. We must increase our rate of development and growth, and caste has no place in that. But Srinivas was right, and these people were wrong, I think. With the advantage of hindsight, I think we can say that.
But Srinivas' position on caste getting reinvigorated with democratic politics also requires one to appreciate that caste is being reborn, a new avatar.
Yes, that is true. But I don't think that one should accept that as a blanket statement, that caste is becoming stronger. It is not becoming stronger in every field. It is becoming weaker in several fields. As I said, the association between caste and occupation is no longer what it was. Today you can get away with intercaste marriage much more easily than you could in the past. There are many more examples of intercaste marriage, or at least marriage between adjacent subcastes of the same caste than would have been tolerated 50 years or 100 years ago. So these aspects of caste are in fact nobody would say that the regulation of marriage by caste rules is becoming stronger. They may say you shouldn't exaggerate the weakening of these regulations, and that one can argue about, but it's not getting stronger. You cannot say that the association between caste and occupation is getting stronger. You can at best say that, well, it's still quite strong. But there's one aspect of caste which you might arguably say is getting stronger, and that is the association of caste and politics, identity politics.
So that's the new avatar then?
In a way, yes.
Politicization of caste in this fashion.
Yes.
When you were doing your fieldwork in Tanjore, did you see any beginnings of this in those days?
Well, I went to Tanjore with the same view of caste that progressive intellectuals in Calcutta and then the Delhi School of Economics had. This is the thing of the past. It's not a thing of the future. I went to Tanjore with that. But Tanjore chastened me. Tanjore made me realize that the Brahmins in particular were very much concerned with caste. They didn't want caste to be reinforced because they felt that they were already at the receiving end of the backward classes movement. So they would run down the statements about caste becoming stronger, and they would say, who is making it stronger? It's these non-Brahmins who are making it stronger. We were the guardians of the orthodoxy of the caste system. We have given it up, but it has been taken over. It has been appropriated by other people who want to make it strong.
And did you see any evidence of that?
Yes.
What
Yes.
kind of evidence?
I think the elections, the 1962 elections were held when I was doing fieldwork. I could see that electoral propaganda, electoral canvassing made use of caste, and the Brahmins felt very much on the defensive. That was the test, that this is a society from which caste has not gone away, because the Brahmins feel very much on the defensive. And they would say, you know, it's very melodramatic, and they would say to me, Sir, we are the Jews of South India. We are the persecuted people now. So I think this was very much India, as it was not in Calcutta in those days.
Is that also because they felt they had fallen from pedestal?
Yes, of course.
The good old times are gone?
Yes, of course. I mean, they felt that they were unjustly deprived of what was their due. They felt that. People who are deprived of their privileged positions always believe that they're being unjustly deprived.
Case of old caste fighting new castes?
Well, you know,
Old, shall we say, dominant caste fighting
yes, that is
ascendant castes.
that is. As you know, I wrote a book which carries the title Castes Old and New. And that title was taken from a BBC Third Programme talk which I gave with that title, Castes Old and New. No, I had a somewhat different thing in mind, because I felt that considerations of status were very, very strong in India, including the India of the professional classes. If you look at the civil service, if you look at the manner in which housing is allotted in the civil service, these things struck me very much in those days. So that was the point that I wanted to make, that it is not just the role of caste in democratic politics, but the preoccupation, not to say the obsession with status, which is very much a phenomenon of contemporary India middle class life, perhaps has its roots in the obsession with status of the caste system.
Yes, but this status is more urban and
Yeah, it's based on
market-oriented.
it's based on occupation, education, and income, not on ritual criteria. Although you know, don't disregard ritual criteria, or ritual criteria, ritual within quotes. Who eats with whom?
But isn't it true also, and this you would be able to tell best because you've seen this in the early stages, that a new kind of elite caste formation is taking place?
Yeah,
Or should we say there's a competition between...
the new elites are coming up. New elites are coming up. Caste is a very important component of the new elites that are coming up. That is how I would put it. But new elites are not based only on caste. This is something that I would like to make very clear, that caste is important, but it's not the only important thing.
but
Income, occupation, education, property, these are also very important.
Yeah, but they were important even in the past. I mean, if you don't have land,
Education
you
and
don't have power,
occupation,
you
no.
don't have education, then
No, education and occupation become more important with the emergence of the middle classes, the professions, the new occupational structure, the new educational system. But people do say that there was a middle class even 500 years ago. I don't accept that.
To take you back to the new castes that were gaining in prominence and dominance, do you think that they were also exhibiting some kind of elitism?
Of course.
And what were those?
I mean, they were divided between the ones who were able to send their children to the IITs on the basis of quotas, and those who were not, those who were sharecroppers, agricultural laborers, landless laborers. This becomes internally differentiated in terms of income, occupation, education. And this shows in the marriage market. There was a time when I used to read the matrimonial advertisements in the newspapers. They would write caste no bar. That was the standard thing, caste no bar. But they would always indicate their own caste. And they might say that this is because the other party must know that we are Brahmins, or we are Nadars, or we are Pareachis or whatever it is, they must know this, but we don't care if the other party, whatever the caste of the other party may be.
So now that you look back at the whole thing and the backward classes movement, what is your impression of democracy today?
Well, democracy has reinforced identity politics in some ways, but democracy...
Was this inevitable?
With the advantage of hindsight, I can say yes. But Srinivas, without the advantage of hindsight, would argue that yes, this was bound to happen. I kept an open mind on this. I thought that Srinivas harped too much on the resilience of caste. The caste is resilient, I agree, but I think that new things are also coming up. So that was my disagreement with Srinivas. It was not a basic and fundamental disagreement, because I thought that class was very important. Srinivas would not assign to class the importance that I gave to it.
But if you were to say that caste is getting a second lease of life, then he must at some point integrate the class elements, isn't it?
Yes, yes, but he would define the middle class in terms of caste, that these are so many upper castes and they have captured the middle class.
But the politics at the time showed a different caste configuration.
They did indeed, but Srinivas didn't make the analytical distinction between caste and class in the same way in which I did. Srinivas, for him, they were all important and they were all jumbled together, and caste was the predominant factor. And that, I think, is what I tried to do in my monograph on Sripuram, the village in Tanjore district. I first described the caste, the division of the population into Brahmins, non-Brahmins, Adi Dravidas, as if nothing else existed. I first described that. Then I moved on to the division of the same population in terms of landowners, tenants, landless laborers. And then I tried to see what was the relationship between the two, and was that relationship changing? Of course it was changing.
In your time, the DMK was coming up.
It was coming up.
And you've written about it.
Yes.
So the DMK and this quote-unquote backward castes and the scheduled castes, what was the relationship?
Well, the DMK, like all political parties or popular political parties, tried to mobilize support from as wide a base as possible. But the caste system is a hierarchical system. It's a graded system. You can't mobilize support equally from all castes. There are divisions.
How does the graded system stand up to competition? Remember, Leach had said that caste and competition don't go together.
But they have gone. Leach has been proved wrong. But how has this happened? It's very difficult to explain, but it has happened. Leach has proved wrong. Has been proved wrong. I think the middle class has tried to, and to some extent succeeded in eating its cake and having it too. It has used caste in order to send its children to the IITs. It's used caste, and it's also used caste to keep other people out. Like this, people want to eat their cake and have it too. And the middle class is much better at doing this than the other social classes. It's not that the other social classes are morally on a higher level than the middle class, but the middle class is very astute in doing this kind of thing.
But then why is it that DMK was able to mobilize such a broad-based support structure? Because if it was only about the middle class.
It's not only about the middle class, but the leaders of the DMK were all middle class people, and they were looking after their own interests primarily, but they were also looking after the interests of others.
How did they manage to do that?
But this is true of politics everywhere. Do you think the Labour Party, which is officially the party of the industrial working class, didn't look after the middle classes? All its leaders were from the middle class. This is particularly true of all caste movements, that the leadership came from the middle classes. And they promised to take everybody along. They said, you give us what we are doing will benefit all members of this caste. And to some extent it may have done
and
so.
Members of other castes.
And members of other castes. But this is
But they have to have an enemy, isn't it?
Yeah, the enemy is the United States, the enemy is the capitalist class.
No,
the
in this case.
The capitalist class.
In this case.
Yes, the enemy is the capitalist class. The North Indians are the enemies. And it's the North Indian capital which is dominating the South, and we must get rid of the Marwadis. The DMK was very good at inventing catchy slogans. And one of the catchy slogans was, Vadaku Valar Hiradu Tei Hiradu. The north is waxing, growing, and the south is waning, it's declining. But that was the rhetoric. We have to protect ourselves.
And were the Brahmins seen as agents of the north?
Yes, yes. But the Brahmins joined them in saying that, look here, but the Brahmins were the agents of the north. Yes, they are North Indians.
So the rituals of the Brahmins would be opposed by the non-Brahmins, wouldn't they? Or is there some distinction to be made?
Yeah, but they were their priests. Who would perform those? Who would conduct those rituals? Again, there was a gradation among Brahmins who officiated at temple priests were ranked lower than household priests, and household priests were ranked lower than what are called the Vedic Brahmins, who officiated at marriages and Upanayan only of other Brahmins, only of their own community.
But here we have a section about the population which is becoming more and more dominant, which is becoming economically stronger.
Yes.
Would they allow this kind of gradation to actually...
It's not a section of the population, it's many different sections of the population, a huge swathe of the population, yes. They would denounce something and then do what they felt needed to be done.
So they accepted the hierarchy but with themselves at the top.
That's right. They accepted the hierarchy, but it is said that there is really no hierarchy. We are the champions of the people who are being oppressed. The thing is not so much between the ritually superior and the ritually inferior, but between the oppressors and the oppressed. And you can put yourself in the rank of the oppressed.
How do you make peace with the scheduled castes?
Well,
it's the history of antagonism.
There is, of course, there is. But they did their best to carry the scheduled castes along with them, and did not. You know, the DMK was very conscious. The DMK was preceded by the Dravida Karagam. That was Ramaswamy Naicker. Of course, they did not find places for the scheduled castes in their own leadership to the same extent. But there's tokenism, and they said, well, we take. Our leaders come from all castes, but if you examine the roster of their leadership, you will find that they are upper caste, middle class.
Did you see any example of backward caste and scheduled caste confrontation at the time you were there?
At the ground level, very much so. At the ground level, very much so. But at the national level, at the state level, it got softened. At the ground level, very much so.
What
Because,
kind of,
the dominant landowning castes were castes of the middle order, but lower middle order, such as the Kallas, for instance, such as the Padayachis, for instance. Well, the biggest fights were between the Padayachis and the Parayas. The Padayachis are a low non-Brahmin caste. Those were the biggest fights between and they were extremely hostile to the attempts at upward mobility made by the Pallas and the Parayas. And there were riots. There was a man called Emmanuel he was murdered. There was the famous Emmanuel murder case, which in fact gets into Hutton's census report of 1931 and 1940. And he was murdered. Emmanuel was a Dalit. There was a Christian, Dalit Christian. Then there was a division between Christian Dalits and non-Christian Dalits.
And that division was based on any economic criteria?
Well, it was presented in economic terms, but if you went into a village, and you wouldn't notice all this, For instance, in the village where I did my fieldwork in Telesanam, it took me some time to settle into the village before I could enter the Pallacheri, the Palla quarters. But I did finally enter the Palla quarters. And the Brahmins did not want to accompany me because they would be polluted, but they sent a non-Brahmin, one of their servants or tenants, to take me there. And there was consternation in the Pallacheri at my visit. Because, there's a superstition, I call it a superstition, that the Pallacheri is it's inauspicious. And they have to break their pots and pans, which they did not do. And then I went there, I took a tour of that, and I found that there was a chapel there in the Pallacheri. And that chapel was for use by a small section of the Dalits known as the Parayas, who were even lower than the Pallas. So there were Christians. The Parayas were Christians. What kind of Christianity they practiced, I don't know. So I came back and I told my Brahmin Mirasdar, Duraraj, there is a chapel in the Pallacheri, and he looked, it's there, oh really, he's there. He'd never been inside it.
Yeah, that can happen quite often, because their lives are so segregated.
They're very segregated.
So when you wrote about the backward class movement, what were the issues that you thought were worthy of being recognized?
You see, I was greatly influenced by the intellectual atmosphere of Calcutta, which was dominated by the left. And I felt that I should not allow this domination to undermine my confidence in my own work. So I really looked out for evidence of other bases of inequality and conflict than class. I took it for granted that the distribution of wealth and income, the ownership, control and use of land would be a very important factor. But I was not prepared to accept that this was the only important factor, because Srinivas was at the back of my mind. And I felt that what Srinivas was saying also had a very strong reasoning behind it. So I looked for both. I looked for inequalities and I looked for both caste and class when I was examining inequality. Now today it is a truism to do, but it wasn't at that time.
Yeah, but in that major lecture on the backward classes, what were the factors that led you to first accept it and then produce it?
Backward classes?
Yeah.
Well, it's this, that I thought, and now when I go back to it, that it gave me a point to argue both against Srinivas and against the Marxists. I argued against Srinivas by pointing out that caste was not the only thing.
Yes.
And I argued against the Marxists by pointing out that class was not the only thing. That was really, and that was a whole-time job, you know, it's very difficult.
How do you see the backward class movement in terms of the democratic functioning of the Indian state?
Oh, I think it was very important because it expanded the scope of electoral politics. You know, people took more active part. It brought democracy to the doorsteps of the villagers and of the backward. So it was very, very important.
So the villagers could use caste as the entry point.
As their entry point, and then they got stuck at the entry point. Many of them, most of them got stuck at that entry point.
Why is that? Is it logical or is it just empirical?
I think it's empirical, but there is a logical foundation to it. Identity politics is very, very important. It's either religion or caste. You might ask yourself, why is the division between Hindus? Why is it? All liberals believed in 1947 that the country has been partitioned. No more communal politics. They all believed it. Nehru believed it. I think he believed it sincerely. But many people believed it. But it turned out to be not the case. So communal politics and caste politics, to me, they're not identical, but they belong to the same family.
So what good does it do to democracy? I mean, democracy did, of course, make it possible for them to enter the arena.
Yes.
But in terms of democratic institutions, how good is it that caste should play such an important role?
Well, it is important for these institutions, because what kind of a democracy can you have in India or in any country which is completely out of tune with the social order? You know, I think the problem with the Westminster model, and this is a point I've made many times, Dipankar, the problem with and we were all sold on the Westminster model, and I would like to repeat this, that at the time of independence, when the Constitution was formed, both Mr. Nehru and Dr. Ambedkar believed in the Westminster model. This is the proper model of democracy. But we don't any longer. We take it much more skeptically today. And what has led to that? I think what has led to that is that even the Aam Aadmi Party, these social movements that have come up, which question the progress or the advance of democracy through the competition between political parties, that's not the only path to the advance of democracy. Democracy can also advance, should advance, through social movements. But this is going back to Gandhi. This was Gandhi's belief. Gandhi didn't believe.
So how do you distinguish between social movements and political parties? Let's say a political party is heading a social movement.
Well, a political party has a definite structure, it has a definite organization, it has an office. I can take you to the office of the Congress Party or the CPI. So it is boundaries, it is fixed, whereas the social movement is much more fluid, and that in that sense, A social movement you call a rally at the Jantar Mantar. What is this man who preceded Arvind Kejriwal? Anna Hazare. God. But anybody walks in there and walks out. It doesn't mean so. It's much more fluid. It has boundaries which are much more fluid.
Do you think this is contrary to the Westminster model?
Yes, it is. Parties must have clear boundaries. If we assign great importance to political parties in the Westminster model, and I think that the Westminster model, in fact, in that sense, works best in the United States, which is a real two-party system. Westminster model works best in a two-party system. There's government, there's the party of government, and then there's the party of opposition. Today, the Tories are in office, but 2 years hence, the socialists will be in office. This alternation is it's marked by clear boundaries between different political parties. You don't have boundaries between factions in the same way. And the advance of democracy in India has been, to a large extent, the work of factional politics, both within the party and between parties. There are factions within the Congress Party. Certainly, Congress Party has been riddled with factions. Factions within the CPI, CPM, they're split. So, but the parties have. This is what is, I think, distinctive of India. That parties have retained their identities. They have not disappeared in India. Tahrir Square would not lead to the disappearance. Tahrir Square is fine. The Arab Spring is fine, but parties are here to stay. Social movements are here to stay. Parties are here to stay. And I think that in India, democracy will always work on two legs: political parties and social movements.
So you're saying something very important here, that if you want the Westminster model to succeed, you should have more or less a finished society where there isn't much room for movements, and there's a lot of fine-tuning that is necessary.
Yeah.
For which a two-party system would be perfect, because they would compete against each other in refining the modes of opposition.
Yes. Yes.
But there are no big
issues left anymore. Yes. Maybe I don't know enough about England, but they will find some issues. I don't think that a student of British politics will agree with that, but I will go along with it. But I'll say that there is a vast difference between Britain and India in their social orders. After all, no political system can operate independently of the social order within which it is embedded. And the difference is, how many languages do we have? The North, we have the South, we have so many languages, we have so many religions, we have so many castes and so many communities. And for a party system to operate, that's why we have so many parties. It's inevitable. And that's why parties and factions all the time interpenetrate each other.
So when the Mandal Commission came up, and before that, of course, I must go back to the Kaka-Kalelkar Commission. Between the two commissions, where do you stand? The commission reports, I mean.
But yes, you know that the Kaka-Kalelkar Commission report recommended quotas in both education and employment, but it was moderate. And that report was accepted, but it was never acted upon. It was never acted upon. And that is why a new commission was set up, which was much more determined that it would make recommendations clearly on the Kaka-Kalelkar's commission was riddled with internal contradictions.
They weren't able to come to a clear definition.
They came to a conclusion, but then the whole thing was scuttled by the chairman himself. The chairman himself, while forwarding the report, which asked for reservation in both education and employment on the basis of caste, in forwarding the report to the president, the chairman said that I'm doing this because I have worked with these people, I do not want to let them down, so but my heart is not in it. My heart is not in it. This will break up the country. This will be good neither for the well-being of the individual nor for social harmony, but I'm recommending. So it was a half-hearted recommendation. And when the government set up a new commission 25, 30 years later, the Mandal Commission, they saw to it that they would not have a Brahmin. Kaka-Kalelkar was a Brahmin. He was an old Gandhian, and he was He believed
Do you
it.
think it was Kaka Kalilkar's covert dissenting note that put that in the freezer?
Yes, of course. Of course it put it in the freezer. And so they set up a new commission, and that was the Mandal Commission. And there they made no mistake at all about who should be the chairman. Bindeshwar Prasad Mandal was an important backward classes politician from Bihar. And there would be no equivocation about the recommendations. So it made its recommendations, and you know what happened as a result of that.
Where do you stand with regard to the recommendations of the Mandal Commission? Because they were supposed to be for other backward classes,
Yes.
but in spirit and substance, it's become recommendations actually refer to certain castes. and
Indeed.
classes.
Other backward classes is a euphemism right from the very beginning. The British introduced this long before independence. And the Constitution has it. The Constitution has very clear recommendations about the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes, which are mandatory provisions. But it has enabling provisions for the other backward classes. It just says that the government may devise such measures as it deems fit for the betterment of other backward classes, not even the other backward, for other backward classes, leaving it open as to who these other backward classes are, what these benefits were to be. It was left open.
This is an enabling provision.
It's an enabling provision, yes. It was an enabling provision, and even the categories were not clearly defined.
So when they were defined by Mandal, the categories, what do you think of the criteria that he used?
I think he used a variety of criteria, but basically he used caste and community. The basis was not the individual, but caste and community. I think this question is not of, I think people make the mistake of they have used class or they have used caste. That's not the point. I think the point is whether they have used individual and household as the unit which make up these groups, or castes and communities as the units which make up the group. And you know what the paradox is? You cannot any longer find in India any caste or community which is homogeneous in terms of income, occupation, education. It is getting more and more differentiated. Every caste, every community is getting more and more differentiated in terms of income, occupation, education,
Yes.
and property.
It's interesting that Mandal should have paid so little attention in terms of the points he gave to education and income.
Well, you know,
With more emphasis to social backwardness.
he knew what he wanted.
So he worked backwards.
He worked backwards. Yes, he knew what he wanted.
So once he had that in mind.
Yes, he couldn't give that up. He was an astute politician. He'd been chief, as I say, he had been chief minister of Bihar, and he knew what he was doing. And he would have been impaled if he had said reject caste. Don't take caste, but take other things, but take caste also. In the end, he killed these other criteria.
And the movement that came up after the Mandal Commission was accepted, to what extent do you feel that these movements have had an impact on institutions in general, and democratic institutions in particular? Institutions and by which I mean like health, education, institutional disorder.
I think
and
they have.
democratic practice.
I think they have had some impact on these. Quotas have had some impact on these.
What kind of impact?
Well, they have had some impact. Let me take the institution which you and I know best, which is the university. It has had an impact in dividing the university. I think the thing, it's not so much that it lowers merit or efficiency. People argue that you are for merit. What is merit? What is it? I want to argue, what is merit? How can you measure merit and efficiency? That's not the point. The point is that it erodes trust. If you feel that, and that is the logic of it, that Dalit students and their interests can be best looked after only by Dalit professors, and Dalit patients and their interests can be best looked after only by Dalit doctors, you have put in the thin end of the wedge. And this destroys trust, and there has been a lot of erosion of trust. So that's on the negative side of what has happened. But something else has also happened, which is on the positive, and that is the explosive growth of the middle class. The middle class, that is a class that is defined in terms of income, occupation and education, has increased between 1950 and now. The numbers are vast. whatever, what, 100 million, that's a very low estimate. 200 million, that's bigger than the population of France and Germany combined together. So we are dealing with a large number of people. And here I think that income, occupation, education, differentiation in terms of income, occupation, education is very, very important. There is stratification within the middle class. So there's no point in saying it's the middle class which has benefited, but which section, which stratum of the middle class has benefited?
And let me go back again a little slowly. That is, if you say that trust is the major
casualty
of this, then how can this element be reconciled with the upward mobility thrusts that you see in different sections of the country?
But you eat your cake and have it too. I mean, that has always been the strategy of upwardly mobile sections of the population.
To undermine trust?
No. To have your cake and eat it too. The Labour Party is full of middle class people. They ran down the class system, but they belong to the middle class, and they took all the advantages that their middle class position in society offered them, including healthcare, education.
I'm trying to reconcile this with what you said earlier about parties and mobilization. So here you have a situation where there's mobilization in capitals, and at the same time the kind of not institutional but working relations you need for democracy to succeed, that is being undermined or eroded. That is, without trust,
well,
you can't have a democracy.
Yes, but democracy is a peculiar animal. You know, democracy can.
When you talk about democracy, what kind of democracy are you talking? Just voting, or is it more?
No, it's participation. How effective that participation is another question, but there's greater participation in the political process than there was in 1950. And we must be honest and give some credit to the backward classes movement for this, and not just to the left movements. I think the backward classes movements have contributed more to the inclusion of more and more sections of the population in participation in democratic politics than class politics has
But
done.
what does participation do to institutions?
Institutions have learned how to cope with them and to survive them. Universities are still functioning. There are good universities and bad universities. Most of the universities are bad universities. They have in fact been infected by this kind of identity politics, but new universities are coming up. There are private universities. So I see this society as an inventive society. It comes up with new alternatives. New universities have come up. Look at the way in which new universities like Shiv Nadar, like Ashok University, like Azim Premji University, they have come up, which give more space to merit. I think that it's a mug's game to try to put merit and representation like loggerheads with each other. You must have either the one or the other. That's not the case in a democracy. You know, someone, and I have repeated this more, the movement of democracy is a disorderly movement, and it's a good thing that it should be disorderly.
So you then would accept the fact that democracy, the movement element, should always be present.
Yes, and we should not run them down, because we live. Who is the most influential politician that our country has produced, or leader that our country has produced? It's Mahatma Gandhi. There's no question about that. And he didn't believe in the advance of democracy through party politics. He believed in the advance of democracy through mobilization and movement, civil disobedience. I mean, Gandhi's contribution to democratic practice, but also to democratic theory the world over, was civil disobedience. Whether you take Nelson Mandela or Martin Luther King, they are the heirs of Mahatma Gandhi in one sense.
But then your idea of institutional well-being, how does that sit with mobilization?
It has sat with mobilization. It has taken many knocks. It has had many ups and downs, but it has. Many universities have become dysfunctional, not to say non-functional, but new universities have come up in response to these new challenges. Private universities have come up, they are coming up. And what the future holds, we don't know. But I think that this view of a society as being made up of purely harmonious elements which work in perfect harmony with each other is a myth. And I would be apprehensive of living in a society in which all its parts are perfectly well fitted to each other and work harmoniously with each other. It wouldn't leave much room for much scope for creative development.
Yes, true. Institutional well-being, however, if that is under threat,
Yes.
then a large part of our society is being underserved, isn't it?
Yes, it is under threat, but that does not mean that it doesn't have its own resources to survive. We must also do it. They have survived.
You mean that in general, but certain institutions?
No, of course.
are
Certain
threatened.
institutions and in certain parts of the country, yes. No, I don't think
Not certain. I mean, bulk of institutions.
well, I don't want to sound complacent that everything will come out well in the end, but I don't want to sound alarmist either. That it will all break down, sir. Don't. This India is car. That's not my view. I don't take an alarmist view, but I don't take a complacent view either. I realize that there are threats, and we must address those threats.
Now that we're at this juncture where we're following your work, that there's a need for sociologists also to enter the normative scheme of things, isn't it?
I don't know. There must be at least I believe that there has to be a division of labor between the use of norms in the descriptive sense and the use of norms in the prescriptive sense. Of course, we are concerned with the study of norms, but that does not mean that we prescribe what norms other people should follow. That would, in my judgment, be contradictory to the spirit of democracy. This is a democracy. We should tell people that, look, you are following this path and these are your values and these are your norms, and they will lead you to a dead end. They will lead you to a dead end. They will not lead you anywhere. It is my obligation to warn them, but not to force them to follow the norms that I think are the right or the valid ones.
But the right ones, don't they come up as a consequence of you pointing out to the shortcomings
yes,
of
but
the
it's
existing
not
For
like,
example, how
it's
would
not like Euclid, you know.
Yeah.
It's for you to decide which ones you will adopt. There will be always some element of choice in this.
True. But for example, if you wanted to take the quota system,
Yes.
how would you look at that system, this system, in terms of the present, and if it were to continue in the future, what consequences would that have for society?
I think it has taught me and hundreds of people like me to make a distinction. It has taught me this, and I'm sure hundreds of other people have learned the same thing, to make a distinction between numerical quotas and affirmative action. And I would say that I am in favor of affirmative action, but I'm strongly against numerical quotas.
But that's a distinction that most people don't
They
actually
don't.
understand or care to.
No, they don't, but they should.
But what is your view of?
I'll tell you what my view is. I'll tell you with a concrete example. I used to sit on selection committees for MPhil students in the Department of Sociology, which is a very small arena, and there were no quotas, no caste quotas there. But I drew up some informal ground rules, and my ground rule was, other things being equal, take the Dalit or the minority candidate rather than the non-Dalit or the non-minority candidate.
After Mandal or before Mandal?
This is after Mandal. Take them, no quotas, but you know, if I have to choose between Sudeep and Dipankar, if they are both reasonably equal, then if Sudeep is backward, choose Sudeep. If they are a little unequal, say Sudeep is a little inferior, still choose Sudeep. But how much inferior is something that I and my committee must decide. It mustn't be decided by the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of HRD.
In other words, you're saying that institutions must prevail.
Institutions must be given some autonomy. They must have the autonomy to make these decisions on the ground, on the spot. On the spot. Because what does that Joint Secretary know about what our requirements are, how well...
There is a normative intervention, isn't it?
Yes, but it's a normative intervention of a certain kind. It's not a normative intervention which demands that these are the norms and you must follow those norms. It's in the sense, yes, there are some guidelines. These norms provide the guidelines which one uses, and they're good guidelines.
But the drum that's beating in your head would be one that talks about how to safeguard institutions in a democratic framework,
Yes.
which would be inclusive
and would not at the same time downgrade merit?
Oh, that's a tough question. I don't think that one can
But is that-
dish out a formula. It is a very important question, but one can't have a formula for that. One must leave it to the good judgment of people. One must leave
So
it.
affirmative actions where judgment is used. And
Yeah, but
quota is where
but
it
not
is
judgment
mechanical.
doesn't mean that you do whatever you want to do.
But
Numerical quotas, not numerical quotas. You must fill up the numbers. That I'm against it,
Why are you?
because
that
that's
would
it.
give room to a lot of people to come up to the middle classes, isn't it?
Yes, but many of them would be totally undeserving and unfit and incompetent. I have to judge. When I recommend somebody's promotion, give me the freedom to use my judgment and trust me. And I should be allowed to decide on a small scale, and hundreds of people working in institutions of this kind should be given the freedom to decide who will be upgraded. We should be, I have had this argument with many people, including some very close friends of mine. And when I have said this, that you must leave it to the committee to decide. Two of my friends, and I'll mention them by name, Deepak Nair and Jayati Ghosh, said, oh, no, they will cheat. No, you can't leave it to them. So I would say, Deepak, would you leave it to me? Would you trust me to do it? Oh, yes, of course. Would you trust Jayati to do it? Yes. And I would say, I would trust the two of you. If you trust me, I would trust the two. But you feel that other people who have not been educated in Cambridge and don't speak English as smoothly as you do, they will muff the system. That is at the bottom of it. But you must trust people, otherwise you can't run institutions. Institutions cannot be run without...
But then what you're then bringing up is that there has to be an element of institutional trust.
Yes.
And not just personal trust.
Absolutely.
And what is the institutional trust based on?
Institutional trust is based on the judgment that the selection process is not perfect, but it can be made reasonably, workably efficient and just. Workably, reasonably just. Not perfectly just, but reasonably. And you must always keep your eyes open to see where justice is being violated. You must always keep your eyes open. I think it can be done, provided you don't aim at perfection. But Dipankar, that is my notion of democracy. Democracy is not a perfect system. Anybody who wants to make a perfect system out of our democracy will bring it to grief.
And the quota system, in what way does that violate the affirmative action principle?
It is too mechanical, and it doesn't depend on trust at all. It doesn't depend on trust. Numerical quotas are mechanical.
Yeah, but then why do you need trust? If I say, for example, we all agree that certain castes are deprived. And that they have to be given a helping hand.
Yes.
Then they have to be given a helping hand.
Yes, of course.
So why do you want trust in this?
No, you do want trust in this. They ought to be given a helping hand, but not at any cost. Not at any cost. They ought to be. So you leave it to me to decide when the cost is too high. And you leave it to me to decide that this man, although he's a Brahmin, he's very highly deserving. He's poor. Well, because poverty and caste, or poverty and community, cut across each other. This is very well known. And I don't think that we can sacrifice poverty, illiteracy, ignorance altogether. You are the son of a clerk, a lower division clerk, who's never managed to get further than the upper division clerk. Don't you deserve some special consideration over the man who is the son of an IAS officer, who himself is the son of an IAS officer? This is Dogma, and he happens to be of the right caste.
But then aren't you making a value judgment?
Of course.
And how good is this value judgment against some other value judgment?
That is to be, I'm making a value judgment, but I'm not doing it on my own. There is an institution, there is a committee. And I would never take on the responsibility to do this just on my own. I would consult other people, and I would have Dalits and OBCs on this committee, and then persuade them that, look, don't just go blindly for this kind of thing.
Famous Bakke case.
Oh yes.
Does he have?
Why Bakke has no case?
Has no case.
Yes.
And did that in some ways influence your thinking? That participation in the debate?
I think it did. I think that the American case was very useful and very...
Could you tell a little about the case?
Alan Bakke was a white American I think it was admission to medical school. There was an earlier case called the Defunis case, which was admission to law school. They were denied admission in order to accommodate people whose scores were inferior to theirs because they were blacks. And they challenged it. Alan Bakke challenged it in court, and Ronald Dworkin wrote an argument saying, why Bakke has no case. And it's an ingenious argument, which I don't buy. His argument is that Bakke has argued that his fundamental right has been violated by having a policy which favors people who have less merit than he has. But nothing has been violated. Bakke did not have a right in the first place.
To be in medical college.
Yes, he didn't have a right. It's a matter of policy. But again, I mean, that's a clever argument, but you can't overlook everything on the ground that policy requires you to do this. There must be some moral justification, not only for the policy as a whole, but for adopting this individual case rather than that individual. There must be some moral justification for it.
Yeah, but wasn't Dawkins also saying that the policy of the university would be one of, say, affirmative action?
Yes.
And that is where your notion of trust comes in.
Yes.
The
yes.
university has a policy.
Yes.
And if
you must trust the university.
If you fit in with the university policy, and you
yes, but Dworkin challenged the university on this. The university had acted in good faith. Ultimately, Dipankar, it all turns around whether you believe that the university authorities are acting in good faith or in bad faith.
So, what do you see the future of universities today?
Well, fluid. Their performance will be uneven, as it has always been the case. But I don't take a wholly negative view of the university. I think the country needs universities. It needs more universities, and not only more universities, but also universities of different kinds. And some new universities are doing good work, and I can speak with some personal satisfaction about the work being done by Ashok University, Azim Premji University. I have no personal connection with Azim Premji, but there are private universities which are doing well. Even public universities are doing well. Only don't look at Delhi University as a whole. You look at Lady Shri Ram College. I think it's as good as any college in the United States in terms of teaching, in terms of student performance. Look at St. Stephen's College. Look at Sri Venkateshwar College. These are good colleges where very good undergraduate education is provided. Look at the Delhi School of Economics, the sociology department. So, if you look at the university as a whole and then throw up your arms and say this chaos, efficiency, corruption, inefficiency, corruption, I don't think you will get anywhere.
When you mention university at the crossroads, what are you thinking of?
Well, I was thinking of two things, that the universities have to become socially more inclusive. That is an obligation. Our universities were not sufficiently inclusive socially. They have to become socially more inclusive. And at the same time, they have to, just a minute. At the same time, they have to protect and safeguard talent, ability, and efficiency. They have to safeguard in advance. Yes, it is a balancing act, yes.
So the wrong person comes the wrong kind of,
yes. Yes.
Ideas that can go terribly wrong.
It can go wrong, but there are mechanisms for correcting it, and you must devise those mechanisms, develop those mechanisms. Nothing is guaranteed. Review, continuous review. People write in the newspapers about these things. People discuss these things in seminars. You review them. And I don't think that we have done all that badly in the university.
What is your view of what makes for a good university?
A good university should be socially inclusive, and a good university should be mindful of its academic standards, and it is a very difficult thing to balance the two together.
By academic standards, how would you judge it?
But they let them set their own academic standard. I think it's a mistake to judge a good university in India by the standards of Princeton or Harvard, not that they're perfect. Universities themselves are the best agents for setting their own. You set your own standards and then see to it that those standards are maintained. You don't cheat on those standards. The problem with most universities is not that they don't know how to set good standards. They do, but then they cheat, or they allow cheating to be done, or they allow political pressure to come in.
So then you have a university now which sets very high standards,
Yeah.
shall we say, in terms of teaching, but not so much in terms of research.
Yes.
And some other university does it the other way around.
Fine. Let the country, let 1,000 flowers blossom. Yes, I think that we should. We should be more mindful of these possibilities and encourage them. But then there is a pecking order. There is a status order. A university which does very well in research will always be ranked higher than a university which does well in teaching. It is very unfair. But you have to contend against unfairness. You can't just wait for the God to make everything fair. When it is unfair, you must speak out against it and must write against it. But this is
one of the signposts on the crossroads.
Yes. That how do you balance? How do you manage this? To make them more inclusive and ensure that they maintain and advance academic standards. Yes. How do you do this?
Well, you've seen some very exciting periods in contemporary Indian history, beginning from the pre-partition days, the post-partition days, to the emergency days and after. These events must have left an impact on the way you think.
Right, yes, that is certainly so. But I somehow believe that the life of a society changes at a different rhythm from the life of politics. And the life of politics changes at a different rhythm from the fortunes of political parties. So that is the first point I want to make. I think that there's been a lot of continuity in the way in which we think of the relationship between society and politics. And I've always believed that to try to regard or to present political events as the main driving forces of social life is a mistake. Social life has its own currents and undercurrents, and these undercurrents are not so easy to capture. And it's a distraction. If you feel that politics is what drives society, you miss out the deeper rhythms and undercurrents which act over a long period of time.
But politics may accelerate a certain tendency, isn't it?
It may distort many tendencies. It certainly can accelerate, it can retard, it can distort, it can do any of these things. I don't think that politics is always the creative force in social change. I don't think so. It can also be a negative force in social change. I'm not saying that it has to be a negative force, but it can also be a negative force. What I'm arguing is that the belief that social change is driven necessarily by political intervention is a superficial belief.
But the reverse can also be true, that politics may, at some points, bring about social change.
Of course, it does bring about social change, but not. You see, this is what takes over in my instincts as a sociologist. I think that when we are looking at the impact of politics and social change, we must look to the unintended consequences of social policies. And I may have mentioned this before. There are two major kinds of policies with which I tried to cope in the earlier days. One is the policies relating to agrarian reform, land reform. You know, land reform was the big thing in the 50s and 60s. And what struck me was that agrarian reform often had unintended consequences. Sometimes they were the opposite of the consequences intended by the policies. And so also did positive discrimination through the system of caste quotas. I'm not saying that it was all negative, but I'm saying that we have to, as sociologists, or I believe that it's my primary responsibility as a sociologist to look for the unintended consequences of policies.
Well, now that you've mentioned land reform
Yes.
and reservations, what do you think were the unintended consequences of these two policies?
Well, let me talk about land reform to begin with. Land reform, it was driven by the program of land to the tillers and abolition of intermediaries. Of course, the landowners got wind of all this, and before the land reform laws could be enacted, they appropriated. They got back their own landholdings and left their tenants high and dry. Their sharecroppers were left high and dry. It's true that some tenants who were powerful benefited from this, were successful in bullying the landowners to give them the terms that were required by the law. But most landowners acted in a way which was detrimental to the long-term interests of tenants.
Well, while things were going on, probably at a hectic pace, but now in retrospect, how do you think that those policy initiatives affected the way you thought about agrarian structure?
They did, but one of the things I think which people who were very enthusiastic about land reform missed out was the great demographic change that was taking place in Indian society at that time. Population was increasing very rapidly. So whatever gains might have been achieved by taking land away from the landowners was swallowed up by the fact that the actual holdings were becoming smaller and smaller. So there was
but relations between people.
And that often gave the bargaining advantage to the landowner rather than the tenant. So you see, there is a legal advantage and there is the political advantage which you have when you control scarce resources for which people are fighting. And I think that landowners, in many cases, had more effective control of the resources, which they had more staying power. You see, they could let the land lie fallow for a whole year and still survive. This was not viable for the tenant.
But at the same time, landlords seem to have lost their power in those days, or much of their powers.
Well, some landlords did and others enhanced it. I think that one must not think of all landowners as being essentially rentiers, as being non-cultivating owners. Non-cultivating owners, particularly the zamindars, they lost much of their power, but there were also cultivating owners. And there were owners who kept a close eye on what was going on in their fields. They may not have been cultivating owners, but they exercised supervision over the cultivation of land which was given over to sharecroppers. They did not lose out. I mean, they were very able and they were very forceful and they held their ground. Whereas, yes, many zamindars, the people who lived on rents and didn't even know where their lands were located, they lost out if they were not smart enough.
But you've written on agrarian categories and how to position them in study for the society. Did all of this play a role in your thinking on that subject?
Of course, and I'll tell you in what way it drove me. I found at least I believe that I stood as an impartial referee between two equally dogmatic sets of people. There were the functionalist social anthropologists for whom caste was all important. Everything was dictated by caste. And then there were the radical Marxists for whom class was the only important factor, ownership, control and use of land. And I recognized that they were both important. And the important thing for the sociologist and for me to study was the relationship between caste and class. And that is something I hit upon in my very first book, at the level of a single village, and how the relation between caste, that is the category Brahmin, non-Brahmin, Adi Dravida, these divisions, and the divisions between landowners, tenants, and landless laborers, how these divisions played out with each other.
Do you think the use of native categories makes a difference?
It makes some difference, but one must not be dogmatic about this.
Native categories, I mean, Jotdar.
That's right.
Zamindar.
That's right. I think it does. I think it does. I think it does. And I've argued this point in a paper that I wrote on the Jotdars, because the term Jotdar has quite different meanings in South Bengal and in North Bengal. In South Bengal, Jotdar is the sharecropper. In North Bengal, Jotdar is the owner cultivator. He often calls the tune. He calls the shots, the Jotdar in North Bengal. So I think one has to be very careful about the use of these native categories. Or ultimately, one must not make a fetish of native categories, because they have to be translated into general sociological categories, which are for which English terms are used. We have to use English terms because we.
Why do they have to be translated?
They have to be translated because how do I translate the native categories which are used in Tamil Nadu to make them intelligible to someone who is working with native categories in Assam? I have to do something. It's either Hindi or English, and most often I think English is more convenient than
So you're
Hindi.
saying in terms of cross-cultural communication.
In terms of communication within the country, cross-regional communication. In terms of communication from one region to another, because after all, our main regions are divided on the basis of language. We talk all the time about religious divisions as the preeminent form of communalism, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Christian, and so on. But we forget that divisions on the basis of language are also very important and have been politically very, very important. I, as someone who did his fieldwork, I'm a North Indian or from Eastern India, but I did my fieldwork in South India. I recognize this, how important divisions of language are, and how bitter South Indians, including South Indian Brahmins, felt about the domination of the South by the North. Now, whether this was real or imagined, that's a different matter. But South Indians were united on this, Brahmins and non-Brahmins. They felt that the South was being dominated by the North. And the non-Brahmin movement used this as an argument against the Brahmins, because they represented the Brahmins as the agents of North India.
Now, shifting terrain a bit, you were very young when the riots happened in Bengal,
Yes,
but you saw them at close quarters.
yes.
Did that leave an impact on you when you studied community relations as a sociologist later in life?
It did, but you know, it made a tremendous impact on me. While this was happening, it made a tremendous, it altered our lives. It affected my education, because we were first sent off to a boarding school in the city of your birth, or in the city of your upbringing, Patna. We went off to a boarding school, an English medium boarding school in Patna, St. Michael's High School. But for whatever reasons, my mother felt that we ought to be taken out of that school and be put into school in Calcutta, because she wanted to live in Calcutta. I think that was one important factor. And so we were pulled out of all that and put into a school in Calcutta, into a day school called St. James's School. Now, this St. James's School was located some distance away from our home in North Calcutta. When the riots broke out, we had to travel through very difficult terrain from home to school. And this became untenable after some time. This became untenable.
Did that change the way you looked at other communities?
The way in which I looked at my own security and the security of my family and my home, how fragile it was. Because Calcutta was a riot-torn city, Dipankar. It's very difficult to recapture how people felt in 1946, 47, during the riots. And I was then what, 12, 13? 12,
So
turning
when-
13?
When you think of people writing about multiculturalism and accommodation and such like,
Yeah, well, how do I feel? Well,
the thinking back.
Yeah, I was never ever a wholehearted Lucanian. I never believed that society is a seamless whole or moving towards being a seamless whole. In that sense, I think that Marx had a more powerful vision of society, that inequality and conflict, in my view, are inherent in the very constitution of society. And to have a fantasy about a social order in which harmony and cohesion will prevail, I think it's not sociological.
So would you say that some of the multicultural theses have this inbuilt flaw in them?
Well, to the extent that they believe that they can create a world in which people of different cultures can be coaxed into living without destroying each other, or at least without fighting with each other, I think is a fantasy. They will fight with each other and sometimes destroy each other.
But the reality is that we do live with people who
Yes.
belong to different cultures.
Absolutely.
So how do we go about it?
We go about it, we have our ups and downs, we live with all kinds of things. We live in the present political dispensation, which I don't approve of. We live in a government of which I don't approve, but it's not destroying us. It's not. We will endure it. You see, I love this phrase. I don't know whether I invented it myself.
Let's say you
Or
invented it.
Let's assume that for the present purpose.
Yeah.
The movement of democracy is a disorderly movement. It's not an orderly movement. If someone comes and tells me, I will create for you a democracy in which there will be no frictions, there will be no tensions, there will be no conflicts, I will be extremely suspicious of this kind of agenda. And it would take the life out of democracy if you were to seek to create a political order which will have eliminated all inequalities, all conflicts.
Scholarship too is disorderly in its movements, its ups and downs.
At least social sciences, at least the humanistic disciplines are, yes.
They take all kinds of wrong turns and right turns.
Yes.
But do these disorderly steps, are they in step with the disorderly steps in society?
Not necessarily, not necessarily. We might like to imagine they are, but not necessarily. But somehow in a democracy, they catch up with each other without ever achieving perfect concordance. I think that the movement of knowledge is disorderly and the movement of democracy is also disorderly, but to assume that one type of disorder walks perfectly in step with the other type, I think is utopian.
There was a phase in contemporary Indian history where order was forced from above in the emergency.
Yes.
And how did the disorderly social sciences react to that?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think that we make too much of the oppression of the emergency. I'm not a defender of the emergency. I think that the emergency was a mistake on Mrs. Gandhi's part. And I think the good thing about Indian democracy, and you must accept this, good thing about Indian democracy is that Mrs. Gandhi realized that it was a mistake. It had to be done, but it was a mistake. And you must realize also that it was the same Mrs. Gandhi who called back the emergency, who ended the emergency without there being at that time any great pressure on her to discontinue, call off the emergency, yes. And I think that look, this may sound paradoxical, but I think that in the end, the emergency was a good thing for democracy in India, because it taught the political class a lesson, that you can't play around too much with these people. We are a disorderly people, and you can't play around too much by trying to impose some kind of artificial order from above. It will hit back on you.
Well, this is a question that is rather speculative, but why do you think, in spite of everything, India retains its democratic core?
Oh, there are various reasons for this, various reasons. India is, at heart, a pluralistic culture. You know, it accepts the coexistence not only of different laws. The Indian legal order traditionally has been a field in which divergent laws and customs were accepted as a part of the natural scheme of things. The question is that if you allow divergent laws and customs, then how do you establish some kind of order in that society? Do you impose it from above, or do you hope that some kind of order will emerge through people learning to live with each other? You hope that, but it doesn't always work. But I think it's a good thing to go on hoping that things will work out in the end reasonably well, without trying to impose some kind of order from above.
Yes, but is there some kind of a democratic temper in a society, or is a situation such that without democracy it just will not work?
No, I mean, it depends on what you mean by democracy. Liberal democracy. By democracy, I mean liberal democracy, not the kind of democracy that they instituted in China in 1949. You know, China and India changed their... Hitler, of course. Hitler is a mockery. I mean, I don't think... But there are many people who still believe that China has a better form of democracy than we have. I don't believe that. And that was imposed at the same time as our new order. And I think that on the whole, I'm glad that we didn't go in for the Chinese kind of one-party democracy. I think a one-party democracy is a contradiction in terms.
Well, with thoughts such as these, how did they influence the way you wrote about social policy in India?
Well, I moved reluctantly into writing about social policy. You know this, I think we've talked about it on earlier occasions. I believe that social theory and social policy should be kept strictly apart. I was much more of a purist when I started. But then I got dragged into writing about social policy by my writing for the newspapers. You surely know this, that in those days, in the 60s and into the 70s, very few academics wrote for the newspapers, and I was one of them, and I was severely criticized by some of my friends, some of them to my face, others of them behind my back, for pandering to this low form of intellectual expression. But I stuck to my guns.
Who praised you behind your back too.
No, but I must explain why I did this, and that is important, because that also changed over time. I did not do it for ideological reasons. I did it for pedagogical reasons. If I've had one obsession in life, that is to bring sociology to the widest possible section of society, bring it to their attention. What is sociology? What is it that we sociologists do? And I thought that writing for the newspapers was a good way of explaining to a larger public what we as sociologists did. Rather, I never thought of the government as my main audience when I wrote for the newspapers. I thought of the public. Now that may sound rather like a pretentious claim, but if it's pretentious if one thinks that only one person can do it. But if several people are doing this, I think it is worth attracting the attention of the public and alerting the public to what academic knowledge has to offer to our way of thinking about our lives and about democracy, our society, our politics.
But besides the emergency now, what are the other areas that, or other issues, issues that may have excited your sociological way of thinking?
Well, I think that agrarian reform was one. Agrarian reform was a live thing, and agrarian reform has now become a cold subject. It's no longer a hot subject. But you must remember that at one time it was the hot subject, agrarian land reform. And it was a subject on which economists and sociologists could interact with each other. And the economists thought that it was their subject, whereas caste was our subject. I was not prepared to allow them to take that advantage entirely for themselves. I argued that it is our subject and we know more about it. We can write about it better than you can. And my main adversary at that time, at least in my own imagination, was a man called K.N. Raj, who was the most influential economist in the University of Delhi at that time. And I brought this to Raj's attention, that, class is very important, but caste is also very... And I think I persuaded Raj in the end that I had a point, that we must look at caste and we must look at affirmative action and quotas, positive discrimination and quotas, and not just land reform. Because I thought that these were the two most important initiatives adopted by independent India for bringing about a society with less inequality. Land reform on the one hand, and positive discrimination on the other.
Post emergencies about 40 years back, what other things have happened in the country that have had an impact on you?
Well, I think that identity politics has become more important than even I would have anticipated. Although I did write, my first newspaper article was written, in fact, on the backward classes. And this was in response to the report of the Nagan Gowda Commission, which was forced under political pressure in Karnataka to include the Lingayats in the list of other backward classes. So I thought that the backward classes, or their leaders at least, wanted to eat their cake and have it too. They wanted to Sanskritize. This was Srinivas' point. They wanted to Sanskritize, they change their ways of life and claim Kshatriya status. That is one trend. There's a contrary trend. They also want to claim to be backward in order to gain political advantage. Now, how do you play the one with the other? That is an endlessly fascinating subject. I think that people do still want. India is a society that is obsessed by distinctions of status. Maybe it is not caste anymore to the same extent, although caste dies hard as far as the status aspects are concerned. But power, certainly. Identity politics, caste is very, very important. So I wrote a piece, a long essay called The Future of the Backward Classes. It was published just after I'd finished my thesis, and in fact it was published before Caste, Class and Power was published. It was called The Future of the Backward Classes, The Competing Demands of Status and Power. And I I had a sort of punchline in it, which said, "This is the dilemma of backwardness. On the one hand, a low caste would like to change its lifestyle and claim to be Kshatriya. At the same time, the same low caste would also like to claim that it is backward in order to gain political advantages." This was presented in a general way. My friend and then pupil Jonathan Parry, he wrote a very detailed account of this. He wrote a piece called The Koli Dilemma. He was studying the Kolis in Himachal Pradesh, and he found that this is exactly what was happening with the Kolis. And he wrote a piece called The Koli Dilemma. The dilemma, they want to be Kshatriyas, but they also want to be backward.
Now, this is something I think people need to hear from you. This tension between upward mobility and status recognition of the, shall we say, Sanskritization kind, and the
Demands of power. Demands of power, yes.
Political imperatives of being backward.
Yes.
Are they addressing different audiences?
Not necessarily. People, the same person lives on different registers. You know, I think that.
Suppose I'm in a village,
Yes.
and I insist that I'm a Kshatriya.
Yes.
In the same village, it would be rather difficult for me to say I'm actually backward,
Why?
because I'm addressing the same.
But
kind
you
of
don't.
people.
You don't say it in the village that you're backward.
So
You say it to the government. You
so
say
the
it to the
audience is
government.
different.
Yes. You say it to the government, and you tell
You
them.
don't tell the government you're Kshatriya. You tell the government you're backward. But you tell your co-villagers you're Kshatriya.
No, you tell the government that you are. You can also tell the government that you are actually, essentially, you're Kshatriyas, but you have been done out of all this by evil people. You know, Ambedkar always claimed that the Dalits, the untouchables, were initially Kshatriyas. They were cheated out of their inheritance by other people and made into the untouchables. But he always claimed that
This is the kind of story, that Jati Purana story.
absolutely.
One hears on
Absolutely, but
occasions.
as absolutely. So this dies hard. This claim to high status and the demand. What has changed is that in the past, the Jati Puranas and all that, one only saw one kind of claim. No caste would claim to be backward, but democracy made that very profitable. Democracy changed all of that. That claiming backward status also had its advantages. You could claim all kinds of benefits and privileges from the government. And people, when they make political claims, they don't think in terms of Euclidean geometry, you know, they don't think of making them absolutely consistent with each other.
So who were the people, besides you mentioned at several points, your indebtedness to Srinivas?
Yeah.
This is a subject which I puzzled over for a long time and
Yes.
discussed with you as well.
Yes.
It is true that Srinivas was insistent on fieldwork.
Yes.
It is true he had a certain gift in terms of observation. But theoretically and conceptually, when you went ahead and did caste, class and power, and afterwards,
Yes.
what were the Srinivas's inspirations at those times?
Well, it was only a part of it. You see, I think that there was a more powerful mind than Srinivas's, which formed my thinking at the most fundamental level, and that was Max Weber. Now, it's no use telling me that Max Weber knew nothing about India. His book on the religion of India is full of mistakes, elementary mistakes. But he had the gift of insight. And I used that gift of insight, which I read, found in Max Weber, for my own purpose. That's what you do if you hope to be a creative sociologist. The most creative sociologists or historians or whatever it is are actually scavengers. They find out from the dustbins of other people ideas which they then put to their own use.
That's right. So what kind of scavenging did you do?
In Max Weber
And others.
Max
Let's
Weber.
begin with Max Weber.
Max Weber, I was very much struck by his ideas on inequality. That Max Weber gave us our typology, which is still used, on types of legitimate domination. He is the sociologist of power, authority, and domination. But he realized that that is not all that there was to inequality, that there were also differences of status, and that we have to contend with both. So he didn't work this out terribly well, and I tried to work it out. how do you move with two conflicting or competing demands if you have to keep them always in sight? The demands of status and the demands of power.
And what are the scavenging besides Weber, Marx?
Marx certainly, Durkheim also, and Indians.
What about Durkheim?
Durkheim, the idea of the sacred, I think, is very important if you have to understand status. What is it that accounts? And I think that Durkheim's idea of the sacred and Max Weber's idea of charisma are not all that far apart from each other.
How's that?
Because the charisma focuses on what is non-rational, what is transcendental in our collective life. And Durkheim had a great eye for that, on what is transcendental, what is non-rational in our social life.
You said that to be a sociologist of religion doesn't necessarily mean you must be a person of religion.
No, I have left that as a question, and the question came up. It had been at the back of my mind for a long time, but it came to the front of my mind when I had to write an introduction for a new edition of Srinivas's book Religion and Society Among the Kurds. Oxford University Press decided to bring out a new edition of that book 50 years after Clarendon Press had published the first edition, and Srinivas had died in the meantime. So they asked me if I would write a new introduction, and I did. And I thought that I ought to raise a question which would have, I think, appealed very much to Srinivas, and that question was, in the sociological study of religion, who has the advantage, the religious believer or the religious skeptic? I did not answer that question, but I discussed it. I don't really know who has the advantage. If you are studying religion sociologically, who has the advantage, the religious believer or the religious skeptic? I am a religious skeptic, but I wouldn't like to give all the advantage to myself. I think the religious believer also has certain advantage. Max Weber was a religious skeptic. All great sociologists have been religious skeptics. Max Weber was a religious skeptic, certainly. Durkheim was a religious. But Evans Pritchard, in the end, became a religious believer.
But in the end?
In the end, became a religious believer, yes.
His sociological career was almost...
Well, you may think so, but he didn't think so. Yes, he
people tend to get religious at a certain period of their life.
Yeah, well, yes, but that is not necessarily to their detriment or to an indication of their intellectual softening.
Yeah. Well, by the same logic then, what about sociology of politics and the politician?
That's the question that I asked in a paper called Politics as a Subject for Sociology. I may have given that paper for the first time as a lecture at the JNU, but I don't remember. Politics as a Subject for Sociology. And I found that most people who were studying politics sociologically felt that engagement was an advantage rather than a disadvantage. That the man who is engaged, that man who is committed, has an advantage over the detached or the dispassionate observer. And I then turned the question around and said that, well, if you believe this to be true of politics in the study of, do you also believe it to be true in the study of religion? That the believing Hindu or the believing Christian has an advantage over unbelievers in the study of religion. You don't believe it actually. Secular intellectuals would never concede this. If you don't believe this in the context of religion, then how can you impose that belief on me, who is trying to study politics?
In religion, there was a somewhat easy exit out of this problem by saying that there's something called a textual and a contextual.
Yes.
So I may not know the Gita backwards,
yes,
but I can see it in practice.
Yes. But do you practice it?
I may not practice it, but I can observe it in practice.
Yes.
In politics, can you say I don't know the
Of course, I can.
ideologies of different parties?
No, I know you know the ideology of the Gita. You can read about the ideology of the Gita. You can certainly study politics in medieval India. You can study politics in 19th century India under the British. You can do that without participating in politics directly. You can do that for politics just as you can do that for religion.
Who else besides Srinivas
influenced you? Indian scholars.
A lot of them, in fact. Srinivas was the
We
main.
did just discuss Nirmal Bose.
Nirmal Bose,
And
certainly.
you have your contemporaries, K.N. Raj, you mentioned.
K.N. Raj, yes, but that was, yes,
In a
certainly.
combative fashion, of course.
Yes, but he was an influence. I will have to admit this. And my arguments, people who influenced me most were not necessarily the people with whom I agreed the most. P.C. Joshi was one such. I would like to mention him because he's forgotten now. P.C. Joshi and I were close to each other. The Economist.
Economic group.
That's right, the Economist P.C. Joshi, not the leader of the. Although he was also a member of the CPI. My friend P.C. Joshi. He was known as Chota Joshi, and the Communist Party man was known as Bada Joshi. And they were related to each other distantly, and they also both married sisters. Chota Joshi's wife was Ruby, and Bada Joshi's wife was Kalpana Joshi, and Ruby and Kalpana, they were sisters. So I used my close relationship with P.C. Joshi to badger him about the contradictions of Marxism. I did that. And agrarian. He knew a lot about the agrarian social structure. He'd done a thesis in Lucknow University on the agrarian social structure. So he was very important. He was an important influence. Raj was an influence. Then people in Calcutta, my old friends in the ISI, they were also influential in some ways.
And amongst the foreign scholars?
Oh, there were many. There were many. I mean, among foreign scholars, two names come out immediately. One is Edmund Leach. I got to know him and I was very much impressed by him. Although in retrospect, I don't think that he was such a great anthropologist. I was very impressed by him because in my very first year of teaching, one of the books I had to teach was a monograph called The Political Systems of Highland Burma, which I read very closely and very thoroughly. And I was very impressed by it. Then Evans Pritchard and Maya Fortis. These are people whom I got to know later. Evans Pritchard never closely, but Maya Fortis I got to know closely, and we exchanged letters with each other. So Maya Fortis certainly.
So to rewind to Edmund Leach,
Yes.
You did admire him for certain things, but you were skeptical of certain other things. What were these other things?
I thought that he was a little too flamboyant. He was a little too flamboyant, and he wrote and said things very often for effect, rather than because he strongly believed in those
Such
things.
as?
Oh, such as the family is a bourgeois institution. The family is destined to disappear from. He gave the Reith lectures, the BBC Reith lectures, in which he made a large number of provocative statements. It's called A Runaway World. I don't remember exactly all, but that was very provocative, and but I found it not altogether satisfactory. The person I came to admire a lot, and whom I knew, Evans Pritchard, of course, I always admired as the great anthropologist, but I never knew him at all. I just met him, I never knew him. The man I admired, whom I also got to meet and with whom I exchanged long letters, was a man called Maya Fortis. And Maya Fortis was, I think, the greatest authority in his time on the study of kinship. And
What was Maya Fortis's field area?
the Talensi. He worked on the Talensi in West Africa and the Ashanti in West Africa, and he wrote a number of papers, seminal papers, on unilineal descent and kinship, descent and filiation, and all these things which are very important for the study of kinship. And I got to know him reasonably well towards the end of my stay in Cambridge. I spent a year there in 78, 79, and I was given his room in Free School Lane in the anthropology department upstairs. And just as I was coming away, I still remember, it's very vivid in my mind, Maya knocked at my door, and he had something in his hand which was at the back of his back. And he came up to me and he said, I'm the last man to advertise my own products, but I thought that you wouldn't misunderstand me if I were to give you this. So he gave me a copy of Kinship and the Social Order. And I used it as a kind of Bible in my teaching of kinship after I came back to Delhi.
Well, kinship is probably as obdurate in its persistency as religion is.
Yes,
isn't it?
yes.
But does it have the same kind of intellectual adaptability?
It does, I think, Dipankar, if you look at kinship in the broader sense. In the Western world, it's not kinship, it's family. Well, family is a part of kinship, isn't it? I think the most, next only to Marx, the most influential social thinker is Freud. And what would Freud be if he did not talk about the family and its tensions, the inner tensions within the family? So it is very important, I think. There's a wonderful book by a psychoanalyst, an English psychoanalyst called R.D. Laing. It's called The Politics of the Family. So I think kinship is very important. I think it is, but certainly it is very important in our society. Obviously, the Khap Panchayats and all that are based on kinship. It is also important in Western societies.
So when you look at tenancy, for example, and you think of the systems of kinship in our country and the debates about dissent and alliance and the rest of it, how relevant do you think that was?
They're very relevant, Dipankar, because kinship is very relevant in our country. I think the relevant...
I mean the study of African kinship.
You learn a lot from that. I'll tell you what you do learn. The first systematic studies of kinship by anthropologists was started off by a man called Lewis Henry Morgan, and he was followed by Rivers and endless others. And their point of entry into the study of kinship was the study of kinship terminology. The different systems of kinship terminology, and that is still very important. Why is English kinship terminology so totally different from Bengali or Tamil or Hindi kinship terminology? Why is there such a paucity of kinship terms in the English language? Why? Father, mother, son, daughter, brother, sister, husband, wife.
Uncle, aunt, cousin.
No, uncle means anybody is your uncle. Only sex. But cousin, even independently of sex, anybody, the rest is just relatives. First you have family and then you have relatives. It is not like that at all with us or with the Talensi or with the Ashani.
What is the significance of this difference?
The significance of this difference is that the bonds of obligation are very deep as far as kinship is concerned. And we are not, the obverse of this is the weak development of the individual as a moral category in our society. The individual as a moral category doesn't have the same strength, the same force and the same power as it has in only a few societies in the West. England and Holland...
terms are much more general than specific.
Theirs?
No, ours
are both general and specific. They're very extensive, but they can also be very specific.
But the individual talking about,
yes,
that emerges in systems that are not so specific.
Where the kinship doesn't have such a wide reach, but the domain in which it operates is extremely powerful, and we have only to turn to Freud, who I think next only to Marx has influenced our thinking on collective life most significantly. I would say Freud and Marx are the two, and neither of them was a sociologist, I'm sorry to say.
But we can always claim them as sociologists.
Yeah.
So Maya Fortes and anybody else? Leach you mentioned?
Leach certainly, Maya Fortes certainly. Evans Pritchard influenced me very greatly, although I never got to know him personally closely. But everybody worked in the shadow of Evans Pritchard in England at that time. And if you read my book Caste, Class and Power, the way in which the social structure is laid out, it is greatly influenced by Evans Pritchard's account of newer social structure.
What about people like Gluckman, Peter Worsley?
Gluckman more than Worsley. I knew Gluckman. Worsley was a charmer. He was a great charmer. I used to know him. We used to go out and have dinner together. But I don't think that he was as deep a thinker as far as kinship is concerned as Maya Fortes. And he wrote.
But other things like relationship in the colonial world and the
yes, I was,
natives, so we say, and the colonizers.
Yes. Well, those that I was, of course, colonial rule shook us up. There's no doubt about it. But I was not a single-minded critic of colonial rule. It brought us many great benefits, like the English language with which I and you are speaking to each other, although the two of us could also perhaps speak in Bengali, but there are not many Indians with whom I could have a detailed discussion in Gujarati or in Marathi. And so we have to fall back on the English language. And we love to hate the English language. In that sense, I like Ashish Nandi's title of his book, The Intimate Enemy. We love to hate the people from whom we have borrowed so much, from whom we have taken so much.
Yeah, that's right. We are closest to, perhaps, in
Yes,
some ways.
yes.
As is, you had written in recent times and will lecture on what is sociology. Why is it not political science or economics or whatever?
Yes.
What is it that makes sociology sociology?
Yes, yes, but I'm a bit obsessive on this, and I have invented a phrase for this. I think that there is something distinctive which I call sociological reasoning. Sociology gives to its adherents a way of looking at the social world which is distinctive, if not unique. It is distinctive in the sense that it is based on a radical separation between is questions and ought questions. Now, this is positivism, you might say, that this separation of is questions from ought questions, why do you have to write so much about it? You do. You wouldn't have to write so much about it if you were a physicist or a chemist. But it is precisely because it is so difficult to maintain that separation in the study of a society, whether your own society or some other society, that you are constantly agonizing about it. You don't have to ask yourself really, if you are a chemist, are acids better or alkalis better? Is the proton superior or is the neutron superior? But you are forced into asking these questions. Is the nuclear family better or is the extended family better? Is caste the worst form of inequality or is class the worst form of inequality? These are questions which you cannot escape if you are studying human societies, whether your own society or other. And that is why I have been such a dogged promoter of the comparative method, because I think that it sharpens your focus if you look back a little bit and see how other societies are coping with these problems with which you also have to cope.
The is and ought is an important distinction.
Yes.
Or ought to be an important distinction.
Yes.
But that should hold for other social sciences as well.
Indeed.
Is a joint stock company better than?
It does, you know,
self-enterprise?
that's true, it should, but economists are more concerned with efficiency. They have a test, efficiency. Is it more efficient or is it less efficient? Sociologists want a moral argument. Is it better? Is a nuclear family better than a joint family in some fundamental sense? Is matrimony superior to patrimony in some fundamental sense, or is it the other way around?
No, but this is a gradation of better and worse.
Yes.
But is and ought is somewhat different, isn't it? Should we be of this kind? Should we have, shall we say, one person rule? Should we have a majority rule?
Well,
Should
you
we
can
have,
formulate it as an is question. They have one person rule, they have majority rule. But you are never satisfied by doing just that. You want to find out which is better. Would we have been
depend on
better?
agriculture? Should we depend on agriculture industry?
Yes.
So there's so many shoulds, isn't it? Or oughts.
Oughts, yes, that's what I'm saying. But we should try to, as far as possible, to separate these oughts from existential questions. I say, I
For
use
example?
that agricultural development is very good, but at what price? At what price? We should always ask for the price we have to pay. If you are a sociologist, then I think you recognize that one move in one direction requires you to renounce other possible moves. You can't carry everything along with you. You have to give up certain things. So then the question is, what do you give up and at what cost? And what do you adopt and at what sacrifice?
Well, you've seen sociology over the last 60 years or so. What are the various phases you think the sociology in India has been through? And how do you look at the contemporary sociologists and their work? Without mentioning names, perhaps.
No, I can mention names. No, I think.
Where do you
that-
think sociology is heading?
I don't really know. I think that one put down which I sometimes use when people ask me questions about morality is that to say that I am a sociologist. I am not a moralist. I make a sharp distinction between the vocation of the sociologist and the vocation of the moralist. I think our great weakness in India is that we tend to moralize far too much. And that's what prevents us from being good sociologists, in my sense of the term. I think the West also has this problem, but they moralize less than Indians do. Indians,
Why is that?
I don't know.
Anything to do with kinship then?
Oh, it is kinship and religion. Kinship and religion. Yes, the combination of the two. Yes. But we do moralize far more than the English do. The English have an empiricist tradition, that has stood them in very good stead as far as the study of society is concerned. We don't have that kind of empiricist tradition. We don't.
So that must also tell on the kind of sociology we do.
Yes, it does. It certainly does. That's why I'm saying our sociology is inevitably gets lost in the sands of moralism. Inevitably gets lost. And we can't avoid being moralists.
So what are the various phases you think sociology in India has been through?
Well, I
And
mean,
where do we stand now?
well, we are still floundering, which is not such a bad thing. We haven't given up sociology. I don't think that we will give up sociology. Although, people studied society. They wrote about society. Before sociology became a distinct discipline, it became a distinct discipline when it was taken into the universities and research institutes. Then it developed its own concepts, its own methods and its own theories. And it developed its own procedures for the collection and processing of data. That's what makes it an intellectual discipline. That is all very loose. I don't know whether it will continue in our universities. This rigor in the training of people to collect empirical material from their own society as well as other societies. I don't know whether you've noticed this, but in India, if someone goes to the JNU to do a PhD, an empirical study, and if he is from Kerala, you tend to put him on to Kerala. If he is from Gujarat, you tend to put him on to Gujarat. This is the worst way of training a person. I think if he
It
is
is true across the world, isn't it? It's rather, I agree with you, but this is the tendency one should
But this-
constantly resist.
of course,
I've
but
seen so many of my students go abroad
they do
and
that.
they're sent back to India.
Of course, that's the cheap way of doing it, but they don't do it themselves. That is why they have anthropology. If you went to be an anthropologist in Oxford or in Cambridge or in the LSE, you couldn't tell Evans Pritchard that I'm going to study the parish next to my house in Wales. He would say, this is not anthropology, you go to some other place. You have to go to
Changing
Africa.
now.
Yes, because fieldwork is costly. Costly both in terms of financial and human resources. It takes time. It's very time
Physical
consuming. Physical. It's
Safety is an important feature.
yes.
So how would you distinguish sociology from anthropology?
Well, they find jobs abroad as anthropologists. This is something that I've always resisted.
Or else, or shall we say they advertise themselves at home as Indianists?
No,
to
as
the Western
sociologists.
world.
Well, the Western world, they are Indianists. And that's, if you're an Indianist, you go back to India and do your field work. This is the worst possible thing. This, I don't like these catchphrases like neocolonialism, but this is the worst form of neocolonialism. Why should you not be sent to Africa or to the United States to study something? No, this we will study ourselves. This is the Western attitude. This we will study ourselves. You are an Indian, you go and study India.
But anthropology and sociology, what are the distinctions?
As far as I'm concerned, there isn't. There shouldn't be any distinction, but it's an operational and a practical distinction in the West. Because if you want to go, if you're an Englishman and you want to study anthropology, then you have to prepare yourself for a long and rigorous period of absence from home and university in a different country. And that is very exhausting. Whereas if you're a sociologist, you learn the methods of survey research or some other research, and you do it in Britain.
But you've always preferred to be called a sociologist.
Yes, I have. Because I believe that sociology should include social anthropology. I've always called myself a sociologist, but not at the expense of my identity as an anthropologist.
And where do you see contemporary Indian sociology going? Which way?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know. It's mired in moralism. I must say, I have to give credit to Srinivas for this. He took it out of this moral humbug. He tried his best to take it out of it and make it an objective, rigorous intellectual pursuit. But we've gone back to our natural tendency, which is to write about our own society and and present biased platitudes about our own society and how everything is falling apart and how the Americans are exploiting us. We never say how the Chinese are exploiting us.
Surely there's some interesting developments, positive side.
In Indian sociology, I hope so. I don't know. I hope that is happening. I don't think that there is enough rigorous empirical work being done in the universities. In the Delhi school, yes, I think there are a few people who but that's an island. You go to any other,
in JNU too.
Well, I don't know how rigorous that is now.
It's equally rigorous.
I don't know.
I can tell you that for a fact. But anyway, what your basic point you're making, that we must return to fieldwork.
No, rigorous empirical work. It can be survey research. It can be survey research. I started actually not as a fieldwork. I started in the Indian Statistical Institute, and I must say that Ramakrishna Mukherjee heaped scorn on this Srinivas method of doing sociology, doing fieldwork. He believed that fieldwork, that sociology must be based on rigorous data collection, and he himself was associated with a pioneering study of social mobility in Britain. He believed that that is what sociology should be: quantified, systematic, and objective.
Well, how do you take to the phrase often used to describe you, that you were always famous? Have you ever spent any time in not being so famous?
Yes, I'm not famous in my home. I wish I would be treated with more consideration in my home and by my friends.
But your colleagues?
Colleagues, I don't know. Colleagues sweet talk you and then stab you in the back. That is the nature of colleagues anywhere, particularly academic colleagues.
Well, you've had the good fortune of colleagues attacking you to your face and praising you behind your back.
Well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful.
So the questions of morality that you raised, and saying that we are increasingly getting stuck with the moral questions, how is this, do you relate this aspect to the is and ought question that you mentioned?
Very much so, very much so. I think we are continually mixing up is questions with ought questions. I think both questions are important, but we have to keep them apart from each other. Our natural tendency is to start with is questions and then to move to ought questions and forget about these questions. So I think that we do this all the time, that we are moralizing all the time. That's what I meant when I said that we are moralizing all the time, instead of observing, describing, analyzing. Observing, describing, analyzing is the way of those who believe in pursuing is questions. Moralizing is the way of those who believe in pursuing ought questions.
Can you give us some examples of this aspect of moralizing, in particular from the literature?
In particular from the literature, we don't like a particular political party because it is associated with Hinduism. So we don't take the trouble to find out what they are trying to do and what is it that gives them their appeal. Because we have a government today which is based on a substantial majority in parliament. It's no use saying that they have hoodwinked the people and got that much. We must try to understand. And perhaps we have to accept the fact, I don't know, that this is basically a Hindu society. And that is what you will expect. You must try to build up countervailing forces, but you must accept the fact that this is a very different kind of society. I believe that you cannot develop a viable form of politics which will have no relationship to the society in which it has to operate.
Would one moral question also be that the poor are always right?
Yes, certainly. The disadvantaged are always right, yes.
Or the consumer is always deceived.
Yes, yes.
They're always suffering from false consciousness.
Yes.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, Professor Béteille, we want to take you back to Tamil Nadu in the 1960s, where you did your work which resulted in the book Caste, Class and Power. Can you tell us a bit about the theoretical context in which you did that work and wrote that book? And if someone wanted to revisit those questions of caste, class and power today, what advice would you give them? How would you expect them to devise their study in terms of the site or the conceptual questions?
Well, I didn't go with any fixed agenda. I was shoved into the village, and I was told that I would have to spend a year there. I actually spent 10 months in 2 trips, which was long enough. And I would somehow have to survive. And when I came out, I'd just write a description of the village. So that is what I did. My main problem was not about writing. My main problem was endurance and survival in the village. It was quite difficult. I really found it quite difficult. The toilets, there were no inside toilets. You had to go out to the backyard, and all sorts of things were happening. So I came back, and I found the writing of it remarkably easy. I must say this. I don't know whether it reads smoothly, but the writing of it was remarkably easy. I think that writing was easy because I'd realized that I'd overcome the difficulty. I'd endured the fieldwork, and therefore anything was possible. I could do anything. So that is what fieldwork did to me. It gave me the confidence in my own capacity to overcome and surmount these. So I wrote the thesis, and I wrote it in one go. I wrote at the rate of 1 chapter a month, and then I wrote Caste. I wrote first, the introduction. I even wrote the introduction before I wrote the book. Introduction, a chapter on regional background, a chapter on the village, its physical structure, because it was also vivid in my mind. And then a chapter on caste, a chapter on class, and a chapter on power. And then caste, class, and power. And then, I was getting along marvelously with my supervisor, Srinivas. After he returned the last chapter, which was caste, class, and power, he said, "No, André, you have to write a conclusion." I said, "I can't write anymore. I've written everything." He said, No. But it's a thesis, You've written an introduction, you have to write a conclusion. I said, "I don't have anything more to say." He said, No, you have to do it. So I took it back from him. And I crossed out chapter 7. I wrote, conclusion, caste, class, and power.
Right.
So I really enjoyed the writing of the book.
Well, the book was a major contribution in terms of, in some ways, countering the Dumontian view of caste in terms of the emphasis on hierarchy and purity and pollution and so on.
Sorry, it's not just that. That was certainly there. It was also challenging the Marxist view that everything can be explained by class. And I took the position that people like Dumont just dismissed class. I took the position that class is very important, but it is not all important. Caste is also important, and you have to see the interplay between caste and class if you want to understand a single village or the whole of rural India or the whole of India. That, I think, was the broader message, that you have to understand both, deal even-handedly with both caste and class. And once I had written this, I went out giving. I was his chief propagandist. He wanted to sell sociology to wider audience. Sociology was not well, so he would send me out to give lectures here and there. So I worked out a kind of lecture in which I would talk about caste, about class, and caste, class and power, and caste and class. So caste and class. And I would invariably be asked at least once, which is more important, caste or class? And I worked out an answer after some trial and error. I said, well, I don't really know. On Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays, I think it is caste. And on Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays, I think it is class. And on Sundays, I give my mind a rest. So, but that I think is what I thought was important in the writing I was doing then. And you will remember that after Caste, Class and Power, I wrote a series of papers which were published as Castes Old and New, which focused on caste, but not on the plane of the village, but the district and the state and the region. And class, that's when I took up the study of agrarian social structure. And I felt that class needed to be studied on its own terms. For Srinivas, class was just an aspect of caste. And so also for Dumont, this is an impermissible use of a Western category in the Indian context. And his protege, David Pocock, who was my PhD examiner, was very, very strict in his criticisms of my PhD thesis, saying that this is all very well, and he was very condescending. This is all very well, but he has brought in categories which don't fit here. He writes English well, so I think I'll pass the thesis. So the thesis was passed. And then he reviewed the book when it was published, and he made the same point. But in the end, I think that the profession stood by me rather than by Dumont and Pocock. They recognized that you cannot ignore the relations between landowners, tenants, wage laborers, the relations arising out of the ownership, control, and use of land and other forms of property if you are to understand rural India.
I mean, that would, I think, be one of your major contributions to sociology. And I remember as a student of sociology, reading that book just made a profound impact because it was so lucid and it took such a, it laid out the positions.
It was all being written with noises of encouragement from my then favorite student, who was your father, Babulo. Yes, this is very, whatever I wrote, I would call him, Babulo, read this. This is very good. This is very good. So that was also very important in keeping my spirits up.
I wanted to ask about whether this brought you into debates with Marxist economists and historians who were writing at that time, or sort of actually writing a bit later about caste and class, and whether you actually had any conversations with each other, or these were just parallel streams of
they were not just
sociology
parallel streams. So the economists in the 50s and 60s were extremely disdainful of us. They thought that we were backward-looking and they were forward-looking.
I don't think anything's changed.
You're right. But I think that they have sobered up. I don't think that you knew the economists in the 50s and 60s. No, I think there's one outstanding economist whom I persuaded to some extent to look at my point of view, and he was very influential. This is a man called K.N. Raj. It was K.N. Raj who built up. After V.K. Avira, K.N. Raj built up. I think that I persuaded Raj into at least looking at what I was trying to say, whereas the others, like Shukhama and people like that, I remember. I was once, this is after after I'd settled down in Delhi University, Raj decided to have some evening sessions in his house, informal discussions. So of course I was the guinea pig, so I went. And I talked about caste, class and power, caste and class, basically caste and class, at the level of the village and at the level of Indian society. And Shukhama sat through all of this and asked me again, are you trying to tell us that caste is a reality sui generis? I said, I don't know about that. But I do believe that caste is important and not just class. And P.N. Dar, who's a very mischievous sense of humor, was walking out with me. He was going to the institute, I was going to the school. P.N. Dar looked at me and said, André, what is the meaning of sui generis? I said, I don't know, that's all. You seem very confident in addressing Professor Chakravarti's question. But that was their attitude, the sociologists talk about caste and the India that was. We talk about the India that we are creating, that we are shaping. I think this is not true of all economists. I'll tell you, I'll give you some exceptions. One of my closest working relations, not just as a personal relationship, but as a working relationship, was with a man called Suresh Tendulkar. Suresh and I became very close friends. And Suresh was always arguing against caste, but he would listen to me. And he would see the point of view of the sociologists.
Well, you tried quite hard, I think, in the early days at least, to bring sociology and economics together, to put them in conversation at the Delhi School of Economics.
It was very difficult. It was very, very, as I said, when I came from Calcutta to the Delhi School, I had friends in the Delhi School, in the Department of Economics, who had been my friends in Calcutta. Amartya and Shukhama. I had known, both of them I had known in Calcutta. Shukhama particularly. But they were so disdainful. And here, I don't mind saying something about the academic pecking order. they were already professors, and I was a lecturer trying very hard to become a reader, and that made a difference. So they were very, very... Raj, I think Raj, because of his personal experience as a Nirava, because of his personal experience, I think Raj was a little more sympathetic. And Raj was already uneasy about dogmatic Marxism, which had taken over in Kerala, his home state. And he was at the receiving end of these Marxists in Kerala. So Raj's sympathy was a great encouragement to me, very great. But the other person, who was a Marxist, he had been a card-carrying member of the CPI, to whom I became very close, was a man called P.C. Joshi. Joshi always quarreled with me, always found fault with whatever I wrote, but nevertheless, I think he was sympathetic to what I was doing. And we talked, and my work on agrarian social structure, as I have acknowledged in my book, Studies in Agrarians, was to some extent influenced by my association with P.C. Joshi.
You're among the few sociologists who've looked at institutions and their functioning, and particularly at the university. Given all these student protests that are going on these days, what do you think the role of a university should be? Are these protests telling us something about what, students today are thinking about the university?
Well, universities have always been in turmoil everywhere. Let's be honest about it. And they should be, to some extent. But turmoil doesn't mean chaos and anarchy. And I think that we are always worried at being brought too close to the edge of anarchy. But I don't think that universities or all universities have been overtaken by anarchy. And there is a lot of disorder and turmoil, there's no doubt about it, which interferes with the serious work of study, research, scholarship, writing. It does. But on the other hand, one must also take comfort from the fact that there are now many different kinds of universities. When I started teaching, when I came from Calcutta to Delhi, there were only two types of universities. Central universities, Delhi was a central university, and state universities, Calcutta was a state. But this was a formal distinction, a matter of funding. Gradually what happened is that there are now specialist universities. There are universities of law, legal studies, there are universities of economics, and there are other kinds of, and there are both publicly funded and privately funded universities. Like, I was at one time, I think I still am, the chancellor of two universities. One is a private university, Ashoka University. Private universities can easily become extortionate and money-making machines, but they need not. Not all private universities, not all private philanthropy is of self-interest, just as not all public institutions serve the public. So I think that's a good thing, that we have different kinds of universities, both generalized universities and specialized universities like law universities, economics, and science and technology. The IITs are virtually universities. They specialize in science and technology with some space for the humanities and social sciences.
Why do you think that the government's attempts to create world-class universities, is such a thing possible by government fiat, or is it a question of
it's our obsession to be world. We don't become world-class by telling other people that we are going to become world-class, or by telling ourselves that we must become. We do our work, and some of our work is quite good. But I think it's very difficult now to create a viable university in the 21st century of the old kind. University which would be based on the unity of teaching and research, which would cover all basic disciplines. The time for that is over now. I think the universities have to be more focused. If they are to be effective, they have to be more focused. That doesn't mean that they should focus only on one discipline, but on a set of disciplines like law, or like science and technology, and with some add-ons. But there will be other universities as well. But one thing we must recognize, that universities perform several functions. And pure academics are very disdainful of the fact that universities are machines, factories for creating graduates, for producing graduates. They're factories. And they will say that, this is not what a university is supposed to be, but it should produce graduates. The university should produce graduates. It should not disown the responsibility of producing graduates, and the pressure for producing more and more graduates is much greater in India than in countries like England or France or the Netherlands. The reason for that is that the middle class is still open. It has not been saturated. As long as the middle class remains open, there will be this pressure for producing more graduates. And I don't think that we should turn our backs on this. We should cope with it and we should address it. Because the universities do have a certain responsibility to bring people to become more inclusive. And this is the hard problem which universities have to face. That is, they have to be socially more inclusive than they are. They're not fully inclusive. And they have to maintain and advance standards of excellence in teaching and research. Doing one is all right, but doing the two together is what makes it very difficult and very challenging.
That's one of the things that, say, the expansion of reservations for OBCs in higher education has done to try and make the university more socially inclusive. But you've been seen as someone who's been critical of reservations for OBC during the Mandal agitation. And in fact, some of the things that you predicted, such as heightening tensions between OBCs and Dalits, seems to be panning out, in fact. So what do you think is the future of reservations for OBCs, both in universities and as a political force outside the university?
Look, Nandini, here I would make a distinction which may sound a little too subtle. And the distinction between affirmative action and numerical quotas. Affirmative action, I would say, and I'll explain this, that I am strongly in favor of affirmative action, but strongly against numerical quotas. In what sense? And, in our department, with which both of you have been associated, there was no, at least in my time, there was no caste quota for MPhil admissions. But for many years, I was the chairman of the MPhil admissions committee, which is a small committee which has a small task. And my line, which I must say, Virginius Khaka at first tried to oppose, but my line was, other things being equal, choose the Dalit or the minority candidate. Other things being a little less than equal, even then choose the Dalit or the minority. But how much less than equal, that is for the committee to decide. That cannot be determined by Joint Secretary in the Government of India, because that's where the rules are made. And that's why I am so mistrustful of rules of this kind, that it takes away our autonomy to decide on this kind of thing, on the presumption that we will cheat. Of course we cheat, academics cheat, but does this mean that civil servants don't cheat, bureaucrats don't cheat? If you want to devise a social program in order to protect it from guarantee that there will be no cheating, then you might as well give it up.
Well, but we're much more likely to see what, say, has happened with the filling up of academic posts, that for posts that are reserved have been kept vacant for years and years. So unless there is, given the sharpness of the disparities, just having an affirmative action policy without there being legislated quotas might not actually cut it, given who already occupies those academic positions. They tend to be people of upper caste origin.
Well, numerical quotas is one way of doing it, but there could be other ways of doing it. I think that I think that what numerical quotas do is to take away the judgment of the academic committees, take away the capacity for them to make their own judgment on the ground, on the suspicion that they will cheat. I think this suspicion of bad faith is itself an expression of bad faith. I don't think that they will cheat. I've been through this with many people. There were two persons who were with me on the Knowledge Commission and who were very much interested in this. One was Deepak Nair and the other was Jyoti Ghosh. they were strongly in favor of quotas. And I tried to reason with them. I said, look, why do you think that we will not be able to do it by some... I believe in affirmative action, by the way. I'm not against it. Why do you think that we will not be able to achieve this by sensible policy of affirmative? Oh, people will cheat. I said, who will cheat? Jyoti, will Deepak cheat? Do you trust Deepak not to cheat? Do you trust yourself not to cheat? Do you trust me not to cheat? Why are you so mistrustful of other people that if you give them some responsibility, they will misuse it?
Well, I disagree with you, because I think if one were to look at the data on the presence of, let alone OBCs, the presence of Dalits and Adivasis in not just higher education but also in the media, there's enough to show that left to themselves, these institutions tend to stick to an older logic, which is of upper caste dominance. And a lot of Dalits would say that universities like, say, Hyderabad have in fact demonstrated their bad faith. So to trust in good judgment and the integrity of academics, while keeping aside the fact that they're also a part of a caste-based
So you
politics.
generalize bad faith as a basis for creating good institutions. I don't. I'm prepared to take the risk. I know that people act in bad faith. This is not something that I have to be told now after 50 years of doing this kind of thing. They do act in bad faith, but nevertheless, we have to trust institutions and give them more autonomy. We have to trust them so that they learn from their mistakes. They will not always learn from their mistakes. But what other recourse is there except to give it over to the government? The government will fix quotas and they will put a referee and umpire there and they say, why haven't you fulfilled these quotas? We'll take away your rights. This is not a good way of doing it. I know that, Amita, there is a larger problem here. This is a profoundly hierarchical society. Forget about Dumont. By any measure, it is a profoundly hierarchical society. You want to build a system of higher education on the basis of equality in a profoundly hierarchical society without doing anything about the structure of that hierarchical society. How far can you go? How far can you go? You again and again knock your head against the wall by trying to do it in that way. But I don't know. This is what I'm suggesting. Seems to me to be a reasonable solution. It's not a guaranteed solution. It's not.
So as a teacher, how did you deal with these inequalities within the university in terms of your everyday practice of teaching?
Well, I did try to deal with them, not for the MA classes, but for the MPhil. And for the research, and particularly for the MPhil classes, which were small and where we did try to do it, it's very difficult. It was a very, very difficult thing to do. There was a young man, I forget his name now, who was brought in not through any quota, he was brought in by Veena's intervention. And it was the right kind of intervention. Veena felt that we ought to have this fellow. And soon, this is the kind of problem that an anthropologist has to understand. He was a very nice fellow, but he wanted to mix with everybody like any bright, young student of 23, 24. He wanted to mix with the girls. But the girls did not want to mix with him, and this is not caste prejudice, for heaven's sake. If somebody by whom you are not attracted pushes himself, you have the right to say sorry, without being accused of caste bias. And so this fellow found it... Veena dumped him on me. He said, really, you have to look after him. You have to look after him. I said, fine, let him come to me. I'll give him essays to write, and I found it hard going. Then one day he came to me and told me, sir, you must let me go from here. I said, why? He said, you must let me go because it's just too much for me. It's just too much for me. And then he gave me a theory, his own theory, as to why it was like that with him. He said, sir, हमारा यहाँ नहीं है, हम दलित है, हमारा दलित ना, he was an OBC, हमारे यहाँ कुछ नहीं है, दिमाग में कुछ नहीं है, होगा नहीं. And I said, good. Have you come to this conclusion? on your own, or have you read some book which has told you that if you belong to a certain caste or that your intelligence is low? Have you? Nahi, kitab nahi. I said, there are hundreds of books written on this subject which show that this is all nonsense. You don't work hard enough. You have to work under adverse social conditions, and that is why you find it hard to cope with. I did all of this, Amita, believe me, but I couldn't keep him. Finally, he left. He just went back.
But that's a sort of example of the institutionalized discrimination difficulties that students feel in settings like the university and
in Indian society. It's not just setting in any setting in Indian society.
But a university is supposed to be a space which is more open and more equal.
It's a little more open, but it's not fully open. No university is fully open. Do you think Harvard is fully open?
No, clearly
you can't create a university which will be fully open, So you can't throw a choice. Either you make it fully open or you stand up to the charge that you are prejudiced.
I want to ask you about a different aspect of the university, and that's to do with teaching. So, having been your student, I know personally, but I also know from a number of other people.
Including your father, I hope.
Including my father, that for generations of us, you've been a truly inspiring teacher. So, if one were to ask you for tips for the young teacher today, what would you say? What are your techniques? What are your secrets?
It's not just a question of technique. It's a question of how much you like it and how much you enjoy it. And I have always said this, not with any attempt to deceive, that I have always in my career placed teaching before research. I liked it, not because I didn't like research. I did do some research, I did do some writing, but the thing I really enjoyed was teaching. Now, I think that different people enjoy different things. Not everybody enjoys teaching. There are people I know, Jack Goody, for instance, who was a remarkable anthropologist, hated teaching. He just hated teaching. But so there are people who hate teaching. There are people who much prefer research to teaching. But I am one of those who prefer teaching to research. That was built into me.
But that's not a good enough answer, because that makes a mystery of it. Because many of us aspire to be good teachers.
No, I don't.
Many of us like teaching, but nobody attends our classes.
Happen to be very good at it.
No, I don't. I think you should be serious about it, and you should. But I had some advantages which you people might have, because the times have changed. These were small classes. I knew each student by name. I knew each student personally by name. I knew each student, initially at least, your father's class. I still remember that there were 6 girls and 6 boys. B.S. Baviskar, Anand Chakravarti, E.A. Ramaswamy, and 2 or 3 others. And I knew each one by his handwriting. So it was possible because we were small. We did many of the things successfully because we were small. But being small and running a small is also very expensive. It's also very expensive. So you can't develop quality teaching on a shoestring budget. And the idea that more and more money should be put into research and not into teaching, I think, is a misplaced idea.
So you consider yourself a teacher primarily, but a lot of other people think of you as a public intellectual, somebody who writes for the newspapers. Do you think of yourself as a public intellectual?
Well, I resisted that role, but I did write for the newspapers. But you must, this is something I've tried very hard to clarify to people. Why did I get into newspaper writing? I was obsessed about bringing sociology to the common man, making the intelligence, the educated person. What is sociology about? That's what brought me to newspaper writing, and not any political agenda. It was a pedagogic rather than a political agenda that brought me into newspaper writing. I really thought that this would be a good way of explaining sociology to the wider audience. And it was in a certain way. But one gets sucked into all kinds of roles one cannot anticipate.
But this also meant that you took, or you had to take various political stances, and this is something that you've always been a bit kind of wary about, mixing politics and sociological analysis. So do you think that despite yourself, you've actually been a political interventionist?
When one writes something, particularly when one writes something for a newspaper, that is out of one's hands. One cannot put a fence around it and say that this will be read and used only by Amita because she's a pure academic. It should not be read or used by Nandini. You can't do that kind of thing. So it does do that, and I realized this, and I tried to be as restrained as possible. In my newspaper writings, I tried to be as restrained as possible, and tried as far as possible to present both sides of the case.
To get back to the things that you have written about, not just for newspapers, but also as part of your academic writings. As you look back over what's been a really long career, are there still any areas that you wish you had studied but weren't able to address?
I came to the analysis of institutions a little late. I was fired by the idea of social structure as social morphology. Evans Pritchard's The Newer made a great impression. I don't think many people have pointed this out, that caste, class and power has two significant intellectual influences behind it. And in a way, if I may say so, what is original about it is that I combine two significant but very different intellectual influences. One is that of Evans Pritchard, and that is the idea of social morphology, and the other is that of Max Weber, and that is the urge to treat caste and class as distinct phenomena, related but distinct, mutually irreducible phenomena. There were either those who wanted to argue that it is all class, caste is just an epiphenomenon, or there were those like Dumont and to some extent M.N. Srinivas who believed that class is a Western category, it's a fantasy as far as India is concerned, it's just caste. I tried to be as even-handed as I could in dealing with caste and class, which I think are problems. Class will always be a problem in this society. It's a universal problem. Caste is an Indian problem, specific. But there are analogues to caste, like race, for instance, or ethnicity, for instance. And that is where I think that a comparative approach is very helpful. I wrote a piece called Race, Caste and Ethnic Identity. I wrote a piece called Race, Caste and Gender. These are all attempts to generalize.
How come ethnicity never kind of got off the ground in Indian sociology?
That is true. I think that ethnicity was hijacked by caste. Caste is not the only form of ethnicity. It was hijacked by caste. Caste was such a dominating obsession among students of Indian society, particularly those who came from outside. And we took the cue from those who came from outside. For those who came from outside, it was natural to go straight for caste rather than class, because that is something that they had not seen. Why come to India if you want to study class? You can do it in Britain, you can do it in Holland, you can do it. But if you come to India, how can you avoid focusing on caste? And many Indians took this up. Do
you think it's to do with the desire to, identify a point of Indian exceptionalism, one way of typifying the entire continent?
Absolutely, yes. And that is certainly the case with, I think there have been, since independence, there have been only two really outstanding students of society and culture in India. One is Louis Dumont and the other is M.N. Srinivas. I think that was certainly the case with Louis Dumont, that Dumont believed that India is the land of Homo hierarchicus and the West is the land of Homo equalus. And as you know, I have contested this, I've said. But nevertheless, the point remains that India is a uniquely hierarchical society. It's a uniquely hierarchical society. It's, there's a lovely phrase of de Tocqueville's, not in this one. It's a part of the habits of the Indian heart. Hierarchy is a part of the habits of our heart. This is a default mode. We tend to go back to hierarchy.
In history, in the last 10 years, the disciplines focus much more on regional studies, looking at state formations as well as regional cultures. Do you think that would be an important insight as well as perhaps a corrective to our overemphasis on caste? If we were to think, and maybe the question Nandini asked about ethnicity might get do you think that might get more strongly expressed if one were to look at, say, Telangana or Vidarbha or think of India in terms of regions rather than class alone?
Yes, a territorial factor. There is always a territorial framework, no matter what you...
Which would include language.
Which certainly must include language. It must include language, which I think has been neglected to some extent to give place to religion. Religion is very important. Language is also extremely important as far as India is concerned. So, yes, I think these are things which are still open, and I don't think that India is going to cease to be a hierarchical society in the short run, not in my lifetime. But no society is without its own forms of inequality. But the habits of the Indian heart are different from the habits of the American heart.
Well, the socio-economic data globally show that inequality has in fact increased in the last decade.
I'm mistrustful of those data. I'm mistrustful. But I'm not saying that it has decreased. But I'm not so sure how you measure increase or decrease in inequality, because inequality has many dimensions and many faces. So I'm not... I think that there is a sort of political agenda behind, as there is behind all studies. You can say, didn't your study have a political agenda behind it? I think there is a political agenda. I think that these kinds of studies are dominated, in fact dominated, by radical intellectuals rather than conservative. And radical intellectuals want to take an anti-establishment, an antinomian, anti-establishmentarian stand. I'm not saying that this is the wrong thing to do.
Well, but you've always been fiercely non-partisan.
Tried to be.
I think he's been highly partisan.
People would say that avowed non-partisanship is actually a conservative position. When so much needs to be changed in society, how can you not take sides? Aren't you then speaking up for the status quo?
Amita, sticks and stones may hurt my bones, but words will do them no harm. You can call me conservative. I don't mind being called a conservative. But
And you famously never signed petitions.
I don't sign petitions, no. But that's not necessarily the...
And have you ever been on a dharna, Professor Béteille?
No, I've never been on a dharna. I wouldn't go on a dharna. I'm too late in any case. No, I would define myself...
But you rode a bicycle to office, and that, I think,
I did not.
More important than...
No, Amita, this is a myth.
He walked to office.
No, I never learned how to ride a bicycle. You are mistaking me for Khalek Naqvi. He came on a bicycle. Jeet came on a bicycle. Jeet. I've never...
I think I'm thinking of KL Krishna.
What he did was jump over the parapet to get into his office.
Get into his office when it was still locked.
Yes, that I used.
Early in the morning, before the chowkidar unlocked the door.
8:30. One day I came. Do you remember Om Prakash? Do you remember Om Prakash, the sweeper?
Yes.
He was the sharpest man in the department, and he was a rogue. So one day I'd come out of the house at 8:15 in the morning, and I found that there was a fog. But since I'd come out, I decided to walk. I walked my way, and I thought, my God, the whole place will be shut. So I went there. And to my great surprise, I found this laggard, lazy fellow, Om Prakash was there. So I was agreeably surprised, and I said, Om Prakash, tum aa gaya itna jaldi? Dekho sahab, yahi to hai. Yahan to sirf aap aur hum kaam karte hain, aur kaun kaam karte hain.
So one of the things, coming back to your teaching habits and sort of the way you inhabited the department, you were apparently there from 9 to 5 every day. 8:30 to 5 with 6, breaks for lunch.
7, yes.
And so do you think that that's something that all faculty should emulate?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, we don't think so, but...
I don't think so. Why should they? But they should do what they like to, but they shouldn't grudge the time that they have to give to the department. I didn't grudge it. I liked being there.
So you wouldn't approve of biometrics
no,
being
I think it's
introduced for
terrible.
either university staff or...
I'm totally opposed to it. Totally,
Professor
completely.
Oberoi used to protest strongly this phrase when somebody would come to the department, a visitor asked for a professor, and say somebody in the office said, Professor Romila seat pe nahi hai."
Seat pe nahi, that's right. Yes.
See, a professor's seat is wherever the professor is.
Yes.
If the professor is in the coffee house, that's his
seat. Yes, that's true. Yeah. No, it was also, but I was not alone in being in the department morning, evening. Your father was. He was always in the department. Arvind was not, he came a little late and went a little early, but your father was always there. I was there, and many people were there. It was a different kind of, and it was a comfortable place. Each had a room to himself, which is not true of the arts faculty in those days.
But I think that's a culture that really reproduces itself because of emulation. I think people like my father, they had that example of people who were in the department.
Yeah, that could be. He was very close to me personally. That may be another reason. He was Srinivas was never in the department. No. Srinivas was a grandee. He was beyond all rules. But he was also very caring of the department.
But to come back, when you say that Srinivas and Dumont were the two people who took Indian sociology forward or the study of Indian society forward, it's interesting that there's been really no quantitative work on India. And do you think it could have been because these two figures actually were stultifying and dominating in their influence? I mean, they were so towering that alternative ways of doing sociology never had a chance.
That is to some extent true, but I started with quantitative research. You may not know this, but my first job was in the Indian Statistical Institute, in a unit known as the Sociological Research Unit, which used to be headed by Ramakrishna Mukherjee. Ramakrishna Mukherjee was a very talented man, but he was obsessed about classification and quantification. And I did enough of that for 15 months to realize that it was a dead end. So when I came to the Department of Sociology, I had enough of quantitative sociology, because Ramakrishna was a very intelligent and very capable man in his own way. But there is scope for quantification, which we have not taken up. I don't know why we have. I didn't take it up, but others would have taken it up.
But that's really what marks the difference between Indian sociology and sociology in the US or UK, which is highly quantitative. And so that's why we are just sort of seen as anthropological and bound by structures like Caste.
That's true. One branch of sociology, one shouldn't force quantification on every branch of sociology. There is one branch of sociology which has benefited a great deal from quantification in the United States especially, but they've carried it to extremes, but certainly also in Britain, and that is the study of social stratification and social mobility. We haven't done enough of that kind. So instead of why don't we do some quantitative work, we should pick out a problem which is amenable to quantitative analysis. Collect data, and there's another factor. Good quantitative research can be done only in teams and not by individuals. And we have been very individual. I wouldn't like to work there. But that doesn't mean that other people should not do that. Good quantitative, we would, I don't know whether it's not too late now. Social stratification and social mobility lend themselves to serious, high-quality quantification, but we haven't done that.
Then maybe our study of caste would have been different if it had been couched within the larger framework of stratification and not this idea of Indian exceptionalism.
Well, it's not, I tried to pull it out of Indian exceptionalism. Caste and race, for instance. I wrote a paper. These are attempts, somewhat inept attempts. Race, caste and gender. Caste should not be studied only in the Indian context. We should look for its analogues elsewhere. So, I wrote this paper called Race, Caste and Gender, in which I said that race and caste have much in common with each other. This has been misconstrued, and one way of seeing what they have in common with each other is by looking at the way in which women are treated in racially divided and highly stratified societies, caste societies. But
if one looks for that sort of data-based analysis, empirical work, then it's actually economists who are doing it for us. So Ashwini Deshpande's work, for instance, which does look at mobility in terms of caste, but she's working with colleagues in the US who have looked at race and gender as comparative.
No, we should have done much more of it. And we means what? Our department from the very start developed a singular bias against quantification. And I was not so hostile to it. Srinivas was very hostile. He would mock people and say, as for me, I can't count beyond 10, so what is the use of telling you all these things? Which I think was a rather disdainful attitude and not very sensible one. But we could have done more. But there have been good, for instance, I'm a little skeptical of this industrial production of stratification and mobility studies in the United States. But there have been, for me, one piece of research, one body of research, which has used some quantitative data successfully, is the affluent worker series. Affluent worker. That is very good. That's very good, and uses quantification in a restrained manner. Instead of what the problem with quantification, Amita, is that you become so entranced by it that you allow it to take hold of your problem. You allow it to dictate your problem.
Given this sort of mutual disdain between sociology and economics, the sociologists looking down on quantification and then the economists looking down on sociology in general that you talk about, do you think that if you were to redesign the university today, you would still have something like the Delhi School which houses these two departments, or you would actually put sociology somewhere else?
No, I would do it exactly as it was done.
But why? It's had absolutely
it has had a lot of influence on me, because you think only of Amartya Sen and
No,
Jagdish
we don't.
Bhatt.
We just
you think of
the last 20 years and nothing
Do you
really.
think of Suresh Tendulkar?
But
There is nothing that I wrote for publication which was not read first by Suresh, even more than by any of my colleagues. And he had this round handwriting. So, what's the problem? Suresh and I disagreed about many things, most things as a matter of fact, but we talked with each other. I found it impossible to talk with Shrukumar, who was my friend in Calcutta, because he was so high and mighty, because he was a member of the Planning Commission and all of these things. So, economics was the imperial science. And I must say that the economists took the initiative in this offensive. They are the imperial science. And we became reactive, nothing to do with economics. But I had a lot to do with K. and Raj.
I'm sure you must have been asked to be involved in policy, but this is something that you've never really taken up, apart from working in university boards or the Knowledge Commission.
Or his head of ICT.
Yeah, but those are more in an academic capacity. But in terms of, say, influencing social policy, or is this something that never interested you? Or
No, it doesn't. I've learned to make. I used to say that I'm not interested in social policy until someone. It's not Amita, but someone of your generation asked me. You always say this, but most of your work has been on matters relating to social policy, and that is correct too, because I started with agrarian relations, land reform and all of that, then backward classes. But I do make a distinction, Nandini, between policy analysis and policy prescription. Policy analysis, policy is a social fact, and you've got to analyze it. What are its conditions, what are its causes, what are its consequences? And I think the strength of the sociologist is to identify how policies are made and what the unintended consequences of policies are. We are good at that kind of thing. The economists are not. We are very good at looking at a policy like land reform, for instance. I used to spend endless hours, days with P.C. Joshi talking about land reform and the unintended consequences of land reform. And also with K. N. Raj was at a somewhat higher level. But in the end, he became somewhat sympathetic to our preoccupation with caste. When he went back to Kerala and saw what was happening, he realized that caste is not just a thing of the past, which only reactionaries like the sociologists study. It is a real thing.
I want to pick up on something you said earlier about people who work in teams as opposed to people who work individually. And within Indian sociology, the overwhelming trend is for individuals to work alone, the one person in their village or their field site and so on. How do you think we could work together in teams? Because it does seem like something's been lost by our not being able to take on larger questions or comparative questions because we work alone.
Well, yes, but I don't like boasting about this kind of thing. But I did work in a team. There is a book which I organized and which was published by Oxford University Press, and which is now forgotten, but nevertheless it was a great learning experience for me. It's called Equality and Inequality, Principles and Practices, and it had an essay by me, then one by B. Shivaram. I got together a lawyer, an economist, a political scientist, a sociologist, and an educationist. But and I challenged I've challenged people in Britain, sociologists, to show me anything comparable to that they have done. But we tend to neglect this and we tend to look disdainful. Whatever good work we do, we tend to forget it and look for a better example in England or America. That's also natural, but this was done, equality and inequality. I really enjoyed it, and Shivji enjoyed it. He got a book out of it. He wrote a whole book out of his paper. I strongly encouraged him to write this book.
Do you think say your writing on equality has not been widely taken up by sociology in other parts of the world? I mean, do you think that's part of the sort of colonial condition of Indian academia?
Just giving it a name, I think that look, I don't know whether we've talked about this, but I was at one point of time influenced, both professionally and personally, by a man called Edward Shills. You couldn't reach higher than Parsons and Shills towards the general theory of action. And one of the things that I learned to appreciate is a paper. It's a very important paper called Center and Periphery. And the ineluctable conclusion is that in intellectual life, there will always be a center and a periphery. There will always be that. And you can, try to multiply the centers, but you cannot pretend to have a level playing field. If you're a serious sociologist, you cannot pretend to have a level playing field. So you have to work against the roughness in the terrain.
I want to go back to the teamwork question. And what do you think of our training students differently? So that instead of rewarding individual performance, we get them to do more teamwork and recognize that as a valid way, along with individual performance, of learning how to be a good sociologist.
Sure, try it. But it's a very difficult thing to do. It sounds very nice. And when you put it like that, Amita, who will say no to me?
Thank you very much, Professor Romila Thapar and Professor André Béteille, for agreeing to this interaction. And I am privileged to be between both of you. And I'll just ask a few questions, and I'll leave most of the discussion to the two stars of the show. May I start with you, Professor Béteille?
Yes.
What brought you to academia? Were you always inclined in that direction from childhood onwards, or did something strike you in between?
I was somewhat inclined in that direction, but my sights were set on something quite different from sociology or anthropology. I wanted to be a physicist. I really wanted to be a physicist, and I grew up in Calcutta in the shadow of the old science college where Meghnad Saha and Satyen Bose and even C.V. Raman had worked there. So my ambition was to be a physicist. And I went to study physics in St. Xavier's College, and then I realized that I was just not up to it. And I took a plunge. I'd been reading a lot of anthropology.
Was it by chance, or did you?
No, I chanced upon a book in my brother-in-law's house which was on paleontology. What brought me to anthropology was not sociology or social anthropology. What brought me to anthropology was the theory of evolution, paleontology. And I I wrote a paper on that. In fact, my first published paper is called A New Paleolithic Site in Moribund District, Rissa, which was published jointly with my two teachers, but I did the writing.
That was good old-fashioned academics.
Well, I mean, to be fair to them, they had done the excavation.
Okay, but then how did you move to social anthropology? Because as the two disciplines are practiced today, they're quite different.
They're very different. But they weren't all that different in those days. What kept them together was the theory of evolution. And I was fascinated by the theory of evolution. I really was fascinated. I bought a copy of Darwin's The Origin of Species from a prize that I received. And I then realized that what I was really interested in was not the theory of evolution, but the story of evolution, how it actually happened. So that brought me to anthropology, and I drifted to a very charismatic teacher, N.K. Bose, Nirmal Bose, the man who worked with Gandhi and wrote My Days with Gandhi. And Nirmal Babu would read whatever I wrote and gave to him to read. And he told me, archaeology is not your field. You'd better move, you write well, move to social anthropology. You will not be a good field worker. He told me very bluntly, you will not make a good field worker. You have
Sometimes
to
it pays to be blunt.
Nirmal Babu was like that, and it was chastening for me, and I think I'm grateful to him for his advice. And he made use of me. He made use of me by making me write endless book reviews for this journal, Man in India, which he edited almost single-handedly.
Yeah. Did you have a Nirmal Bose moment as well?
Not quite, no. I must confess that my entry into academia was purely accidental, in the sense that, all right, I was a reasonably serious student at school, and the tie-up was between history and literature on one side and botany on the other.
Oh, then
And I was terribly keen.
paleontology and you had botany.
Paleontology, yeah. And I was very anxious that if I was going to, as I was going to go on to university, that I should do botany. And then I was talked out of it by various people who said, oh, you will spend your life sitting and looking through microscopes all the time, or where does it lead to?
Or sniffing pollen.
That's right. So when I went to university finally, I took philosophy and then I took history, literature, very much a humanities discipline. And then, of course, when I had this choice of what I call a fathership, where my father said to me, I have set aside a certain amount for your dowry, and it's for you to decide. You can use it as a dowry, or you can spend a couple of years in England getting a degree. And of course I said, no question, I'll go to England. So I got admission to the School of Oriental and African Studies, and decided to do history because that was the most interesting option that they were offering, I thought. Also partly because, in a kind of not very conscious way, in the long period after doing senior Cambridge, which is what we did in those years, and the university, which was an exam in December, and the university opened in June, I had 6 months.
Yes.
So I thought, this is marvelous, 6 months vacation to do just what I want. And just at that start of that period, my father, who had gone on tour to Madras, as it was called then, had an afternoon free and wandered into the museum. And there he saw this gallery of Chola bronzes. And it was his moment of epiphany, because he just stood there transfixed and said, they're so beautiful. Why has nobody ever talked to me about them or talked about this? So he rushed back and bought all the books that he could on South Indian bronzes, vast tomes by Gopinath Rao and J.N. Banerjee and all of that kind of thing, and started reading them. And 2 weeks later he said, I can't read them by myself because I need to talk to somebody about them. My mother immediately opted out and said, you know, my elder sister was coming and she was going to have a baby, and she said, I've got my hands full. So he turned around to me and he said, you've got a 6-month vacation. You can sit and read those books during the day, and then when I come back from office, we'll discuss them. So I groaned, but didn't have the courage to say to him, no, this is not how I want to spend my vacation. Anyway, I read them. And I think subconsciously, that planted a germ in my mind, because when I got to London and opted to do Indian history, I had a chat with Professor Basham, who in a sense was rather like Nirmal Babu, in the sense that, you know, he was very laid back and said, you know, what is it that you're really interested in, and would it be this or would it be that, and so on. So we had this long conversation. He said, I think you should do ancient history. And I had meanwhile started studying Sanskrit on my own, both in Pune and in Delhi. So that didn't pose a problem in terms of knowing the basic language. I mean, I continued to study, but it was there. So I opted for ancient history. And then, of course, I spent 2 years doing that, got my degree, and by then I was so enamored of living in London, living on my own, being absolutely independent, autonomous, taking decisions about myself, that I thought, I can't go back. I must stay on. And the only way of staying on that time, I mean, for a single woman, Indian woman in London in the late 50s, where was I to get a job of any kind? So again, it was Basham who said, why don't you apply for a scholarship, a fellowship to do research? And I looked at him in absolute horror and I said, but that means in case I get it, first of all, I may not, but if I get it, I'd have to be an academic. And he said, well, there's no harm in that. You know, many of us are. So thought about it, and then I thought, if that's the only way, I put in for it. And having got the fellowship, I was stuck with having to do a PhD, and that, of course...
And that was it.
That was it.
From then onwards, it was determined, isn't it?
Yeah.
But in Bengal, I suppose being an academic wasn't such a
It was
difficult thing to imagine.
No, it wasn't at all. But not being an anthropologist, being an academic for that generation meant being a physicist. For me, at least, it meant being a physicist, or being an economist, or even a historian. But anthropology, people hadn't heard about anthropology. But as I say, I mean, I started with the ambition of doing physics, and I did it for a while, and I found that I had no aptitude for it, no talent for it really. And it was an agonizing period in my life, the only period in which I felt absolutely desolate, because I had to lose a year. I took the plunge, and in a middle-class Bengali home, for a boy to give up a year was something very drastic. So I did give it up, and I'm glad I gave it up. And I joined anthropology, and I never looked back. I loved the 4 years I spent as a student of anthropology.
What did you like most about it?
It's a very relaxed atmosphere. I liked my fellow students and my teachers. Anthropology attracted some of the worst students, and I was a marvel to them because of my fluency in English. I could read any book and explain it to them. So that's how I learned my anthropology. Learning by doing it is called.
Someone like you and your father, you know?
A bit like that, yes.
They would come to me and ask me, what does this mean? Society, in Morgan's view of it, is an atomistic aggregate. What a marvelous phrase. Oh, what does it mean?
Yeah.
So I did that kind of thing. I did a
What
lot
does it
of
mean?
What does it mean?
Even I want to know. So what kept you in the field then?
Well,
What made you an academic in the profession?
I love teaching. And what brought me to academic was a fascination not for research but for teaching. I love teaching. I thought that I had it in me to be a teacher of any subject. And anthropology called, so I became a teacher of anthropology.
But you began as a researcher of anthropology, didn't you?
No, I began as a teacher.
In the ISI?
ISI was an interlude. ISI was an interlude which I did not like very much. Yes, that is true. And I felt that I had to get out of this place because all they wanted me to do was research, write papers, prepare tables and do all that kind of thing. And I had to work with a man called Ramakrishna Mukherjee, whose conception of anthropology or sociology was totally different from mine. Although I must say I learned a lot from him. I think Ramakrishna Mukherjee, with whom I didn't get along at all well in those days, had a conception of sociology which is different from Indian studies. For him, sociology meant social stratification, social mobility. Srinivas was great, N.K. Bose was great, but for Srinivas, sociology meant village, caste, joint family and all the rest of it. His horizon didn't extend outside of India. He didn't have a conception really of sociology as an independent intellectual discipline. Ramakrishna had that conception, although he didn't put it across very well. He was an awkward man. He was an awkward man, he didn't make friends, he didn't have students. But in retrospect, I benefited a lot from that year and a bit in the ISI, but I was very happy to get out of it when I got the job. It was a pure fluke that landed me the job in Delhi, in the Delhi School of Economics. And I never looked back on it.
So you said the one name you mentioned was Basham, and how he gently coaxed you into ancient history. But apart from that, was there something about Basham's scholarship that interested you?
Well, yes, I mean,
or inspired by?
He hadn't produced the book that he's most well known for, The Wonder That Was India, a title that he disliked enormously, but it was part of a series, so he had to have it. But what was nice about his scholarship was that he had a very broad vision of what was meant by ancient Indian history. And within the first few meetings, I realized that I wouldn't just be doing textbook history, but I would be forced to look at all kinds of other things.
Such as?
Such as, he started off actually, interestingly, he started off as a poet. And he was selected as one of the potential great poets of Britain, but he gave up on his poetry. He then turned to religious studies. He did some study of Sanskrit and Hinduism and so on. And he came to history through that stream. But unlike a lot of people who come to history through religious studies, it was not just the religious aspect that was important to him. He was, through his literature and his literary studies, he was very aware of the fact that there is a bigger society to deal with. And that I found very attractive, because that was something that nobody in history taught here.
By bigger society, what do you mean?
Social groups.
Ordinary people? Social groups?
Ordinary people too, yes. But certainly, I mean, whenever one talked about Indian civilization, he was the person who would always say, there's a context to it, and the context is historical, and got me to think about everything in terms of what is the historical context, which made history infinitely more interesting than just information about elite groups.
And also took you away from linearity, didn't it?
It took me away from linearity somewhat, yes, though I must say that at that stage, I too became very interested in the whole concept of evolution and applying it to history in terms of primitive societies developing into complicated societies, developing into complex societies, and this whole, not so much linearity, but the different types of societies that go into the making of a historical document or a historical explanation.
So the context was the essence.
Yes, the context, the historical context became a very important issue. And then, of course, the other influence was that whilst we were doing whatever it was out of, I think, the 8 or 10 papers, I've forgotten how many we did for the BA Honours, but 2 or 3 were on European history and on European thought, political thought. And I was told to go off and attend the lectures of this young lecturer who had just graduated from Cambridge and had the reputation of being brilliant, Eric Hobsbawm. And I used to go to Eric's lectures and just sit there absolutely fascinated because of the lucidity of his mind. And
Was it Birkbeck then?
Birkbeck College, yeah. And that made a tremendous impact on my thinking. Just the fact that you can look at the past and see it in clearer terms than simply saying, well, this may have happened or that may have happened. That there's a certain element by which you can say it is likely. I mean, you can never say that this happened because the past is not something you can go back to. But the idea of explanation as an important issue in studying history, that came through very strongly.
Yeah, but the context appears differently, doesn't it, in sociology and anthropology, in terms of the book view and the field view?
It does. I mean, in anthropology, certainly, in those days, if you had to be an anthropologist, you would have to do fieldwork. That was absolutely essential. You couldn't be
And
an
what about
anthropologist.
sociology?
Well, there was no sociology in Calcutta. There was sociology in Bombay and anthropology in Calcutta. But both were set up by two persons who had both been students of W.H.R. Rivers, the great Cambridge actor. Gurrier was a student. Gurrier did his PhD under Rivers. KPC also was a student of Rivers. These accidents of life...
KPC is Chattopadhyay.
KP Chattopadhyay. KP Chattopadhyay actually was a very outstanding student of physics. He had gone to Cambridge, I think on the same boat as his friend Subhash Bose. And they had gone there to do the ICS, to take the ICS. Subhash, as you know, did brilliantly, but declined the offer. KPC, I think, flunked the ICS. We were told that he failed the riding test or something like that. So he had taken anthropology. It was a popular ICS subject. Anthropology, you went out among the natives, and anthropology would help you. He had taken anthropology, so he went and met W.H.R. Rivers, who encouraged him and asked him to go back to India and to do his anthropology there. So he came back and did anthropology. And he was my first professor, actually, although N.K. Bose was a great influence. And the other great influence was a man called Surajit Sinha. Very charming, very charismatic.
But the kind of capturing the essence of everything in terms of book and field view was Srinivas's, wasn't it?
Srinivas focused attention on the distinction by using these two terms. But it was there all along. But I must say that Srinivas deserves the credit of having focused attention on this distinction.
And how did that make a difference for you?
Well, I'm not a good fieldworker. I didn't enjoy doing fieldwork, and but I did it. I enjoyed it, and that year that I spent in a village in Tanjore district, it was a transformative experience for me. Transformative. It was not only, it was very demanding, not only intellectually but emotionally. Having to live with these people in the village, completely different food, completely different style of life, and one had to mind what one did because I lived in an agraham with the Sri Vaishnava Brahmins. I had to be very careful about where I went, what I did, and so on. And that helped to focus my attention. This compulsion to be on your toes all the time forced me to focus my attention on what I was doing. So that was a very important phase in my life, I think.
So that was a turning point, you would say, in terms of your commitment to sociology or social anthropology?
Yes, the fieldwork was very. It gave me the confidence that I'd endured it. I was not a great fieldworker. I knew I was not a great fieldworker, but I had endured it. I'd lived for 10 months in that village, same life as the other village, and it was very, very, very difficult for me. But I came back and I started writing. And so much was pent up in me during those 10 months that writing was the easiest thing to do. The writing came like a song.
So the rite of passage was Tanjore for him.
Yes.
Did you have one yourself?
Well, yes, in a way, because what introduced me to the importance of fieldwork and I think it's terribly important for people doing ancient history, in particular, ancient and medieval history, was when Basham invited Didi Kosambi to come to School of Oriental Studies and deliver a course of 8 lectures on Hinduism. And we as students all attended. And as usual, we thought the first lecture would be on the Vedas. Everybody starts with that. And the first lecture was all about going out into a village and witnessing and photographing a ceremony where the pestle of the pestle in the mortar is wrapped up in children's clothes and is placed in a cradle and is rocked, and songs are sung relating to fertility, to children and family and that kind of thing, see. And we all sat there absolutely open-mouthed, thinking, what the hell is he talking about, you see. Then he ended the lecture, or towards the end of the lecture, he said, now I've shown you all this and discussed all this with you, because remember that one of the essential features of every religion is the idea of fertility and continuity, in which childbirth and childhood and bringing up children and attitudes to children are extremely important. And then he started quoting some of the Sanskrit texts that refer to this kind of thing. See? So by the end of that, and by the end of reading him, his various articles at that time, and talking to him a little bit, all very frightened of talking to him because he didn't suffer fools gladly. And so if you were a student, you either attracted his attention or he just dismissed you. But talking to him, one realized that there was a very essential part of research, which was fieldwork. So when I started researching my study of Ashok Maurya, I decided what I had to do was take 4 months off, come back to India and visit every single site of his edicts. And of course the family thought I was bonkers and said, how are you going to do this? And I said, well, I'll manage. Unfortunately, in those days, the Archaeological Survey had some very, very sensitive, intelligent archaeologists who understood immediately when I said I wanted to do fieldwork and go to these sites. And they said, that's all right, we've got these circle officers, or you give us a list of the sites you want to go to and we'll put you in touch with them. So, together with them and myself, I mean, now when I think of it, you know, going off through the forest to visit the site of Lumbini where Ashoka records the birth of the Buddha, it really was rather crazy. But nevertheless, one did it. And I'm very glad that I did it, because that sense of, again, having a context to an inscription, to the thoughts that went into the inscription, was extremely important and made a great deal of sense.
Also, I think a rite of passage where you undergo some hardship.
Where you are, yes.
Makes you more committed to what you're doing.
Like fieldwork, like living in the village.
Yeah. Well, I did a bit of that later on when I came back and joined Delhi University and started reading archaeological reports, because in those days I was very keen on bringing archaeology centrally into the study of ancient history and finding difficulties with technical terms. And I went to the person who was heading the excavation branch, B.K. Thapar.
No relation. No relation.
Well, distantly, yes, the same mohalla in Jalandhar. And in fact, I learned a lot about the family history from him on excavation sites. And I said to him, I said, BK, how does one understand these technical terms? And he said, there's only one way. You have to do a full season or more than one season's excavation at a major site.
By season, what does it mean?
The period of 4 months when you...
Harvesting, sowing.
When you're actually excavating. And in North India, it's generally the winter, but now it's become extended into other periods too. So he was excavating Kalibangan at that point, which is a Harappan site, small urban site. And he said, why don't you come? So I used to double up on lectures in Delhi University, and from November to February I was in Kalibangan, which was a remote part of the Rajasthan desert. The village of Kalibangan was about 4 miles away. So every Monday, we had Mondays off, I would hire a camel and ride into the village and have lunch with the Lambardarni's wife, and she'd collect all the village women, and and it was a double thing, because I was doing field work, trying to understand archaeology, which at the end of 3 seasons of excavation, one did quite well. I mean, there was no problem with technical terms because they were all explained. But it was very nice to have this close encounter with the kind of society that I would never have had otherwise. Honestly, I remember her saying, one of them saying at one point, "Ye jo Indira Gandhi ke baare mein sab kaha ja raha hai, lekin ye to Pakistani se iski shadi hui thi na, Feroz." So I had great difficulties explaining that he wasn't a Pakistani, he wasn't even a Muslim. That it was that kind of, it's another world.
Yeah.
And in a sense, if you're doing ancient history, you begin to ask the question of, is that other world still familiar with what happened in the remote past? What Kosambi calls living prehistory. That people are still living that way, they're still conditioned by the same values, the same outlook on life.
The past in the present.
The past and the present.
Or are they?
Or are they? Yeah, that's the question you ask, or are they?
Yeah.
But it makes you very conscious of the fact that the past is not just kings, queens, battles, and this, that, and the other. There is much more to the past that one has to learn.
Yeah. It's somewhat analogous to book and field in a manner of
It
speaking.
is in some ways so, yeah. I mean, this is something that right through my period of teaching, especially in JNU, I used to insist that they go and visit sites and spend time at sites, not just go there and touch the site and come back.
Professor Béteille, you did say you were not a good field worker, but you will keep that aside for the moment. Obviously, when you were in the field and when you came back, your experience in the field, did that change the kind of sociology you pursued? Or did it make it more, or was it more of the same?
I think it did. You see, I moved into the Indian Statistical Institute because that was the only place where a job was available. And I moved into a unit which was headed by a man called Ramakrishna Mukherjee, who was obsessive about quantification. Everything had to be quantified. I had done some physics and maths as a student, and I soon found out that Ramakrishna's own maths was not very strong. So anyway, I did what I had to do. I did a bit of survey research, and that was very useful because ultimately I became much more committed to participant observation and intensive field work. But some experience of survey research was very, very useful, very, very valuable, I think.
But your Tanjore experience, in what way did that influence your sociology as you saw it then?
Well, it influenced my sociology in the sense that it gave me a better sense of the nature of inequality in Indian society. I was always fascinated by inequality. What is it? How does it work? What are its different forms? And my Tanjore fieldwork gave me an insight into the fact that inequality is not a simple thing. There are several dimensions of it, and that's how I wrote my book, Caste, Class and Power. And I think one of the challenges for a sociologist in those days, in the 60s and earlier on, was which is more important? Is caste more important or is class more important? And if you were a Marxist, you had to say that caste is superstructure. But if you were a functionalist, you would have to say what is class? Class is, these are Western categories. And I soon realized that this is not a choice between caste and class, they're both important. And the thing to do is to find out how they interact with each other.
Did you have an inkling of that earlier? Was this something that hit you when you were in the field?
Well, yes, it hit me when I was in the field, but it didn't hit me in that form. It hit me much more conspicuously when I started writing up. When I started making my chapter outline, I realized that I would have to have a major chapter on caste. That is what Srinivas expected.
But in your college days, weren't you always confronted by your Marxist colleagues?
That's precisely it. So I had to have a major chapter on caste. That is what my anthropology had taught me. But I could not overlook class. I had to bring class, because class was ignored by anthropologists. When they had no conception of class other than economic inequality. But class as something which is an aspect of the system of production in a society, that is something which had not been explored at the level of the village. And I thought I would explore it at the level of the village along with caste. And you know, I used to give a lot of lectures here and there in the colleges and so on. And they would ask me at the end of the lecture, one standard, yes, you said all of this now, which do you think is more important, caste or class? And then at first I was at a loss for words, but then I found an answer to it. I would say, well, you know, on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays I think it is caste, and Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays I think it's class, on Sundays I give my mind a rest. So and that has stayed with me for a long time. I think if you are to understand whether your interest is in inequality or in conflict, if you are to understand this society, you have to go along with both.
So that was your big question then?
Yes.
So did you have similar kind of obsessions in the past?
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, you know, when I talk about needing to come to terms with the bigger historical context, these were some of the issues. Very much caste and class was a major issue, where there was a tendency either at one level to say that caste is class, and there were a number of historians working on ancient social history who took that line. There were others that said class has to be studied separately, class only applies to modern societies.
Western industrial society.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to pre-industrial societies. And there were others who said no, class was completely absent, the only thing that mattered was caste. So one had these debates going on, and in a sense, where one took a position, one was judged as to, in those days, as to the degree to which one was a Marxist or not. And I was terribly puzzled by this whole relationship. I mean,
that was a litmus test, was it?
Yeah, and it took me a long time to come to terms with the idea that really what one is trying to understand, as André was saying, is inequality and the notions of inequality.
And conflict.
And conflict,
yes.
You see. And I was accused by one lot of historians who said I wasn't really emphasizing conflict sufficiently, and the others who kept saying, she's always talking about conflict. And I said to myself, but you know, if you have inequality in a society, you do have conflict. You're bound to have conflict. And the purpose of writing history is to discover what is the nature of that conflict, what is the cause of that conflict, and where there isn't, and you have varieties of unequal people living together, do they actually live in harmony together? Or are there different forms to the conflict? So this was an issue that was, I think, across the board very important.
Was it equally important in Britain and India?
Or? Not so much, I think. Partly because I think in a lot of the British studies, or let's say the non-Indian studies of Indian history from ancient to modern times, the emphasis was much more on economic history. Not so much in ancient history. In ancient history, if you wrote on economic history, everybody universally said, oh, she's a Marxist. And it took a long time demonstrating that Marxism didn't mean economic determinism, it meant all kinds of other things, in the same way as economic history didn't equal Marxist history. But anyway, that was not. But I think in India there was a little interest in economic history, yes, what are the resources, how are they used? And here archaeology became very important because this was material culture. You were not only seeing society from below, as it were, and society from other levels than the texts, which are essentially elite texts when they come so far back. but you were also seeing the actual material culture on the basis of which society was constructed. So
something
it
like
gave,
what Kosambi did, is it?
Hmm?
Something along Kosambi's
Exactly,
lecture.
something like what Kosambi did. So that aspect of material culture did become important, but the issue of interpreting social conflict and social harmony did hinge on this question of which is more important, caste or class.
Mm. So, in India, when you were teaching in India, what were the kinds of issues you had to contend with or against with your other colleagues in the discipline?
Well, two. One was that, you know, why are you bringing in the economic dimension? And no amount of saying, well, you know, you're doing this because you're a Marxist.
Mm-hmm.
And one would say, no, it really has nothing to do with Marxism, because in Marxism, if you're using the economic dimension, you're using it to demonstrate a particular pattern of functioning. Now, if you're not using it to demonstrate that pattern of functioning, i.e., was there a slave economy, was there a feudal economy, was there a capitalist economy, you're investigating it simply as, given these resources, who controls them, who works them, what is their relationship. This is a different kind of economic history, but it is an economic history which is very important. And similarly, with social history, if you talk about conflict, you have to talk about inequality, and you have to give reasons for that, and how it was continued, how it was sustained. Then the whole question comes in, of course, about superstructure. What is the superstructure that sustains this inequality?
Yeah. In your study of inequality, Professor Béteille, what were the other sociologists that you had to, you know, confront or debate with on issues of this kind? I mean, in sociology, you had so many different schools of thought, from functionalism to conflict theories. Where did you position yourself?
Well, I think that people who have read my writings or have interacted with me will see at once the influence of Srinivas on my work. But there was another person who had a great influence on my work, and that is a man called K.M. Raj. Raj was very charismatic, and Raj took me up, and Raj felt that what I was doing in the village was important, although there was too much caste in my work. I ought to. So I had to defend myself and to show that Raj was wrong. That Raj, you're right, but only in a very limited way. So that was important for me, to argue that, you see, to argue with the sociologists like Srinivas, Arvind Shah and the others, that class was important. And to argue with my Marxist friends in Calcutta, it was important but not all important. Other things were just as important. And that I think is...
So your interaction with economists, in a manner of speaking,
Yes.
was more influential, perhaps.
It
in
was
the way you...
it was very influential, and I should not forget to mention one person with whom my continuous arguments shaped my thinking to a considerable extent, and this is a man called P.C. Joshi. P.C. Joshi, who was trained in Lucknow and who was an economist, but he was sociologically inclined. And I used to discuss my studies in agrarian social structures. I was writing the papers with him continuously, and I think that played an important part.
Obviously, being in the Delhi School of Economics also provided a kind of conducive ground for interaction with economists.
Yes and no, because the economists were very haughty and arrogant. You know, it was not very easy to interact with them on equal terms, and I was not prepared to interact with them on any terms other than terms of equality. So Joshi was one person with whom I interacted. But I don't want to mention names, but the young economists, and one can understand this, they were in their late 20s, early 30s, and economics was the imperial science. It was the imperial science, and they felt that they had the key not only to the scientific understanding of Indian society, but to the application of that understanding through policy. They had it. What did the sociologists have? They could only tell you about the impediments to development. They could tell you about development. And I think that was important.
You mentioned you were interested in literature and philosophy. In Delhi University, the scope for interacting with other disciplines wasn't quite as possible, as easy as it was in Delhi school between economists and sociologists. But did you have an opportunity to interact with other disciplines as well?
Only because I decided that I would do so.
It was fun.
For the simple reason that, yes, my experience of philosophy at Delhi University, I had taken philosophy at Pune University. And when my father got transferred to Delhi, I had to move to Delhi. Admission to Miranda House was no problem because in those days you just walked into colleges and they were delighted to have new students. So I was greeted with open arms and they said, yes, we have philosophy honours course, you can continue. And when I went there, I discovered that philosophy was the lowest option.
Oh, I see.
Probably worse than anthropology.
Philosophy was pretty bad.
It was very bad. And the two people who taught philosophy were absolutely hopeless. And there was one other person with me, one other student taking philosophy, whose nickname was Loony. So you can imagine. Appropriately, you see. And I was desperate because I thought, this is terrible. What am I going to do? I can't bear it. Of course, I've spent all my time, I got into with a gang of absolutely lovely, intelligent, bright, charming young women, and we went around debating in drama competitions and so on, and I had a whale of a time, but academically it was pretty much zero. So when I came back years later and joined the faculty, I kept philosophy out of the way, which was a mistake because by then it had changed. And the history department as such was as conventional as you could find anywhere. It was all...
It also had some very important people there.
It had some very politically important, academically, people important in academic politics. But at that time, the historical departure was very limited. There were very bright historians in the colleges, and so I got to know some of them, and that was nice.
Who were they?
People like Professor Randhir Singh and Professor Dipankar Gupta. Randhir, of course, was not a historian, but still. But many of them, the brighter ones, were Marxists, but they were the kinds of Marxists with whom one could say, look, I don't understand this about Marx, will you explain it to me? And they would explain it, and in the course of explanation one would have a discussion with them, which was very nice. And then there was the Delhi school.
Yes.
And so after a few months of talking to my colleagues in the history department, I thought this kind of conversation is going to get me nowhere, in the sense that we had no level at which we could really converse and have a dialogue. So I used to go to the tea club in the Delhi school. And which was very nice because I'd been sort of sitting around quietly. I was terribly shy in those days. Not opening my mouth because these were all the great figures, the young economists who were sort of brilliant and budding and very much into government.
Demand and planning commission. Very much in demand by the planning commission.
Economic growth was the mantra in those days, you see. And there were people like André, whom one respected deeply, and would he talk to someone who was not in his field and who was a rank outsider? Of course he did. So I would sit there, but the nice thing was that every now and again one of these very bright people would turn around to me and say, and was it like that in the past? And I would say, I'm sorry, I've never thought about that. And then I would go back and I would start thinking about it, and I began to realize that there is a connection.
The coffee houses are very important.
Very important, very, very important. That coffee house really made life worthwhile for me. And so that was how I got slightly closer to the group at the Delhi school, which of course made me very frustrated with the history department, because unlike the history department now in Delhi University, which is bright and bubbling, that really was a very dumb place. But it was the Delhi school that made a lot of difference.
That livened things up.
That livened things up. I even went to the extent of joining up with some of the economists, and we founded this thing called DUDS, the Delhi University Discussion Society.
Oh, I see.
And we went on for about 2 years, I think. Every fortnight we would invite people, other intellectuals and academics, some from Delhi University.
And the members of DAS were they all uniformly
It was open.
constrained by the discipline? Or by the
No,
departments?
it was open to all the academics of Delhi University. And we had some quite lively discussions.
Yeah. So in Delhi School of Economics, where Professor Thapar spent her coffee time, and you were obviously in the coffee house too, quite often enough. What were the things that you remember about those days and those experiences?
Well, first of all,
But I must also tell you that my memory of Delhi School is colored deeply by my coffee house experiences.
Yeah.
Yes.
but we had a staff lounge where we also had tea. We assembled there, and that was mainly for insiders. At 3:30 or 3:30 every afternoon, Dr. Gamudi, when he was presiding,
That's right.
we would come there and we would all stand up when he came, and he was very, very nice and benign. And I found the arrogance, intellectual arrogance of the economists insufferable. Although two of the best among them had been my close friends from my student days in Calcutta, I didn't have very much to do with them, and I didn't have very much. Raj was different.
Who were the two you?
Well, Amartya and Shukamai, especially Shukamai. Shukamai had a terrific reputation as a man who knew everything, but he was also someone who did not suffer fools gladly, and he was he didn't really think that these other subjects mattered, like sociology, political science, and so on. And he wouldn't. I don't think he made the effort to understand what we were trying to do. And they found an easy way out by labeling Srinivas as a conservative and a reactionary. Srinivas was a conservative, but that's nothing to be ashamed of in an academic. But I don't think he was a reactionary in any sense of the term.
Why do you say so?
I don't think he was a reactionary because I think he took a critical view, very critical view of India's past and what survived of that past in the present. But although he also believed that this mindless attack on India's past in the guise of secularism is not very reasonable.
Mm-hmm. So conservative can be a critic as well.
Yes, I think the best conservatives have been critics, indeed, yes.
But Srinivas as a conservative also talked about changes in modern India.
Absolutely. But that is not excluded by a conservative approach. The conservative, I would say, gives great respect to the past. It doesn't turn its back on the present or the future.
Mm-hmm. After your days in Delhi University, you moved to the JNU,
Yep.
Jawaharlal Nehru University. I think those were quite heady days, weren't they, in the early 70s, late 60s, early 70s?
I joined in November 1970, and
1970.
we started functioning really in 71.
So what were your first few years like?
They were tremendously exciting. I mean, intellectually, I think that was the peak period of my life, because first of all, we managed to collect some of the brightest historians of that time, thinking people, and we were given instructions that the courses and syllabi that we were to work out were not to be a repetition of any other university in India.
But just as a digression, how did you manage to get such good minds together?
I think it was the
They were
excitement.
not just where they're up for grabs, but you must have-
No, the excitement of starting something new.
And in Delhi.
And in
And
Delhi. And the thought that you could maybe, when I came back from London after 7 years of researching and teaching and becoming an academic, my first job was in Kurukshetra University. And why? Because I wanted to be a pioneer, to make a difference to the teaching of history courses, at least in one, if not 2 or 3 universities. That didn't work out. So in despair, I came back to Delhi.
Why didn't it work out? The students, the teachers?
No, there were no students, there were very few teachers, and it became very quickly the kind of university that was the base for the Vice-Chancellor's political ambitions.
Okay.
So there was really no academic base at that time. Now, of course, it's become quite a respectable university, but the first 2 years were pretty well a write-off, and so I quit. And came to Delhi, which I hadn't wanted to do, because I thought, I'd be in the usual conventional trap in Delhi. But as it turned out quite well. So when I got this offer, and André got an offer from JNU at the same time, and I remember I was given a month to decide, and we used to meet practically every week. And I would say, André, are you going? And he would say, no, I think not. And I would say, well, I think I will. And finally, André said, look, every university, every institution in this country has 10 years of a peak period, and then it declines. So I may as well stay on in Delhi University and work here.
And of course, the Delhi school was a very different place.
It was a very different place, yes. And I said that I'm in a department here which is really not going anywhere. We had tried, we'd had international conferences and so on, and it was the same smaller group of people who would get together and make it lively. The elders in the department were generally uninterested. So I thought to myself, this is in some ways a dead end. I may as well go somewhere where there is the possibility. And I went there with a certain apprehension, because I thought, I failed in Kurukshetra completely, and I may fail in JNU as well, but give it a try. And I think it was that idea of this is an opportunity to do things which you can't do in any other university. And in a sense, we were lucky that we had G. Parthasarathi as Vice-Chancellor, who was not an academic, but who had that sense of a university is a place where you experiment and you think, and you do what you think is going to advance knowledge, kind of thing. So he said, no imitation of any course, and if where possible, interdisciplinary work. Now this was the kind of thing that, we were all aching for. As a historian, I was trying to bring archaeology and anthropology and so on into the study of ancient history, which I couldn't do in the history department because they kept vetoing it. And so we collected, and it was intellectually exciting because it was a good bunch of people challenging conventional history, trying to work out courses that would be very, very different, which we did. In fact, finally, when we worked out...
Can you give an example of how it was different?
How is it different? All right. We had 4 compulsory courses for all MA history students. One was called Ancient Society, which is a comparative study of Greco-Roman, Indian, Chinese, if you wish to, Mesopotamian, if you wish to. This didn't exist in any university, and the comparative study required you, therefore, not just to get information on these 3 areas, but to go beyond the information and see what are the concepts that governed their functioning. In other words, what was the context, and compare the context. This was new. And we had it for ancient history, feudalism, which was geared to medieval history, and capitalism and colonialism, which was geared to modern history. So we weren't teaching straight modern history. We were saying there is a context. There is the capitalism of Europe, and there's the colonialism in India, and other areas, and what was the interaction. So we had these 3, and then we had something called historical method, which was historiography, which was what is meant by research, what is meant by, I remember we had this acronym of COG, what is meant by objectivity, what is meant by generalization, and all these ideas that go into historical research were explained to the students. So we had these kinds of courses, and then we had ancient history, medieval history, modern history, which many of us argued about, but we kept it because every other university advertised positions in this, and so we said it'd be unfair to students not to have them having this label because they had to get jobs. But there again, I did a course on literature and society where I talked about the epics and the social context of the writing of epic literature. Someone else did a course on society and religion. What were the social, what was it in terms of religion in relation to social functions, and what were the organizations that religious bodies controlled in society? And then you had the economy as well, the difference between land economies and trading commercial economies and so on. So these were the kinds of courses that didn't exist anywhere else. And I remember after the 2 years of our brainstorming and starting these courses, people from Delhi University used to come and say, "You'll never get good students. This is an absolutely wacky thing." And we got the brightest possible students because they also felt challenged. And it was really a marvelous experience teaching extremely bright students, being with faculty that thought, along the same lines, being experimental, but with limits, knowing that, you couldn't go beyond those limits. So it was intellectually very, very exciting, I must say.
Wonderful. You joined as a young lecturer in Delhi University.
Yes.
And then you were eventually the biggest and most well-known figure in that department. In that period, how did the discipline change? What kind of courses did you bring in or innovate?
Well, right from the start, I was very much interested in social stratification, social inequalities. Srinivas was not, but I went along with Srinivas, and I thought that courses on kinship and religion were extremely important, and I took a lot of trouble to teach all the courses in the main syllabus. I taught the course on sociology of kinship for 3 or 4 years, and I really learned a great deal and I enjoyed doing. Taught the course on sociology of religion. All of that really played a very important part in my formation. And all of this was being done while the economists were interested in other things. The really bright sparks in the economics department were not interested. I became involved in the affairs of the economics department only after my old friends from Calcutta had left. And it was really Suresh Tendulkar who involved me in this, because I did a book on equality and inequality, and I got Suresh Tendulkar to write the piece on economic inequality, and we worked together on it. And he became one of my closest collaborators. Whatever I wrote in draft would go first to Suresh for his opinion, and then it would be published or not published. But Suresh was very important. Suresh was not a high-flying theorist. Suresh had his eyes to the ground and economic policy and how did economic development actually work in India. He was very good.
So someone like Suresh Tendulkar,
Yes.
or P.C. Joshi,
Yes.
and Srinivas, they were the people that you interacted with and probably learned a lot from.
Yes.
Who were the others in the university or outside it as well with whom you interacted during those years?
Outside there was the Institute of Economic Growth, and there were my friends in Calcutta. I visited Calcutta regularly and I interacted with them. Many of them were strong, hardcore Marxists, and I tried to persuade them that I was not in favor of any ism. I liked Marx's writings, but Marxism I didn't. I like women, but I don't like feminism or feminists. So that played a part, and Joshi had an important influence on my.
What are the best, most satisfying moments in your career?
Well, I
can recall.
enjoyed teaching, and I enjoyed the completion of my fieldwork. I won't say that the experience of fieldwork was very satisfying, but once I realized that I'd done it, I'd endured it, it was really very, very satisfying. And writing up my material came like a song, it was very.
But to be able to mold a department and discipline, what direction would you like to take it? Were you able to do that?
I don't think that one should try too hard to mold a department. I think that one should do one's own work and talk about it with other people as much as one can, and discuss with them and interact with them. and not try to.
So was stratification a big thing in terms of the innovations you brought about in the department?
I did, but Srinivas was not. He did not oppose me in these things, but he was rather lukewarm, and Arvind Shah was very lukewarm. So my only MSA Rao, he was very accommodating, but otherwise they were rather lukewarm. This stratification is some Marxist nonsense.
In JNU in the early days, when you were breaking, as a department, you were breaking new ground, what kind of allies did you have outside of the department? Locally, nationally and internationally, both? Or did you have any?
Well, we did, in the sense that a lot of people got very interested in what we were doing. I mean, we didn't have any very strong allies, outstanding, because I think people realized that, in a sense, what we were trying to do was what was happening elsewhere in the world. And I think more interestingly, it was historians that came from abroad that appreciated the change that we were introducing. I mean, we had close contacts, for example, with some of the French institutions, the Maison de Sciences, the Long, places like that. Many of the French historians came out. We had seminars that had started in Delhi University, but towards the end of my stay there, the British Council also asked us whether we wanted historians. And so we had people like Christopher Hill and Eric Hobsbawm and Thompson and so on, coming out, giving lectures, taking part in seminars and so on. And they showed a lot of interest in what we were doing. And in a sense, the nice feeling one had was that this is not something that we were doing in isolation in Delhi, that there were other people in other universities in India that were interested, that were observing what we were doing. And for example, some of the courses that came up in the Central University in Hyderabad, the history courses, were reflective of their having looked at our
They were also
courses.
kind of context specific, were they?
Yeah, yeah. But more than that, it was the feeling that this is a change that's going on all over in the world. You had American historians coming, French historians, British historians, so on. And we were speaking the same language, and we were discussing the same kinds of contexts. That was very encouraging, that this, what we were doing was not an isolated enterprise, that it was being...
What was the language like?
Oh, we all spoke English.
No, what I didn't mean that. I mean, you said we were all speaking a new language.
Oh, the new language. The language of the concepts that we were using. And a lot of these did come, for example, in ancient history, a lot of these did come from anthropology. And this is where we, for example, in JNU, we had Satish Sabharwal as the non-historian. And I used to always joke with him and say that by the end of his stay in JNU, he was more a historian than any of us were sociologists. But it was marvelous having him, because he had worked, for example, on tribal society in Africa. So when some of us talked about clans, he would immediately say, now wait a minute.
Correctives.
Correctives, yes, which clarified our thing. And then later on, of course, when he discussed partition, he had much more of a sociological view of what had happened than those of us who were constantly going to the Nehru papers or the Patel papers and so on and saying that this is what happened at that time. It's a different perspective. And that was but the main thing, when I say that we were speaking the same language, the main thing was that the context of history had been so broadened out that, by the time I retired, I had younger colleagues who were saying, well, maybe we should do a 2-credit course on history and psychoanalysis, because there's enough historical writing now on people who have psychoanalyzed major figures in history.
That's right.
And so that kind of thing would have been unthinkable 20 years earlier. But people had begun to think along those lines.
Yeah, the doors were opened.
Those who were, yeah.
Now, over a period of time, I mean, you did become one of India's most renowned historians.
I don't know about that.
And you not just that, whether you like it or not, you also consider to be a public intellectual. Now, let me introduce a caveat here.
Yeah.
Because the term public intellectual is, I think, misused.
Mm-hmm.
People who are right in the public are called public
Public
intellectuals.
intellectuals, yes.
And I think that is that's an insult to good intellectuals.
Yes.
But there are intellectuals who, on account of their serious professional work, have drawn public attention. And that's what I mean when I say you are one of the best known public intellectuals of our time. Now, being a public intellectual, how has it helped or hindered your work as an academic?
Well, I suppose there's a bit of both. But let me say that one of the things about doing a discipline like history, for me at least, right from the beginning, and this may have been because I like to think it was because I grew up together with the last phase of the national movement. So nationalism was very much in the air, and one was thinking about it and talking about it and so on, even as a teenager. And the two questions that kept cropping up all the time, one was the question that, in a sense, was rooted in the Delhi School of Economics. When one talks about economic growth, what kind of society are we going to have? I mean, I did my senior Cambridge in 47. So I went into university with the first year of independence. And this was a very central question. What kind of society are we going to have? And the second was, what is our identity as Indians? That stayed with me. Both of them stayed with me, but the identity question stayed with me a lot when I worked on the past. Were they different identities in the past? Have these identities evolved? If they have evolved, what are the identities that we now can talk about with a certain amount of confidence as being the identity of being an Indian citizen? And that was an important issue. In a sense, that tied into the question of, so what is the present doing in order to either foster or counter that identity? And I got very involved in the business of fostering an identity that I thought was a positive, inclusive, multicultural identity.
So in a way you were stepping out of history.
I was stepping a little bit out of history because I was also by then convinced that you cannot discard the past when you talk of the present. So if you're talking about finding an identity in the present, you have to look at the past. And so a lot of my work as a public intellectual, as such, if one may call it that, has been this link between the past and the present. Partly, why do you study the past? It's intellectual curiosity at one level. It's like when I was teaching, when people would start studying, doing research in ancient history, and they would say, what do I start with? I would say, go and read an Agatha Christie novel. Because in a sense, the ancient historian is doing just that. She has one clue, and she has to build the whole murder mystery around that one clue. Unlike the modern historian, who has an array of clues and has to select the clues. It's a very different process. So there was this sense of, what are you bringing from the past that makes you understand the present? And a lot of the undercurrent of what I've been writing and researching has been understood by me in terms of, am I really explaining the past to the present?
Professor Béteille, you've been, I think, one of the first public intellectual with the same definition, who has also been very active in communicating to the layperson, writing in the press, for example. And we always felt that you had done something quite remarkable, because most intellectuals were either dismissive of writing the press or did a very bad job. So why did you think of writing for the press the way you did? And must say that also had a lot of influence on scholars in the country.
Well, I took writing for the newspapers very seriously, and I had the good fortune at the beginning of this adventure to get to know Mr. Shamlal, who was then the editor of the Times of India. He was a bookworm. He read everything, and he was always puzzled by what academics do. What is it that they want to find out? So I would go to his house and I would write these pieces. Now, the original impulse behind my writing for the newspapers was to explain to a wider public what sociology was, what it was all about, because sociology is not like history or political science. In the 50s and 60s, people knew what history was about. Maybe their understanding was defective, but they knew what history was about. They knew what politics was about. They knew what economics was about. But many of them had not heard about sociology. So it became a kind of mission for me to explain sociology to the wider public, and that is how my newspaper writing started. Then, inevitably, I got involved in debates that were of current concern, like the debates on the backward classes, and so that was important. And I've actually brought together two collections of my newspaper articles. The first, which is called Chronicles of Our Time, was a collection of articles all written for the Times of India. And then there's another collection called Ideology and Social Science, which puts together articles published in the Times of India, the Hindu, the Telegraph, and so on. I took that very seriously. I didn't do it with my left hand. I didn't do my newspaper writing with my left hand.
But wasn't there a point of view in then and now that academics shouldn't involve themselves in everyday policy matters or even matters which are political in character?
Yes.
Because the policy implications are not really the beat of academics.
Yes, there is that, but of course we have the example of someone like Max Weber, for instance, who strongly believed, who wrote politics as a vocation and science as a vocation, and strongly believed that these two should go hand in hand. And as you know, I was influenced greatly by Max Weber. I think there are people in my own department who made sneering comments about my writing for the newspapers, generally behind my back, but sometimes to my face. Why do you write this kind of thing? But I took it very seriously. I took my writing for the newspaper, the Times of India, as seriously as I took my writing for contributions to Indian sociology, because I thought that was very important. The other thing I think that has not come up is I had students from overseas, and I was very keen on nurturing these students from overseas. And one of them is a man called Jonathan Parry. You know that Jonathan Parry and Ram edited a fesh rate for me. Jonathan Parry was a very, very good anthropologist from the LSE. And then the other one was a man called Fuller, Chris Fuller, also an anthropology professor from the LSE, who in fact edited and wrote a new introduction for my book, Caste, Class and Power.
So,
can I just come in a little bit on this? One of the reasons why I think historians have to be public intellectuals is because history out of the social sciences is probably the most distorted discipline in the public mind. There are more distortions about history than any of the others. In what way? For example, the political speeches that are made, I mean, everybody knows about these, from the Prime Minister down and up, about plastic surgery in the past and aeroplanes and this. That's one kind of distortion. The other is this attack on textbooks that has been going on and on from the 60s onward. I mean, I wrote my 2 textbooks for middle schools, for state schools in 64 and 65. They were prescribed in 66 and 67, and the attacks started. On issues like beef eating, which has now become a major issue, the Aryans, which has also become a major issue among archaeologists and historians, and the whole relationship between Hindu communities and Muslim communities. This has been so distorted, all these issues, that any self-respecting historian has to comment on it. You can't allow your discipline to be
Mandal so badly.
misappropriated. Absolutely. And this has been one of the things which has taken me rushing to the press and saying, no, it wasn't like that. I mean, it's brought me nothing but...
So it's more indignation than anything else.
It's more than indignation. It is a sense of treating historians abusively. They abuse us. That's taken for granted. But the discipline should not be abused in this fashion. It's the abuse of the discipline that one is objecting to. If you're going to use historical evidence, for God's sake, teach yourself some history first.
So that brings me to the last question. And fittingly it is, what do you see happening in the future? How is this history going to develop? What is the scope of your discipline in the future?
I think it's going to be split two ways. If we can't stop the rapid and frequent pronouncements of popular history from certain sources, the public will go on being fed distorted history. And there will be this continual thing of, I'm legitimizing what I'm saying because it happened like that in the past, without anybody knowing, the people who claim that it happened that way, without there being historians. On the other hand, I see in academia today much more sophisticated history writing than even we did. I mean, when I read the writing of some of the younger scholars, PhDs, just post-PhDs and so on, I'm quite surprised at the amount of intellectual sophistication that has gone into both researching and writing. The wideness of the reading that goes into it.
True.
And I'm very impressed. I'm really very impressed.
So why should a person read history? I mean, apart from satisfying curiosity, what else is there that you think history provides?
I think history provides a much better understanding of the link between the past and the present.
So you're saying...
And the link between the past and the present is not just intellectual curiosity. Because if you're trying to explain the present, you've got to know what happened immediately before, if not remotely before.
Yes, and if you want to look into the future, you have to start with the present and then with the past. I think there's a continuity between your understanding of the past and the future, which is linked by the present.
Right.
And do you think sociology or social anthropology can help us in that direction in the future?
I think it can, but I think that historians are more skilled at looking at past times than we are. We pretend that we are more skilled in looking at the whole range of human societies that exist at present. We don't do that sufficiently in India. But in my view, and I've said it more than once, that comparative sociology is essential. I mean, that's the essence of sociology. The comparative method is the heart and soul of sociology.
And how do you see that figuring? Sorry.
No, I was going to say that the same applies to history in the sense that we historians no longer claim that we're telling you the truth about the past, as certain elements of the public go on saying, the truth, we want to know the truth. We don't know the truth. We cannot demonstrate the past. We cannot go back into the past. What we are claiming is that we are using different methods by which we are trying to explain what happened in the past. Right. And if we can explain what happened in the past using critical inquiry, rational methods, logical analysis, we understand the present in a more clear fashion. Yes. And therefore, as André says...
I think also that this is important. We may not know what happened in the past, but we should have some judgment as to what could not have happened.
Absolutely, yes. And the other thing about the comparative method, I think this is absolutely crucial in the social sciences. History in India today suffers deeply from the fact that we don't have any comparative history. In no university do they teach it. Not only that, but even areas where there is an imprint of Indian culture, you may call it, or the presence, let's say, of things Indian, Southeast Asia, Central Asia. We don't have a single scholar who works on those areas from the past. They're all doing modern studies, but never from the past. And I think that this is absolutely crucial, because if you keep on looking at your own society, you get embedded in certain notions which may turn out to be really not so useful.
He little knows London.
That's right. Yeah. So if you have the comparative material, if you for the same theories or similar societies, this is why I find anthropology so useful, because it's not comparative history, but it's giving you an idea.
Comparisons in space as
Yes.
time.
Yeah, and how people lived.
So why should people do sociology or social anthropology?
Oh, they should do it if they're really interested in understanding their lives, the worlds in which they live. And I don't think that one can explain or justify the pursuit of knowledge solely in instrumental terms. I think you must be committed to certain questions. You must have a
What kind
passion.
of questions do
Any kind of
sociologists?
questions.
Sociologists.
Well, the sociologists want to find out why in this country so many different forms of social life exist. What is the difference between a matrilineal family and a patrilineal family? Because we have both kinds. What is the difference between, M.N. Srinivas, who was my mentor, worked and wrote on the Oka, which is the Kurd patrilineal joint family. Janaki Abraham, who was my student, writes on the Tarwad, the Yerwad Tarwad, which is a matrilineal joint household. So we study them together in order to find out how institutions actually work. And it's not just the family or the household, any institution. How does it work?
And do you see the way sociology is developing now will strengthen this kind of comparative?
I'm not so sure. I think always the emphasis in the actual teaching of sociology in Indian universities has been on India. Always. You do have papers called sociological theories, where you talk to them about Marx, Weber, Durkheim, and then that's the end of that. And then you leave that behind, and then you turn to the real meat of the course, which is village, caste, joint family, gender, backward classes. And students always want to find out what is the relationship between Weber, Durkheim, and Marx and village, caste, and joint family. And this is what is missing, I think, in the teaching of sociology in India, because of its overemphasis on Indian society.
Would you say that if you were to have a course on village, caste, and society, and in each course you bring in Marx, Weber, Durkheim, how would that be?
That'd be fine, yes. Whatever you teach in sociology should be animated by the ideas of great sociologists. And it's not just Marx, Weber, and Durkheim, there are modern sociologists. Whatever you teach, whatever you write about, should be animated by the ideas of great sociologists.
And this is the direction you would like it to go?
Yes, certainly.
Well, thank you very much. I hope it's been as enjoyable for you as it was for me.
Thank
Yes,
you.
indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask a final question,
Yeah?
if time permits?
Yeah.
I mean, a very generic question, I must say. I mean, a career ranging over more than 50 years, that's prolific and profound. So, at this point of time, after having written more than 15 or 20 books, is there a sense of fulfillment, or you feel more could have been done? Like filmmakers often think, if given a chance, I would have made the film very differently.
Yes.
So at times do you wonder, you feel that I could have written this book or analyzed this bit differently, or more areas of interest could have
A
germinated?
good question.
That's a very good question. Yes, of course. But those books need not be written by me. After all, I've spent 50 years teaching and building up students. They will carry on this. I'm quite confident that the kind of intellectual enterprise which I joined, I didn't start it, in the 50s and 60s and 70s, will continue. But I don't know exactly in which direction it will continue. But there are enough people to continue with the dispassionate understanding and study of society in general. My only worry is that there is too much emphasis on India in what we teach and in what we write about. There should be a broader interest for its own sake on societies other than our own.
Yeah, I must say that I think I'm divided in the sense that on the one hand I feel, well, I've done something. Somewhere along the line maybe I've made a dent, I'm not sure. But I could have done more. In the sense that should I have spent so much time focusing on this theme, maybe I should have spent more time focusing on that theme, that kind of thing. But my main consolation is that since I cannot have another 50 years of reading and writing, my main consolation is that somewhere along the line, as you said, somebody will pick up something that I've written and carry it on, and it'll become a theme. That's fine.
I think the best note to end on is that none of our guests have any enduring regrets.